Marshall Peak, Chapter 4307, Future Plans. Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yuqing added, "It's an honor that sect master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Void Land. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Void Land, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside sect master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms. Back then, when great demon god, Mo Xing, caused disaster in the star boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What second manager says is reasonable. He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, he also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the star boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since second manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, "This subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need sect master to decide." Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, "The 600,000 cultivators who came back from the star boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Tao seals, and are now refining sixth-order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, some of their cultivations have not reached the Tao Source realm, or even the Origin King realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within Void Territory first." Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of Void Territory. Originally, other than 7 Wonders Land, which was a second-class Great Force, there were 7 third-class Great Forces, and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Void Land back then, the masters of these third-class Great Forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void Territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion. "This plan seems feasible." Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added, "In addition, this subordinate feels that Void Land can follow the contribution system set up by other sects, and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtain through their training." Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution points system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed. "With the help of second manager, how can Void Land not be prosperous?" Bian Yuqing blushed slightly. "Many thanks, sect master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Void Land. Just proceed as you mentioned." Bian Yuqing quickly bowed. "Yes." After a pause, she continued, "Sect master, this subordinate has another request." "And name it." After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, "Although this subordinate has been following sect master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Void Land all alone. Sect master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Void Land encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request Sect Masters set up an Elder Council. If there is any problem, the Elder Council can discuss and act together. There were Sect Masters, Protectors, Elders, Deacons and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Void Land had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the Sect Master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was Manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Void Land, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does Second Manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing replied. This subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chen and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management, and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first, and be the first batch of the Elders of our Void Land. Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yuqing's words, Fatty Chen, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Second Manager is right. Fatty Chen, Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side, and cupped their fists. Sect Master. You two will establish an Elder Council with Second Manager to jointly manage Void Land. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chen did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures Sect Master that he will do his best to assist Second Manager, and develop Void Land without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing wondered. These are... Yang Kai explained. These are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the Open Heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources. Bian Yuqing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense, and exclaiming, So much! Yang Kai literally spent billions of Open Heaven pills on his way to First and in Thousand Birds territory to buy the Third Order and Fourth Order materials. Just when he spent almost all his Open Heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion Open Heaven pills in the Azure Arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the Seventh Order Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, Void Land can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist. I'm afraid it won't last that long. Why? Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed. Because Void Land will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the Star Boundary. After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other elders from Abundance City. Mo Mei and the others were stunned for a moment, but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation. Sect Master! Bian Yuqing looked at Mo Mei and the others curiously, and asked, Sect Master, these are... Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Mo Mei and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave heaven. What's more, they could sense that Mo Mei had condensed sixth-order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful fifth-order element auras. Once they advanced to the open heaven realm, they would be in the fifth order. Second manager, please settle the people of Abundance City down carefully. They will all be our Void Land's disciples in the future, Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yuqing was delighted. Don't worry, Sect Master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them. What Void Land lacked now more than anything was open heaven realm masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Void Land's strength. How could Bian Yuqing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundance City, only 3,000 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the Star Boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the Star Boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Dao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundance City were different. Many people had begun to condense open heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yuqing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the open heaven realm masters in Void Land. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundance City and asked, Mo Mei, how many people from Abundance City can break through to the open heaven realm right away? Mo Mei immediately replied without a second thought. Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed fifth-order elements. Below the fifth order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the open heaven realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding. As you should. Yang Kai nodded before taking out a ring. Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through. Take one before they attempt to break through, as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend. Martial Peak, Chapter 4308, Let me check. Mo Mei accepted and happily thanked Yang Kai. To the side, Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. Sect Master, what spirit pills are these? Mo Mei and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world and had never been in contact with the open heaven realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the open heaven realm? After a cultivator condensed their Dao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step open heaven realm masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous second-order and third-order open heaven realm masters, as well as many even in the first order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the open heaven realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Mo Mei did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yang Kai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chin and Lu Shui not know? Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills, Yang Kai answered casually. Chen Tianfei replied with a cracked voice. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct? Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me. Chen Tianfei was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Mo Mei and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yang Kai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now, she learned how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Chen Tianfei, Mo Mei asked, "Elder Chen, is this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill very precious?" Chen Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty. "It's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find. It's said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Dao Seal during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, it is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Tao of the splitting heaven and earth apart." Then, he continued with a solemn tone. "Junior Sister Mo, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered sixth-order element powers like you, but their Tao Seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master." After hearing what Chen Tianfei said, Mo Mei and the others finally understood the value of these Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, it actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Chen Tianfei continued, "If you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. And you may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3,000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Mo Mei's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. "Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable." Mo Mei hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and grinned. "What Elder Chen just said is not wrong. A single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our void land lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundance City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed, so as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Mo Mei could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her. "This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should." Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Mo Mei grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundance City settle in." Bian Yuqing received the order and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundance City from the small sealed world, Bian Yuqing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in Main Hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. He chose to break through to the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the Fifth Order. Although there was only one order difference between the Fourth Order and Fifth Order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could achieve was the Sixth Order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could attempt to reach the Seventh Order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Chen Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Void Land is really worth anticipating. Chen Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospects. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Void Land had unlimited potential and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the cave heavens or paradises. By that time, Chen Tianfei would also be famous. When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xian Ningqiang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao standing side by side, with Yu Rumeng in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Rumeng, they all saluted and greeted in unison. Husband, many thanks for your hard work. Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly, Xian Ningqiang and Ji Yao blushed, Shui Yu grinned, while Su Yan lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Rumeng's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Rumeng. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. Husband, why did you do that? Yu Rumeng asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered. I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this, together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me. Yu Rumeng looked at him suspiciously. Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty? Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled. Rumeng, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty? Heh. Yu Rumeng grinned. This mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful, so why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself? Am I? Yang Kai frowned. Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Rumeng has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much. Oh, Ningqiang, have you condensed your Dao seal? Little senior sister nodded innocently. And I have condensed my Dao seal. Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Rumeng said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet. Yang Kai nodded. Ru Meng is right, it is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal. After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yan, Ji Yao, and Shui Yu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly. We asked Senior Zhu Jiuyin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future. N. Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Jiuyin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. Is that so? Xian Ning Chang thought about it for a while, and nodded. It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable. Ru Meng sneered. Then Ning Chang, you can be the first one he checks. Later. Xian Ning Chang replied. Junior brother, what are you? Martial Peak, Chapter 4309, You're Not Dead Yet? The ladies, whether it was Su Yan, Xian Ning Chang, Shui Yu or Ji Yao, had good aptitudes, otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in such a short time while still in the star boundary. Especially Su Yan, who bore the ancestral ice phoenix source and possessed the ice crystal jade body. She had the most outstanding aptitude among all of them. Their time spent on cultivation was not a lot, but there were never insufficient resources when they were in the star boundary, allowing them to build upon solid foundations. They were restricted by the world bottle of the star boundary, and could not be recognized by the world's will, so they could not condense their own Dao seal. Nevertheless, it was no longer the case when they leapt out of the star boundary and entered the outer universe. Here, it became a simple matter for them to condense their Dao seals. Due to their firm foundations, their Dao seals were also extremely stable. Zhu Jiuyin was right. It would not be a problem for them to refine fifth-order elements. As for Ru Meng, she was the demon saint of the demon race, so she already had her own Dao seal and had begun to refine sixth-order materials like the great emperors. Yang Kai would be pleased enough if the common disciples in Void Land could refine fifth-order materials, but since they were his wives, he definitely wanted the absolute best for them. As such, he took out the remaining divine Dao water and distributed it to them. It was given to him by Zhu Jiuyin in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhu Jiuyin had lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many years and possessed a lot of valuable treasures. As a divine spirit, though, the divine Dao water was completely useless to her, so she generously gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had used some for himself and traded a couple of drops away, but there was still about half of it left. Even though each one of them could only obtain 3 or 4 drops now, it was enough to further stabilize their Dao seals. One must first sharpen his axe before chopping wood. Ever since Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had realized the importance of a Dao seal to cultivators. It could be said that the future achievements of a cultivator, and even one's chances of successfully entering the open heaven realm, were tied directly to their Dao seal. The firmer the Dao seal, the higher the order of elements they could condense, while the chances of failure during the final breakthrough would be smaller too. Yang Kai and Ru Meng stood guard, while the others entered retreat to refine the divine Dao water. Does husband want them to condense sixth-order elements? Ru Meng guessed Yang Kai's plan and secretly asked via divine sense. At the moment, her clothes are a little untidy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed, giving her an extremely seductive air. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and played with it softly as he whispered, "Entering the open heaven realm is not the end of the martial Dao. The difference between just one order is enormous, so if they can have a higher starting point, it will save them many years of cultivation and also allow them to have a more promising future. So, I'll try to provide them with the best possible starting point." Ru Meng nodded lightly. With a slight tilt, she fell into Yang Kai's arms, gently stroked the stubble on his chin, and stated in distress. My husband has been running around all over the world these past few years. It must have been difficult. Although it was her first time hearing about the divine Tao water, and she had never seen it before, how could anything that could improve a cultivator's Tao seal be common? It was definitely a treasure that most cultivators could only dream of. Everyone wanted such a treasure, so to obtain it, Yang Kai must have gone through plenty of hardships and only succeeded after much hard work. Yang Kai lowered his head, traced his finger over her ruby-red lips, and asked with a playful smile. Indeed. How do you intend to compensate your hard-working husband, Rumeng? Yu Rumeng glanced up at him shyly. They are refining the divine Tao water. Don't make trouble. It's bad to disturb them. After a pause, she continued. It's not often that you return home. When they're done, you should go and see Luor. Yang Kai nodded. How has Luor been doing recently? His wives were all here, except for Shan Qing Luo. He could not help it, because when he brought her to Void Land from the star boundary, Zhu Jiuyin instantly felt a familial aura from Shan Qing Luo and immediately took her away. Yang Kai could not stop this, and did not intend to either. After all, this was a good opportunity for Shan Qing Luo too, and Yang Kai believed that with Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, Shan Qing Luo would definitely have great achievements in the future. Yu Rumeng answered. I don't know. Luor has been following Senior Zhu Jiuyin, and hasn't shown up lately. However, I heard from Su Yan that when they met Luor last time, she looked well. Yang Kai nodded. I'll make time to see Zhu Jiuyin then. The several women did not take too long, only about 3 days to refine the divine Tao water. They opened their eyes one after another, and Yang Kai checked their Tao seals one by one. After confirming that their Tao seals were indeed stable enough to support sixth-order elements, he was relieved. If he did not have the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with him, he may not be bold enough to encourage his wives to condense sixth-order powers. After all, having the capability to condense such element powers was completely different from having the courage to do so. The risks of breaking through directly to the sixth order rather than the fifth order open heaven realm were orders of magnitude different. However, Yang Kai did have the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, which could secure their breakthrough in the future. After ordering them to find Bian Yiqing to request sixth-order materials, Yang Kai departed to Zhu Jiuyin's residence. Other than meeting Shan Qing Luo, he also wanted to know how much of Zhu Jiuyin's strength had been restored. She was a divine spirit born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After escaping the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had to adapt to the world principles of the 3,000 worlds in order to regain her peak strength. It had been several years since she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so in theory, she should have fully recovered. Zhu Jiuyin lived in the grandest palace complex which occupied an entire spirit peak. There were no outsiders here, only her and Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, climbed the stairs, and soon reached in front of the palace. He adjusted his clothes as he cleared his throat before cupping his fist. Senior, Junior Yang Kai is here to visit you. The sound echoed back and forth through the mountain peaks. Zhu Jiuyin's voice immediately reached Yang Kai's ear. Brat, you're not dead yet? Yang Kai was speechless. Why did you say so, Senior? You are my protector. Why do you wish for me to die? Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. It's true that I'm your protector, but I can only keep you safe in this small place. Since you like to wander around, what does it have to do to me if you get yourself killed outside? In fact, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die in a ditch somewhere outside. If he did, she did not have to guard this place anymore, and could go wherever she pleased with Shan Qing Luo. Yang Kai was annoyed, and if not for the vast gap in their strength, he would have charged inside to teach her a lesson. Forcing down his grievances, he swiftly changed the subject. Senior, please show yourself. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. Just say what you want to say and don't waste our time. This queen is really busy and doesn't have the attention to spare to see you. Yang Kai wanted to ask her what she was busy with, but on second thought, since Shan Qing Luo was with her, she probably was doing something related to Shan Qing Luo. Irritated but still willing to compromise, Yang Kai simply asked, Since Senior has been away from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for a few years, may this Junior ask how much of your strength had been restored? Do you need any assistance from me? Xu Jiuyin sneered. How can you help me? I don't need your help. If there's nothing else, go back and don't bother this queen. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He really wanted to grab this woman out and bite her. He proceeded with a low voice. It's fine if Senior doesn't want to show herself, but I want to see Luor. Luor is busy too. She's not free. Shoo, go away. Yang Kai widened his eyes and burst out. Senior, this is my void land. Not to mention, I am the master here. Luor is my wife. I just want to see her. Why won't you allow me? Bite me. Xu Jiuyin sneered. I really do want to bite you to death. Anger filled Yang Kai's heart, so he steeled himself and strode forward. I was being polite just now for the sake of respect. Do you really think I have to look at your face? Do you think you can stop me from coming in? Just as he took one step forward, though, a force traveled through the air and smacked him in the face. Yang Kai lost his balance and literally rolled down the mountain. By the time he got up again, he was already at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai looked up at the top of the mountain with clenched jaws. Xu Jiuyin, you crazy woman! Brat, if you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your void land? This place is not as simple as it appears. The voice of Xu Jiuyin resounded around his ears. Not as simple as it appears? Yang Kai was stunned. What's not simple about it? He shouted loudly a few times, but there was no response from Xu Jiuyin anymore. He had no idea if the woman did not hear him, or simply turned a deaf ear to him. In the midst of his anger, a rumble happened nearby. The ground trembled and it sounded like a thunderstorm. Yang Kai turned to it in shock, and saw two huge figures flying rapidly towards him from the mountain forest. When they got close, he saw sticky, slimy fluid dripping from the mouth of one of them, while the other one extended its huge head over to him, its eyes full of joy. It's you too! Yang Kai was sulking, but his mood improved a bit at the sight. These two giant creatures were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon that he brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had fed them dragon blood pills once in a while since the time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, every time they sensed Yang Kai's aura, they would run over and beg for food. Although Yang Kai refined a tremendous number of dragon blood pills in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and the quality was excellent, he had been consuming them all these years, so he did not have many left. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to sigh helplessly when he saw the pleading looks on these two. He took out 10 dragon blood pills, and fed them 5 each as he said, "This is the last time. You won't get it anymore." Without knowing whether they understood or not, they just swallowed the dragon blood pills one by one excitedly before circling around Yang Kai cordially. It was not surprising for them to appear here, because Xu Jiuyin lived here. They were all from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they were more comfortable with each other. Furthermore, Xu Jiuyin would teach these two from time to time. Given their somewhat childish behavior, it was natural for them to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them and found that both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were more than twice the size from the first time he saw them. The dragon auras emanating from their body were also much stronger. After all, they both had Dragon Clan bloodlines, though only a trace amount. Nonetheless, the dragon blood pills were extremely helpful to them and had strengthened them to a great degree. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:10, Refining the Metal Element. Xu Jiuyin, I will make you pay one day! Hovering in the sky of Void Land, Yang Kai declared silently with his teeth gritted. Since Xu Jiuyin stated that this Void Land was not as simple as it seemed, and asked him to investigate it carefully, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to neglect her words. This place was the foundation of his foothold in 3,000 worlds. Not to mention, there were 600,000 people he brought from the star boundary here. If anything happened here, how could he face those that remained in the star boundary? But after checking for days, he found nothing at all. He had lived in this place for quite some time, and did not notice anything strange about it. At most, It was just a spirit province where a second-class great force stood. There was truly nothing special about it. He took Zhu Jiuyin's words seriously because she was a powerful divine spirit. That perhaps she may have felt something. But now, it seemed that it was either that woman had misled him, or he was too weak to detect it. Yang Kai believed that the former was more likely, which enraged him. After a few bitter grumblings, Yang Kai gave up on continuing his investigation. He found second manager Bian Yuqing, informed her that he would be in retreat for a while, and told her not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. Bian Yuqing respectfully acknowledged his orders. Thus Yang Kai returned to his residence, went into the secret room and activated the various barriers. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind for 3 days before solemnly taking out the 7th order metal element monster core. The monster core was the size of a fist, its entire mass golden, and a strong and pure metal element power surrounded it. When he probed his divine sense into it, he could clearly feel the massive energy contained within. Yang Kai was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was not easy to obtain such a treasure, and it could be said that he was very lucky to have held on to it. He initially hoped to find the materials he needed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but his efforts turned out to be in vain. He had completely given up, especially when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was collapsing. However, when one door closes, a window opens. Yang Kai bumped into the severely injured Golden Wolf King that happened to have devoured the monster core of Golden Gorilla King, allowing it to advance from the peak of 6th order to the 7th order. At that time, Yang Kai still had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Part of the reason the Golden Wolf King could defeat the Golden Gorilla King and advance to the 7th order was because of Yang Kai. If he had not fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City back then, there would not have been a decisive battle between the two monster beasts, both at the peak of 6th order. After all, they had fought with each other for many years, and neither had prevailed. It could be said that their strength was always on par with each other. It was precisely because Yang Kai fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City and greatly weakened it that the Golden Wolf King had a chance to succeed. It was all kinds of opportunistic coincidences that brought Yang Kai the 7th order metal element monster core in his hand. Now, it seemed that it was no longer necessary for him to go to Golden Antelope Paradise, where he was planning to head if he failed to obtain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he might just be able to find something he needed there. However, he didn't have to anymore. No matter how indifferent he looked, Yang Kai was still a little exhilarated in his heart, because as long as he refined this monster core, he would be just one step away from the open heaven realm. As soon as he found a suitable element treasure to refine, he could split heaven and earth within himself to create a small universe, directly advancing to the high-rank open heaven realm. By then, he would have the ability to protect himself in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai took a soft breath and closed his eyes. Before refining this metal element monster core, he still needed to make some preparations. Among the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, Yang Kai first condensed his wood element, then fire, then earth. However, he had not found an appropriate metal element. Fortunately, Zhu Jiuyin handed him the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart scripture, allowing him to skip the metal element, and condensed his water element, as well as his yang element. Nonetheless, although the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart scripture was amazing, anyone who used it had to dedicate a part of their attention to maintaining its operation. Once it was interrupted, the powers inside the Tao seal would fall into chaos, leading to disastrous results. When refining his water element, Yang Kai spared a part of his focus on operating the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart scripture. Similarly, Yang Kai had to spare another part of his focus when condensing his yang element power. It could be said that Yang Kai has always been in the state of multitasking on at least 3 things at the same time. It was a great load on any cultivator who did this, because multitasking on 3 things would consume a lot of one's focus. Without a powerful soul, this could not have been done, let alone fighting with others in this state. Maybe multitasking on 3 things would not be too difficult for a short time, But the problem was this circulation could not be interrupted and had to be maintained at all times. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul was much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm, thus, he was able to maintain this state without making any mistakes. Now, since he wanted to condense the metal element power, he had to spare another part of his focus again. Divine sense surged, and his focus was divided. As the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture was operating, Yang Kai held the 7th order monster core with both hands, surged the powers within his Tao seal, and began absorbing the metal element power in the monster core. The metal element was renowned for its sharpness, and specialized in attacking. As such, the monster core's metal element power had an unparalleled sharpness to it. As soon as Yang Kai absorbed a trace of this power, he felt a stabbing pain in his physique and meridians, as if a tiny needle had poked into his body, shuttled through his physique and meridians, and pierced his Tao seal. Yang Kai's face trembled while he endured the pain. Soon, an almost imperceptible golden aura appeared in his Tao seal, and it began to tremble slightly. The powers of wood, fire, earth, and water seemed to become a little lively at this moment. Yang Kai did not know whether it was an illusion, but he did not have time to find out now. Since he had begun to refine the metal element power, he could not give up halfway, and constantly utilized his Tao seal, absorbing the energy of the monster core in his hand. As time passed, Yang Kai felt as though countless fine needles were drilling into his body, as if thousands of ants were eating his physique, and he had to endure the unbearable pain the whole time. However, the golden aura in his Tao seal was gradually growing stronger. With the increase of the metal element power, the rest of the 5 element powers became more and more active in his Tao seal. Even the vibration of his Tao seal became more and more apparent. The 5 elements were a complete cycle that brought about unity. The process of advancing to the open heaven realm was to integrate this unity into their Tao seal. Before, the 5 element powers in Yang Kai's body were incomplete, and could not harmonize with each other properly, so they had to act on their own. But now, Yang Kai has refined the metal element power, and finally gathered all of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were gradually integrated with each other in an infinite loop, connecting to each other in an endless and wondrous cycle. The Tao seal vibrated more and more, and its light flickered constantly. With the refining of the metal element power, Yang Kai's aura also became stronger and stronger. It was not easy to refine a 7th order material, and if it were any other cultivator, they would have to be extremely careful, especially towards the metal element power, because its innate nature to attack and kill was too strong. One mistake would lead to irreparable losses to their own meridians and Tao seal, possibly even death. Therefore, the time required for refining would naturally be exceedingly long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to more than 10 years. Yang Kai was not worried about this though. His Tao seal was extremely firm, and among the 5 elements, he had gathered the wood, water, fire, and earth already. As such, he had great experience in condensing this kind of high-rank power. He refined rapidly, and the aura of the metal element monster core in his hand disappeared at a visible speed. On the contrary, the golden light in Yang Kai's Tao seal gradually expanded. At a certain moment, when the last bit of power within the monster core in his hand was absorbed and condensed, Yang Kai felt that his mind relaxed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from him. He instinctively withdrew the several parts of his split focus, which had now been spared, and stopped the operation of the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture. Although the technique was interrupted, there was no sign of disorder with the powers in his Tao seal. On the contrary, as the 5 elements in his Tao seal were complete now, the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element powers mutually reinforced and suppressed one another, forming a complete cycle. Cultivators had to condense the elements in a specific order, but the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture negated that necessity. Now that Yang Kai possessed all the 5 elements though, he naturally did not need this technique. It was a great relief for him, especially from the stress of maintaining it. Yang Kai examined himself carefully, and clearly perceived the endless cycle of the 5 elements in his Tao seal. Following this cycle of the 5 elements, an inexplicable aura was released out of the Tao seal. This aura felt like a newborn world, like the prototype of world force, but at the same time not. The feeling of the complete 5 elements circulating in his own body, mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other, was even more amazing. Yang Kai had long experienced the world force. After all, he was the owner of the small sealed world, which was also an independent world itself and naturally had its own world force. However, the small sealed world was not his own body, and the feeling that came from his own being at this moment was completely different. A sudden realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai: this was the true half-step open heaven realm. Although previously he had refined 5 elements to reach the standard of the half-step open heaven realm, due to the scattered powers in his body, he did not form an orderly cycle at all. Therefore, he had not truly stepped into the half-step open heaven realm. But now, he had finally reached the threshold of the half-step open heaven realm. If he could take another step forward, he would be in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai concentrated his mind and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. His Tao seal constantly vibrated, and each vibration seemed to be a throb from the depths of his heart. The cycle of the 5 elements resonated with his soul, giving rise to the illusion that his Tao seal was about to evolve into a world. And he himself was the creator of this world. The feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, and his mood lifted a little. After condensing the metal element power, Yang Kai stood firm in the half-step open heaven realm. He could sense that his strength had increased by another leap. Even though it was not too outrageous, it was certainly different from before. More importantly, with the completion of the 5 elements, it gave him another trump card to use. Just when Yang Kai wanted to try a technique he had not used for a long time, a soft noise suddenly came out from within himself. Yang Kai was slightly stunned, unable to react to what had happened. When the soft noise resounded for the second time, Yang Kai hurriedly examined its source and his face turned deathly pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:11, 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. A crack had appeared in his Tao seal. Yang Kai was beyond startled, his face turning green from shock. After reaching the peak of the Emperor Realm, the Tao seal became the foundation of a cultivator. It was where their grand Tao was stored, the product of a cultivator's lifetime of hard work. If something went wrong with their Tao seal, it would be the end of the cultivator. Yang Kai never thought there would be a problem with his Tao seal, because it was extremely firm and robust, especially with the nourishment of the divine Tao water. But the most unlikely thing happened, and it happened so abruptly. Yang Kai drew a deep breath and held it for a long while, focusing his divine sense closely on his Tao seal. A small crack had indeed appeared in his Tao seal, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt light and refreshed. What's happening? After waiting for a long while, the movement from his Tao seal gradually stopped. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the powers in his Tao seal, but instead of any hindrance, they flowed smoother than ever. Still, the tiny crack was real, and there was no sign of it healing. Yang Kai was baffled. Boldly, he raised his hand, and a wave of sword chi swirled around his fingertips, one that encompassed all 5 elements. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a secret technique that Yang Kai cultivated a long time ago. Resources of the 5 elements needed to be consumed during its cultivation, but the grade of those resources he used to do so were not very high. With the improvement of his cultivation, this secret technique lacked utility and was thus set aside. However, this secret technique was also good because of its unlimited potential. The stronger the 5 element powers used, the greater the power of the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 element powers that Yang Kai refined to reach the open heaven realm were all high rank. Thus, the current sword chi he could use was on a completely different scale from before. That sword chi lingered around the secret room ceaselessly for a long time, and one could imagine how difficult it would be for the enemy to contend against it. Of course, Yang Kai was not testing out the power of this sword chi, but was instead using it to investigate his own Tao seal. After a while, he concluded that there was really nothing wrong with his Tao seal. Yang Kai frowned, feeling even more confused about his situation. He had no mentor to guide him throughout his cultivating journey, and had been experimenting and fumbling on his own most of the time. Right now, he was secretly worried that something had gone wrong and he was simply unable to detect it. Feeling uneasy, he opened the secret room and summoned Yuhi to ask her for some advice. After all, Yuhi was an experienced sixth-order open heaven realm master, so she might know something. Unfortunately, there was no reply even after a long time. As such, Yang Kai summoned Lu Shui, but there was no response from her either. Yuhi and Lu Shui were the two most powerful open heaven masters in Void Land currently, a sixth-order and a fifth-order open heaven realm master respectively, and Void Land supposedly didn't have any urgent matters going on currently, so how could they not reply to him? The only explanation was that they were not in Void Land. This made Yang Kai's heart clench tight. Did something happen to Void Land when he was in retreat? Completely abandoning the problems about his own Dao seal, he hurried out and sent a message to Bian Yuqing. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing quickly replied. After the two met, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Second manager, what happened to Void Land? Why are Yuhi and Lu Shui not here?" Bian Yuqing was momentarily stunned, but then laughed lightly and reassured him. "Sect Master, don't worry. Something did happen to Void Land, but it's something worth celebrating." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it worth celebrating?" Bian Yuqing pointed up at the sky and explained. "The people from Abundance City are breaking through to the open heaven realm. There are many of them, and it was an important matter, so all the open heaven realm masters in Void Land are standing guard outside." "Oh?" Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news, and his anxiety was immediately relieved. He thought something serious might have happened when he did not receive a response from Yuhi and Lu Shui, but now he learned that they actually left to stand guard for the people of Abundance City. Yang Kai silently calculated the time and figured he should have taken 3 months to refine the metal element monster core and retreat. It was not too long nor too short, and during this period, the people from Abundance City should have familiarized themselves with the outside world and made the necessary preparations to break through to the open heaven realm. Suddenly feeling excited, he quickly left after saying, "I'll go take a look too." In a flash, he opened a hole in the 9 heavenly layers grand array and left Void Land, reappearing in the void alone. The reason why the people of Abundance City chose to break through to the open heaven realm outside of Void Land was mainly that they were afraid of what damage the failure of their breakthroughs might bring to Void Land. The breakthrough to the open heaven realm did not have much requirement from the external environment. It could be done in a land rich in world energy, or in the empty void, as it was mainly dependent on one's own heritage. Yuhi and the others were naturally there too. Outside of Void Land, Yuhi, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and even Guo Ziyan were standing by, spread out to the 4 corners of a huge space in the void where Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and several of the others sat cross-legged, separated from each other by more than 10 kilometers, each of them permeating vigorous auras. There were not many of them, only 9. Besides City Lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other 4 great elders, the remaining 4 were deacons who had condensed fifth-order elements. Beyond that, there were many more cultivators clustered in another location. Yang Kai arrived just in time for Mo Mei and the others to break through to the open heaven realm. Without needing to approach, Yang Kai could already clearly feel world force permeating from them. He had witnessed Old Bai's promotion to the open heaven realm before, but he was the only one in that situation. Now that 9 people were breaking through together, how spectacular was the scene going to be? Void Land probably would be the only place to have such a spectacle in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for other sects to find so many disciples who were all so close to open heaven realm at the same time. Yang Kai watched for a while, feeling that Mo Mei and others should have no problem with their breakthroughs, but he was still not sure, so he flickered towards Yuhi. "Young master, did you exit retreat?" Yuhi was pleasantly surprised to see him. She felt around slightly, sensed the metal element power element permeating from Yang Kai, and confirmed that he had successfully refined it. "And?" Yang Kai nodded as he motioned with his mouth to the people in front. "How are they doing?" Yuhi replied. "Everything is going well. I'm certain it won't take more than 3 to 5 days for them to succeed. Yang Kai was delighted. That's good. Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. Congratulations, young master, Void Land's strength will greatly increase now. Yang Kai found what she said funny, then reached out and pinched her face. You are also from Void Land, we should be celebrating together. After pinching her, Yang Kai froze. Although Yuhi has always been obedient, he also knew the reason for it, so he had always been careful not to be too intimate with her. However, he was stunned by his own sudden action. Yuhi was also dumbfounded, and the both of them stared at each other. After a while, Yang Kai cleared his throat and looked away awkwardly. What's their condition? There were nearly 300 people gathered there looking nervously at Mo Mei and the others, all of them likely cultivators of Abundance City. Yuhi reported. They have broken through to the open heaven realm already, young master. There are 315 new open heaven realm masters in total, including 35 fourth order, 191 third order, and 89 second order open heaven masters. This number is quite unbelievable. Yang Kai was elated when he heard this. Before now, the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land could be counted with just one hand, but the sudden rise in numbers to more than 300 of them meant that the strength of Void Land had soared. With so many open heaven realm masters, Void Land still may not be as good as some top second-class great forces. But how many years had they been established and developing for? How old was Void Land? And this was just the beginning. Not to mention that there were even more cultivators in Abundance City that were only 1 or 2 steps away from the open heaven realm. The more than 600,000 people brought from the star boundary were also all elites. Many people would definitely break through to the open heaven realm in the near future. But even if the number was not as good as other forces, Void Land was definitely not lacking in terms of quality. Of the more than 300 people who had broken through successfully, 35 of them were fourth order open heaven masters. This ratio was terrifying, and only a special environment such as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could foster such potential, giving them the time to accumulate and break out of their shells all at once. Not to mention, there were still 9 more who were still in the process of breaking through. These 9 people, except Mo Mei, who was about to break through to the 6th order open heaven realm, were all going to break through to the 5th order open heaven realm. Once successful, Void Land's background would become quite terrifying. Why did Yang Kai spend so much to set up the 9 heavenly layers grand array? It was to prepare for rainy days. The strength of the people who came from the star boundary was uneven, and the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land was scarce. If anyone really decided to come looking for trouble, they may not be able to triumph against them. But with the protection of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they at least would have a safe environment. However, he did not need to worry about that anymore, unless those cave heavens and paradises launched a major attack on them. Otherwise, there were only a few great forces in the 3,000 worlds that could compete with Void Land now. Excited, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although he had occupied Void Land that day by chance, formed a sect here, then spent a fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, he always felt a little insecure. However, he no longer felt that way. With so many open heaven realm masters guarding Void Land now, this place had now become a true place of refuge for him. In the distance, the world force escaping from the bodies of Mo Mei and the others became more and more apparent, giving off a vague feeling that a new world was about to be born. However, judging from their appearance, it would still take a few days before the real promotion to open heaven realm took place. Yang Kai relaxed and then recalled the reason for coming out of his retreat, quickly asking in a small voice. Yuhi, I want to ask you something. Yuhi turned her head and asked. Feel free to ask anything, young master. Yang Kai reiterated what happened during his retreat, and Yuhi could not help getting nervous. A crack on your Dao seal? N. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Common sense says that when the Dao seal is broken, even if one's cultivation is not completely destroyed, they would at least be seriously injured, but I don't feel anything is off about myself. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. Yuhi pondered for a while before asking. Young master, will you allow me to investigate carefully? Yang Kai nodded. I was hoping you would. The Tao seal was the root of a cultivator, so it was not something to be opened up to others casually. If the other party had any malicious intentions, he would be dead without knowing how he was killed. Nevertheless, Yu-He was trustworthy and Yang Kai was confident it was impossible for her to have any ill intentions towards him. Yu-He immediately stretched out and tapped her slender jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, surging her divine sense as she probed him carefully. After a while, Yu-He retracted her finger, a frown on her face. What is it? Yang Kai asked nervously. Yu-He thought carefully before replying. I didn't notice anything wrong, but young master, your Tao seal has signs of breaking. This is something unprecedented and what? There are signs of you advancing to the open heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:12. Great Ping spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Signs of breaking through to the open heaven realm? Shock surfaced on Yang Kai's face. What do you mean? Yu-He explained. Young master may not be aware, but whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the open heaven realm, one's Tao seal must be broken to integrate yin, yang, and 5 elements together with one's grand Tao to form their small universe. She then pointed at Mo Mei and the others. They are currently in that phase. Once they succeed, they can advance to the open heaven realm. If they fail, the consequences will be dire. Such a thing happens? Yang Kai was astonished. He really did not know that the Tao seal would have to be broken while advancing to the open heaven realm. He always thought that the Tao seal would accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life. But now it seemed that there was no Tao seal in those within the open heaven realm, because their Tao seal would shatter and merge into their small universe, imprinting the cultivator's grand Tao. Yang Kai then asked with a frown. But the Tao seal is critical to a cultivator, wouldn't it cause irreparable damage to us when it shatters? Yu-He chuckled. What young master described is the consequences of one's Tao seal being destroyed by external forces. For example, if a certain half-step open heaven realm master was subjected to a secret technique that shattered their Tao seal, even if this person did not die, their cultivation would be completely crippled. However, when breaking through to the open heaven realm, this process is essential, otherwise, how would one integrate their own grand Tao into their small universe? This can be considered as breaking the old to build up the new. That's why the advancement to the open heaven realm has always been extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake will put all previous efforts to waste. Yang Kai had a vague idea now but was still confused. I am still one step away from open heaven realm, but it is not easy to even take this step. So why did my Tao seal change like this? Yu-He did not understand what was going on either, so shaking her head, she replied. I cannot say, young master. Do you really not feel anything wrong? Yang Kai answered. If there was something wrong, I would notice it, but I truly don't feel anything abnormal, except for the crack in my Tao seal. Yu-He pondered for a long time before opening her mouth hesitantly. Perhaps it has something to do with the order of the materials you have refined, young master. Throughout the ages there have been very few cultivators capable of condensing high-rank element powers. Another might not appear for thousands of years, so no one would be able to predict what kind of abnormal situations may occur on the path of cultivation such as young masters. If even Yu-He could not give him an answer, Yang Kai did not know who else to turn to. She had the highest cultivation and was the most knowledgeable in Void Land, so it was impossible for the others to know more than she did. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit and certainly stronger than Yu-He, her cultivation method was completely different from that of a human's, so asking her would be pointless. Seeing him still worried, Yu-He comforted him. But there is a benefit to the situation you're in. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. What's the benefit? Let's hear it. Young master's advancement to the open heaven in the future will certainly be easier now as there are signs of your breaking through already. When you gather all of your yin, yang, and 5-element powers, your advancement will definitely come naturally without much obstruction. Although Yang Kai knew that she was just comforting him, he still felt somewhat relieved and nodded. I hope so. Although talking to you, he did not solve his doubts, and he did not know why his Tao seal had such a phenomenon. Yang Kai faintly noticed one thing. The long gorge of cultivation between Emperor Realm and Open Heaven Realm could be called a completely new realm, such as the Tao seal realm. This was because when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, they would need to condense their Tao seal with their own grand Tao and lifelong cultivation. When advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Tao seal would be shattered and integrated into their small universe. The formation to the destruction of the Tao seal was the rise and fall of a realm, and its characteristics were extremely obvious. The question was, why did such a realm not exist? Since he could not answer such a question, he decided not to think about it anymore. If there had never been the existence of a Tao seal realm before, there must be a reason for it. 5 or 6 days passed by in a hurry while Yang Kai was constantly paying attention to the situation of his Tao seal. Suddenly, he sensed a notably obvious world force swaying in the void. Looking up quickly, he saw Peng Duo get up with a smile and stood steadily. However, at this moment, he was a lot stronger than before. His upright stature felt as though a new world had emerged, and a complete world force lingered around him. He has successfully broken, though. At almost the same time, world forces constantly fluctuated around the void. Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, Gong Yangxi, and the others advanced to the Open Heaven Realm within just a half cup of tea's time. These great elders of Abundant City had spent almost the same amount of time cultivating, and the fifth-order materials they refined were not much different in attributes, which was why their breakthrough was so close to each other. After another half-day, Fan Wu Xian and the other deacons also successfully broke through. Finally, after another day, Mo Mei completed her breakthrough. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he gave Mo Mei many heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could greatly improve the chances of successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, spirit pills were only external aids after all. What truly mattered was their respective will and foundation. No matter how much any external assistance was provided, if one was personally insufficient, there would still be a risk of failure. Now that they were all successful and no one had failed, it was well worth being delighted about. Having long noticed Yang Kai's presence, Mo Mei did not bother stabilizing her cultivation after her advancement to the Open Heaven Realm and flew straight towards him. Behind her, Peng Duo and the others quickly followed by the hundreds of Abundant City cultivators who had already broken through to the Open Heaven Realm. In front of Yang Kai, Mo Mei saluted elegantly. "Greetings, Sect Master!" Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift her up with a small smile before cupping his fist as well. "Congratulations to everyone on your advancement to the Open Heaven Realm. From now on, like the great Pengs of legends, spread your wings and soar into the sky." Mo Mei replied humbly. "Many thanks to Sect Master for removing the blood principles on us, taking us out of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and giving us such precious spirit pills. We will never forget Sect Master's grace." Although Mo Mei's tone was calm, her expression could not conceal her excitement. She and the great elders of Abundance City had long met the requirements to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, but they could not do so because they were suppressed by the Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself. They have lived in that universe Cave Heaven for generations, and although they knew about the existence of the Open Heaven Realm, they could never reach it. As cultivators, how could they not have the desire to progress further on the martial Tao? Even in their dreams, they had never thought that one day they could really achieve what they so desired. It was Yang Kai who broke them out of that cage, lifted the blood principle's restriction on them, and brought them to this vast universe safely. To them, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace and an opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, there were the spirit pills given by Yang Kai to them. Before their breakthrough, Mo Mei and the others were not aware of the dangers of attempting this breakthrough. However, after having experienced the process firsthand, they realized the various risks of this process. It could be said that if they had no special spirit pills, at least 100 cultivators from Abundance City would have died in this attempt. Even Mo Mei could not guarantee that she would succeed, as it was possible that she could have fallen short just with a slight change in her inner state, resulting in her death. If even she had no guarantee, what about the others? However, with the help of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, hundreds of people were able to advance successfully together, and no one was injured. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mo Mei's gratitude was completely sincere and heartfelt. The 300-plus people chanted in unison. "Many thanks, Sect Master!" Yang Kai chuckled happily. "We are all one family now, there's no need to be so formal." After a little pondering, he added, "Mo Mei, you have now reached the open heaven realm, and are also in the 6th order, so he will be promoted to the positions of left and right protectors of Void Land. I wonder if you are willing to take up this responsibility?" Mo Mei replied, "It would be my honor, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Good, then Mo Mei, you will be the right protector of my Void Land in the future. Additionally, you and the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will join Void Land's Elder Council. Second Manager will inform you of the details." Pang Duo and the others chanted in unison, "We will follow Sect Master's command." Yang Kai guffawed, his face full of exhilaration, and the worries brought about by his Tao seal were also washed away. He shouted in high spirits, "Today, Void Land has gained a great boon. There won't be any need to worry about being prosperous in the future. It is Void Land's honor to have you join us, just as it is this Yang's honor." Mo Mei replied humbly, "Sect Master is too modest." Yang Kai continued, "We should set up a banquet and have a good drink to celebrate such a joyous occasion. But you have all just finished breaking through, so you still need to stabilize your cultivations. Let us return to Void Land first. We will celebrate well after all of your cultivations have been consolidated." Naturally, no one had any objections. They did need time to stabilize their cultivation and familiarize themselves with the might of the open heaven realm. Upon returning to Void Land, Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing, informed her about the advancement of Mo Mei and the others, filled her in on the matter of the Protectors and Elder Council, and delegated her to make arrangements for it. Pang Duo and the others had now advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and indeed were qualified to be part of the Elder Council. As for those 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai gave the responsibility of delegating their positions and responsibilities to Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai did not stay any longer, and returned to his retreat. After studying his Tao seal carefully for a few days, he finally let out a breath of relief when he did not find any hidden dangers. According to Yu, although the incident with his Tao seal was strange, it may not be a bad thing. At least it would be much easier for him to break through to the open heaven realm in the future. Mo Mei and the others needed time to stabilize their cultivation, and so did Yang Kai. The proprietress said before she left that the progression of his cultivation was too rapid. Although there would be no problems in the near future, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no hidden dangers during his advancement to the open heaven realm. There was no other cultivator like him who had condensed 6 high-rank elements in such a short period of time, and was only one step away from the open heaven realm. Even the oddity with his Tao seal was likely related to this. Yang Kai naturally had to be careful. He would not be able to obtain the last element treasure in short order. Since the proprietress would be keeping an eye out for him, Yang Kai decided to not worry about it. The proprietress definitely had much better connections than he did, so if even she was unable to find a high-ranking element treasure, he wouldn't either, no matter how hard he tried. Simply taking this time to consolidate his own cultivation was the best plan for the future. With a clear mind, Yang Kai relaxed and entered retreat with peace of mind, focusing on exploring the current powers he had. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-13, Towering Evergreen. Towering Evergreen! Yang Kai's lips murmured quietly in the secret room as the wood element power in his Tao seal shone brightly. Emerald light lingered around him, and a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted behind his back, one so massive its crown seemed to cover the sky. All kinds of mysterious sensations were imprinted in his heart, and Yang Kai could not help gaining a trace of enlightenment. This was not a simple wood element divine ability, but a divine manifestation of the same grade as his golden crow casts the sun. During his retreat, Yang Kai focused on consolidating his foundation and comprehending his gains, so as to avoid any twists and turns in his future advancement to the open heaven realm. In order to do this, there was no better method than to comprehend the mysteries of his yin, yang, and 5-element powers. As long as he could comprehend the secrets of these powers within his Tao seal, he would be able to completely master his strength. Among the various powers he condensed, Yang Kai had already comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from the fire element power, and the dragon shield secret technique from his earth element power, but he was still clueless about the water element, yan element, and metal element powers he had condensed. Regarding the wood element power, he came across an opportunity before entering the blood monster divine palace. However, he was in an urgent situation at that time, so after saving Chu Huashang, he hurriedly rushed into Blood Monster Divine Palace, and did not have time to carefully experience his new wood element divine ability. Then, after returning to Void Land, he had been busy refining the 7th Order Monster Core and retreat until now. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that what he comprehended through his wood element power was no mere divine ability, but rather a divine manifestation. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was able to block a terrifying blow from the 7th Order Star Turtle back then. Despite the high order of the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree, Yang Kai could not believe that he managed to block that attack at the time. After all, there was a huge gap between him and the Star Turtle. Now, he finally understood that he had underestimated the might of this divine manifestation. Divine manifestations had always been exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. Only they were eligible to comprehend divine manifestation, but that did not mean all of them could. There were many powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not have their own divine manifestation. It was a miracle that Yang Kai could comprehend the golden crow casts the sun as an emperor realm cultivator. When the head manager of Scarlet Star, Zhao Baichuan, saw it last time, he commented that Yang Kai could compete with ordinary low-rank open heaven realm masters with just this divine manifestation alone. Thus, one could imagine the power of a divine manifestation. Now, after learning the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai obtained the towering evergreen divine manifestation. If Zhao Baichuan knew about it, he would most likely jump out of his coffin in envy. Finally registering that the towering ancient tree behind him was a divine manifestation, Yang Kai could not help guffaw. His mouth opened wide as he let out genuine roars of laughter. After comprehending carefully for a while, Yang Kai fully understood. This towering evergreen was not just a defensive divine manifestation, but also possessed an extremely shocking healing ability. After all, this was the wood element power that was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so it came as no surprise that it had such utility. However, this divine manifestation was not really helpful to Yang Kai, because his own recovery abilities were already extraordinary, to the point that he did not need to rely on external forces. The golden crow casts the sun was an offensive divine manifestation, while the towering evergreen was a defensive one. With both offensive and defensive abilities and also the newly refined metal element power, there was a sharp increase in Yang Kai's strength. After studying it thoroughly for a while, Yang Kai dismissed this divine manifestation and began concentrating on comprehending his other powers. Being able to comprehend this towering evergreen divine manifestation before the Blood Monster Divine Palace was greatly related to his perseverance in studying his wood element for a long time. Ever since he learned about the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai put in effort to comprehend his element powers whenever he had spare time. It was just that he had not perceived anything all this time. However, it was not because he was working in the wrong direction, but rather that the opportunity had not yet appeared. Seeing the results now, Yang Kai knew that his efforts over the years had not been in vain, so he would spare no effort in doing so again. Surprisingly, after half a year in retreat, Yang Kai made another achievement. In the secret room, a full moon suddenly rose slowly from behind him. It was the moonlight reflection in the water, pouring down slowly in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, frost suddenly adorning everywhere in the room, emitting cracking noises. The water element divine ability came into being. He obtained his water element by refining a moon essence, and it could only produce such an amazing scene because of its ice attribute. However, this moonlight reflection in the water was not a divine manifestation, but rather a simple divine ability. Compared to Golden Crow casts the sun from the fire element and towering evergreen from the wood element, it was an order of magnitude weaker. Yang Kai was not upset though. Given the rarity of divine manifestations, it was already exceedingly lucky for him to comprehend two with his current strength. How could he ask for more? Now that he comprehended the Golden Crow casts the sun from his fire element power and moonlight reflection in the water from the water element power, Yang Kai had gathered both the strength of the sun and moon. It was just a coincidence, as it was truly rare. As he thought about it, the full moon set and the sun rose. The sun rose when the moon set, while the sun set as the moon rose. It was like an endless cycle. At this moment, Yang Kai actually felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai knew he could not compare to Flowing Time Great Emperor, or even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After all, those two were the inheritance disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor and had taken up his mantle. As such, their attainments in the Tao of Time were superior to Yang Kai's. Moreover, Yang Kai's foundation was established on the Tao of Space. All along, he has been painstakingly comprehending space principles and did not invest much into the Tao of Time. Back then, it was only by chance that he learnt the Time Flies seal, but he did not focus deeply on it. However, at this moment, when he comprehended the divine ability, moonlight reflection, from his water element power, Yang Kai could not help having a feeling of inspiration. If he could merge these fire and water powers with the Time Flies seal to form a new divine ability, it would definitely be one of his most powerful trump cards. Without hesitation, Yang Kai started to surge his fire and water element powers in sequence in the secret room. Sometimes the sun leapt out, and occasionally, the moonlight poured down, while the Time Flies seal fluctuated. In the void, a ship sailed forward slowly. Many people gathered on the deck of the ship in small groups, talking and laughing. It could be seen that this was a ship of a great force, and all the cultivators on board were the disciples of this great force. Among the leaders, there was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and two third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The fourth-order Open Heaven Realm was an elderly man, while the two third-orders were a middle-aged man and a dignified woman. An imposing young man stood beside the three of them. He was noble and handsome, and many senior sisters and junior sisters on the ship would steal glances at him quietly. From time to time, their eyes would meet his eyes, and they would quickly lower their heads shyly, but the young man just smiled gently, which sent the senior sisters and junior sisters swooning. Senior Brother Chi, does Void Territory's Star City really have a complete set of fifth-order materials to be exchanged? The dignified woman in the third-order Open Heaven Realm asked, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Chi, we've crossed a few great territories to get here. It had better not be false news, otherwise we would have traveled all the way for nothing. The middle-aged man also in the third-order Open Heaven Realm questioned with a worried face. The elderly man surnamed Chi stroked his beard lightly and smiled. Don't worry, the news is accurate, but it will be up to our own abilities to decide whether or not we are able to obtain these materials. The woman could not believe it. But how could this void land be willing to sell their fifth-order materials? Don't they need them? It was common to use lower-order materials to exchange for higher-order ones, but never did they expect that someone would be willing to exchange higher-order materials for lower-order ones, especially with other second-class great forces. Why would anyone do such a thing? Not to mention it was a complete set of fifth-order materials. The so-called complete meant that it was a full set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials. If one could get their hands on such a set of resources, it would completely meet the cultivation needs of a junior who was looking to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, leaving no need to bother seeking out more materials. The old man surnamed Chi replied, I don't know about this, but many people have traded for fifth-order materials from them already. Indeed, many people have exchanged for fifth-order materials from Void Territory's Star City. Bian Yuqing had reported this to Yang Kai before. It was because there were not many disciples who could refine fifth-order materials, but an enormous number who needed third-order and fourth-order materials. that she took the materials collected from Gourd Vine to sell in the Star City for the resources Void Land needed. The move immediately created a sensation in the nearby Great Territories. Fifth-order materials were neither high nor low in terms of order. Perhaps they might not be precious to the cave heavens and paradises, but they were strategic resources for any of the second-class great forces. Not to mention those third-class great forces that may not even know what fifth-order materials look like. Furthermore, the fifth-order materials that were brought out from Void Land were not just ordinary fifth-order materials, but obviously stemmed from the same source. If one could refine a complete set of such materials, there may be some unexpected gains. Therefore, compared with normal fifth-order materials, a complete set of such materials was far more popular. Initially, only a few great forces from the great territories nearby visited Void Territories Star City, but as the news spread, more and more people came. Many great forces even did not hesitate to pay a visit to Void Territories Star City despite all the obstacles in the journey, just to obtain a complete set of materials from the Gourd Vine. Bian Yuqing's original plan was just to trade something they had for things they were lacking to solve the resource problems of Void Land. Beyond her expectation, she inadvertently promoted the reputation of Void Territories Star City. The influx of cultivators coming and going from Void Territories Star City naturally livened up the city. Although it was only a medium-sized star city and the differences were still significant compared with a large-sized one such as Thousand Bird Star City, the volume of trading in Void Star City had undoubtedly increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Void Star City was Void Land's private property, so with the increase in trade volume, the tax that could be collected by Void Land would naturally rise too. Yun Xinghua, who was sent by Yang Kai to take charge of this place, was delighted to see the development and growth of the Star City. He had even begun to consider ways to ask Yang Kai for credit and reward for it. Yun Xinghua was forced by Yang Kai to sign his name on the loyalty list, and he had felt uneasy about it at first. He was worried that if Yang Kai was displeased with him one day, he could scratch his name off the loyalty list, and his life would end. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-14, Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the boat, the old man surnamed Chi turned to look at the young man who had been standing beside him. Hanju, our Mountains and Seas Pavilion is prepared to spend all of our savings in exchange for a set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials for you. You have to cultivate hard from now on, so as to live up to the expectations of us old fogies. Mountains and Seas Pavilion used to be called Mountains and Seas Province, but because it had given rise to 2 fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it renamed itself to Mountains and Seas Pavilion, barely qualifying as a second-class great force. The original 7 Wonders Land, which consisted of a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and several 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Protector Venerables, was more than just a little stronger than Mountains and Seas Pavilion. But these were the rules of the 3,000 worlds. Any great force which had mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could be classified as second class, and any great force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be classified as first class. Great forces with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered third class. A great force such as the Mountains and Seas Pavilion was not rich in financial resources, and a complete set of 5th-order materials was worth no less than 10 million Open Heaven pills. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to afford it, giving them no way to obtain 5th-order materials. But when the news of 5th-order materials being traded in Void Star City was heard, Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not help being tempted. This could not be helped as a disciple. The young man named Hanju was born in the Mountains and Seas Pavilion with outstanding aptitude. Mountains and Seas Pavilion was never too ambitious, so even if they knew that Hanju's Dao seal was firm enough to condense 5th-order elements, they did not even consider doing so. They were more than satisfied with him breaking through to just the 4th-order Open Heaven realm. With Hanju's aptitude, reaching the 4th order was a certain bet. Although they felt as though they had let him down, they had no choice. Mountains and Seas Pavilion needed money in order to continue functioning properly. Where could they find the spare Open Heaven pills to purchase valuable 5th-order materials? It was at this point that news reached Mountains and Seas Pavilion that fifth-order materials could be purchased at Void Territory's Star City. The old man surnamed Chi was overjoyed and immediately consulted the pavilion master. After explaining the situation, he persuaded the pavilion master to support Han Ju's promotion to the fifth-order open heaven realm to the best of his ability. As long as Han Ju could reach the fifth-order open heaven realm, the entire Mountains and Seas Pavilion would rise to a new height and eventually gain a firm foothold as a second-class great force. Of course, the pavilion master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion knew this. They did not have much hope before now, for they lacked financial resources, but most of all, there was no way to find appropriate fifth-order materials. There might be hope for materials of the five elements, for some could be purchased with open heaven pills in various medium-sized and large-sized star cities. However, in many cases, even money could not buy yin and yang materials. Since ancient times, yin and yang materials had always been much rarer and more expensive than five elements materials. Now, though, the Star City in Void Territory was selling complete sets of fifth-order materials. As long as they had enough resources or open heaven pills to exchange, it would undoubtedly serve as a glimmer of light in the darkness for Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Mountains and Seas Pavilion's master did not hesitate much and soon decided to strongly support the decision of the old man surnamed Chi, which was why this trip took place. They spent a month on this journey and crossed several great territories to arrive at this place. Loaded on the boat were almost all the reserves of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. In order to successfully exchange for the fifth-order set of materials, Mountains and Seas Pavilion was ready to wager everything. In this way, the old man surnamed Chi's expectations for Han Ju were naturally understandable. Han Ju obviously understood this, so he cupped his fist with the utmost solemnity. "Honored master, rest assured. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm as soon as possible, never daring to slack off." The old man surnamed Chi stroked his beard with a smile, and replied with great faith. "This old master is not worried about your aptitude. As long as your temperament can keep up with your cultivation, there won't be too many dangers in your promotion to the fifth order in the future." Han Ju respectfully saluted. "Disciple will follow honored master's teachings diligently." To the side, the dignified woman suddenly spoke up. "Senior brother Chi, someone is approaching." The old man surnamed Chi turned his eyes to the front and saw that there was indeed a ship approaching them at an incredible speed, and by the looks of its direction, it seemed to be coming straight at them. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi's face changed slightly, and he uttered in a low voice, "These visitors don't seem to have good intentions, be on alert." As soon as the words fell, the ship had arrived in front of them, blocking the way. On the deck, a dozen figures stood and looked at them with cold eyes. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi and the two third-order open heaven realm masters from Mountains and Seas Pavilions turned stiff. That was because the dozen people on the opposing ship were all open heaven realm masters. Although the leader seemed to only be a fourth-order open heaven realm master like the old man surnamed Chi, the other side had vastly superior numbers. Although it seemed like the other party was ill-intentioned, the old man surnamed Chi still cupped his fist. "Chi Changing of Mountains and Seas Pavilion greets fellow travelers. May I know why you have stopped us here? Mountains and Seas Pavilion?" The leading fourth-order open heaven realm master scoffed disdainfully. "What Mountains and Seas Pavilion? I've never heard of it." The expression on the old man surnamed Chi darkened, and was about to say something when the man suddenly waved his hand and growled in a low voice. "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive!" Everyone from Mountains and Seas Pavilion was appalled when they heard these words. They never thought that they would encounter pirates in the void, much less ruthless ones who would kill without a second thought. How could the Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples sit still? Not only did they come with all the wealth Mountains and Seas Pavilion possessed, but even the sex hope for the future, Han Ju, was on board too. If something happened to them, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would be completely done for. Shi Changing immediately shouted, "Retreat!" When the words fell, the grand array of the ship was immediately activated, and it drove forward at shocking speed. He did not back down, because retreating would be futile. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was no match for them at all. They could only move forward, hoping to reach Void Star City. As long as they could reach Void Star City, they would be safe, and these people would not dare to cause trouble. At this crucial moment, Chi Chang-ying made a firm and resolute decision. His thoughts were very keen, and his judgment was even more accurate, but in the next instant, the enemy leader waved his hand and a shocking beam of light struck the middle of their ship. This attack was not something a fourth-order open heaven realm master could throw out, and a single strike greatly damaged the grand array of the ship, shaking it violently and throwing many people to the deck. Seeing this, Chi Chang-ying's heart sank as he surged his own strength desperately, struggling to support the grand array as he continued their attempt to flee. More than 10 figures had already rushed over from the enemy ship in that time though, and the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed before swiftly smashing onto the ship. After a stick of incense, accompanied by a loud bang, the Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship shattered. The violent force from the explosion swept through the disciples, causing countless casualties. Hanju, the future hope of Mountains and Seas Pavilion, died instantly without a complete corpse. Chi Chang-ying's eyes were about to burst out of their socket when a ray of light slashed towards him. His mind still in a daze, he was too late to evade the blow, which cut through his body. All he could feel was his body almost splitting in two. The severe pain cleared his mind for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless, and he would only be dying in vain, so he immediately held his breath, and concealed his aura, quietly suspending himself in the void as if he was really dead. Each of the miserable cries for help coming from his surroundings represented a disciple on the brink of death. Every scream felt like a knife stabbing through his heart. Despite the excruciating physical pain Chi Chang-ying felt, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. After a while, everything returned to calmness. The 10 or so enemy open heaven realm masters gathered. Chi Chang-ying pushed his divine sense secretly, and only vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yun before falling into a coma. He did not know how much time had passed when he woke up again. Shuddering from the severe pain, he barely stood up, looked around, and saw corpses scattered across the void, all vitality drained from their familiar faces. The fragmented ship was stained with blood, and broken limbs and hashed meat was scattered everywhere. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as Chi Chang-ying growled through gritted teeth. Void Land, I'll never forgive you! This was Void Territory, the great territory controlled by Void Land. Chi Chang-ying did not think to relate the ambush to Void Land originally, because this did not make sense. How could Void Land provoke others and risk their own reputation within their own territory? However, the few words he heard before he fell into unconsciousness reminded him of something. As far as he knew, the person in charge of Void Star City was named Yun Xinghua, who happened to be a fourth-order open heaven master, which was equivalent to his cultivation. If Void Land deliberately spread rumors about them selling fifth-order materials and lured victims like them to come with a lot of money just to rob them halfway, it would make sense. It's over, Mountains and Seas Pavilion is finished. All their wealth was swept away, and even the sect's most promising disciple that had a chance to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm directly died tragically in front of his eyes. Such a blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Chi Chang-ying panted violently for a while before hurriedly taking out a few spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. He then dragged his damaged body with gritted teeth towards the place where Void Star City sat, his eyes filled with vengeance. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. In his secret room, time principles lingered around Yang Kai as the sun and moon rose and set in an infinite cycle above his palm. It took a year to finally improve the time flies seal. His comprehension of the Tao of time and of his own powers were much greater than before. Yang Kai had not used the newly improved time flies seal against any enemy yet, but he was sure that it was definitely not inferior to his golden crow cast the sun, and it could be even better. Because this move integrated golden crow cast the sun and moonlight reflection in the water, how could it be weak? Yang Kai was confident that if a third-order open heaven realm was caught off guard, this divine ability was sufficient to take their life. One could not guarantee that there would not be one in the future, but throughout the ages, it was absolutely unprecedented for an Emperor Realm Jr. to make such an achievement. While he was still rejoicing, the barrier of the secret room was suddenly disturbed. Yang Kai frowned. He had left Bian Yuqing instructions before he went into retreat that unless it was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. Now that the barrier has been touched, it was obvious that something major had happened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-15, Accident in the Star City. Sect Master, there's been an accident in the Star City. As soon as Yang Kai opened the door, Bian Yuqing hurriedly reported, looking a little flustered. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise but quickly consoled her. What happened? Don't rush and speak slowly. Letting her into the room, Bian Yuqing took a deep breath to calm her nerves and then began to explain. Something indeed had happened in the Star City, and it was a major issue. Void Star City had been developing rapidly because of the availability of complete sets of fifth-order materials. Many people had been flocking towards the Star City, which increased its population, popularity, and daily trading volume. However, since about a year ago, it seemed to have also attracted foreign great forces with ill intentions, ambushing and robbing others brutally and ruthlessly. The news quickly spread to the Star City as these incidents happened in the space surrounding the Star City. Yun Xinghua was not bothered by it at first. After all, such incidents were not uncommon in the 3,000 worlds. Now that he was in high spirits ever since he took charge of Void Star City, he had no time to concern himself with such external matters. However, as time passed, another ugly rumor began circulating. It was said that the robberies and murders were closely associated with Void Land. Otherwise, why would Void Land sit idly by and allow criminals to act presumptuously at their doorsteps? One after another, 7 or so great forces traveling to and from Void Star City had encountered mishaps and suffered serious casualties. The sight of the murders was even more appalling as not a single survivor was left, and all possessions were robbed. As a result, the great forces that intended to trade in Void Star City in exchange for resources had all retreated. The most direct consequence was the sharp decline of Void Star City's popularity, and the sharp plummet in the number of cultivators residing in it. The rumors spread like wildfire, and after a brief period of fermentation, even the nearby great territories became aware of this situation. Yun Xinghua could no longer sit still. He was in charge of the Star City, and the income of the Star City had a lot to do with his position in Yang Kai's eyes. If he could not even handle such a minor issue, how could he deserve such a good opportunity to be in charge of the Star City? He was afraid that Yang Kai might even punish him. Therefore, he immediately sent a message back to Void Land to consult second manager Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing could sense something was wrong. This was obviously the result of someone deliberately causing trouble out of envy of the development of Void Land and its Star City. Regardless of what happened behind the scenes, the tragedies did happen in Void territory, so Void Land had to give a reasonable explanation. Bian Yuqing quickly took action and ordered Lu Shui and her subordinates to investigate the situation around the Star City. Lu Shui, who was a fifth-order Open Heaven Master, brought more than 10 fourth-order and third-order Open Heaven Masters from Abundance City with her, quite a luxurious lineup. Unless they had to face a sixth-order Open Heaven Master, there would not be any difficulties, so Bian Yuqing was not worried at all. The instructions given to Lu Shui were very clear too, which was to find out who the criminals who caused all this trouble in Void territory were, and report back immediately. But it had been a month since Lu Shui left, and Bian Yuqing still had not received any news from her. Bian Yuqing then sent a message to Void Star City, but there was no reply from them either. She immediately realized that something went terribly wrong, and hurriedly came to report to Yang Kai, who was still in retreat. After listening to her report, Yang Kai's face turned sullen and remained silent for a while. It seems that Lu Shui and the Star City must have been attacked and captured, otherwise we would have heard from them already. Yun Xinghua is a fourth-order Open Heaven Master, And the Star City has a group of his Blood Swan Continent Masters who are all pretty strong. What's more, there's also Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, who had a team of 10 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with her for support. It's obvious that the enemy is very strong. There must be at least one 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them. Bian Yuqing repeated. 6th Order Open Heaven Master. Doesn't that mean that it's a top-tier 2nd-class great force we're facing? To have a 6th Order Open Heaven Master meant that the enemy was among the top 2nd-class great forces. Would anything happen to Elder Lu and the others? Although she was the 2nd manager of Void Land and stood above almost all others in terms of authority, she had only been in Void Land for a short time, so there was still much for her to learn about the 3,000 worlds. What she was most worried about was the safety of Lu Shui and the others at this moment. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes narrowed into slits as he sneered to himself. Is someone getting impatient? He was almost certain that this incident was directed against him. The road to the high-rank Open Heaven realm was difficult and filled with obstacles. The proprietress had told him before that the cave heavens and paradises would never sit by idly and watch him break through directly to the high-rank Open Heaven realm safely. Chu Huashang had also confided in him some ancient secrets about why this was so. Although he had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises before, because he was still not a threat to them, he had not faced any real danger. Those top masters of the cave heavens and paradises could not be seen bullying the weak, as they had their status and reputation to consider, which would be besmeared if they were desperate enough to lay a hand on far weaker sects. It was inconvenient for them to take action, but their juniors did not need to worry about such things. Any tragedies caused between cultivators of the same generation would only display one's lack of aptitude and luck. It was no one else's fault. That was why there were some who were set on killing him, while some wanted to form an alliance with him when he was in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang, too, wanted to recruit him into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but the price was that Yang Kai could never advance directly to the 7th Order, only the 6th Order. In short, the major cave heavens and paradises wanted to stop anyone whose ability could exceed their control and challenge their authority and status one day in the future. This was the same for every cave heaven and paradise. This was the situation before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. However, when Blood Monster Cave Heaven closed, there was a shift in the situation because Yang Kai obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. He had used his Golden Crow Cast the Sun and Dragon Shield secret technique more than once, and even displayed the towering evergreen outside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. He also spent a fortune to purchase the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng from Yijian from Thunderclap Hall at the exchange meeting in Thousand Birds Star City. Anyone who was paying attention would be able to realize he had condensed fire, earth, wood, and yang elements, and as soon as he refined the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core that he had newly obtained, how far would he be from ascending to the Open Heaven realm? Although directly breaking through to the high-rank Open Heaven realm was extremely dangerous, and no one dared say that Yang Kai would definitely succeed in doing so, what if he did? They had not been oppressing him openly before because the situation was not yet urgent. The advancement from the peak of the Emperor realm to the Open Heaven realm was always a long process, and any accident along the way would be enough to take Yang Kai's life. But Yang Kai's cultivation speed obviously exceeded everyone's expectations, and there were even rumors now that Lan Yurua first and was sparing no effort to search for high-rank Yin element resources. Many were aware of the relationship between Lan Yurua and Yang Kai. Lan Yurua was a 6th Order Open Heaven Master, so she had no reason to be looking for a 7th Order Yin element treasure other than for Yang Kai. Rumor had it that she now had a lead on such a resource and had led several subordinates of First into a certain forbidden zone. If she succeeded in coming out safely, she might just bring a 7th Order Yin element treasure with her. By then, Yang Kai would have a great chance of breaking through. It was a matter that could not afford to be delayed any longer. If they wanted to make a move, it had to be done before Lan Yurua returned. Otherwise, if this 6th Order woman went crazy, it would be hard to subdue her without a high-rank Open Heaven realm master making a move. Yang Kai was not aware that the proprietress, old Bai, chef, and accountant had risked their lives to venture into a forbidden zone to search for a element treasure for him, but he quickly realized after learning about the incident in Void Star City and the disappearance of Lu Shui and the others that someone had lost their patience, and was now making a move against him. Is it the cave heavens and paradises? Not necessarily. The cave heavens and paradises are highly exalted and renowned, so they would not have acted out directly without a righteous cause, otherwise, it would put their reputations at risk. The loss would outweigh the gain. Then, who could it be? Only a top-tier second-class great force could dispatch a sixth-order open heaven realm master. After a little bit of pondering, a figure flashed across Yang Kai's mind and a sneer appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai ordered, "Second manager, be patient. Elder Lu and the others should not be in any danger, but they're most likely captured and restrained. As long as that person still desired the seventh-order monster core he possessed, he would not mistreat Lu Shui and the others. If he pushed Yang Kai past his limits, what would he have to bargain with?" However, this was only Yang Kai's speculation, and it was really hard to say whether it was accurate or not. That person also knew that Yang Kai had Yu He, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, with him, and he was also only a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Where did he get the courage to stir up trouble? Unless he had someone even stronger backing him. After some thinking, Yang Kai's confusion slowly cleared. At this moment, Bian Yuqing's expression suddenly changed and she took out a communication bead. After reading the message she just received, her face filled with great panic as she announced, "Sect Master, there are many ships coming towards Void Land." Yang Kai's face sank. Such an ugly appetite. Although he had already anticipated the situation after learning that Lu Shui and the others were missing, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. He had just received the news, and the other party was already at his gates. "Follow me to have a look." Yang Kai shot out of the room as soon as he spoke, followed closely by Bian Yuqing. They arrived at the edge of the 9 heavenly layers grand array. After opening a window in the grand array and stealing a peek, the color completely drained from Bian Yuqing's beautiful face while Yang Kai's too, looking extremely sullen. Previously, Bian Yuqing was only informed by the patrols guarding the grand array that many ships were advancing towards Void Land, but the number was not specified. Now, from the glance into the void she just took, it was clear that an overwhelming number of ships was filling the void. "Why are there so many?" Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes quivered. Yang Kai did not expect this scene either, but after a little thought he understood. If Void Land was really just an ordinary second-class great force, the other party would probably not dispatch such an overwhelming lineup. However, Void Land's 9 heavenly layers grand array was extraordinary, and the other party was not confident it could overwhelm them with only a slight advantage in numbers, hence they had called out for help from allies. Yang Kai glanced back at his own 9 heavenly layers grand array, sneering coldly in his heart. It seemed that many people would die here today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:16, Invading Army at the Gates. "Young Master!" Followed by a fragrant scent, Yu He appeared next to Yang Kai. She was cultivating in retreat before this, but she sensed that Void Land was encountering a crisis, so the first thing she did was to rush here to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Although Yang Kai had astounding aptitude, he was still only a half-step open heaven realm master, therefore, his ability to protect himself on such an occasion was quite limited. Yang Kai nodded to her before glancing up coldly at the void. There were more than 100 flight-type artifacts there. Each flight-type artifact represented a great force. Even for Yu He, who was not unfamiliar with all kinds of grand occasions, could not help feeling goosebumps arising all over her body, her pretty face turning solemn. The 3,000 worlds was vast and full of bloody massacres and fierce battles. Countless people succumbed to death every day. Even the cave heavens and paradises had no way to guarantee their eternal survival, let alone the other great forces. The cycle of birth and destruction of all kinds of major and minor great forces was never-ending. They could establish, soar, weaken, and be destroyed for a variety of reasons. Just like how Seven Wonders Land's inheritance was destroyed after being occupied by others. However, not many great forces would encounter a situation of being besieged by so many foreign forces. For those who had no idea about why this was happening, they may think that Void Land had committed some kind of outrageous crime. Yonkai, your Void Land is vile and cruel! You lured people to your Star City with sinister intentions, intercepting them halfway to seize their wealth and take their lives. Many great forces have been exterminated because of you. Such monstrous acts cannot be tolerated. Devil Spawn, come out and face death! A furious howl resounded loudly throughout the sky, echoing back and forth for quite a long time. Yonkai turned to look in the direction of the voice. On a certain ship, an elderly man with a ruddy face stood at the bow, fire burning wildly in his eyes, as if he had an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with Yonkai. This elderly man was Old Hong of Heaven's Border. It was this old man who happened to find out that Yonkai had obtained the Seventh Order Metal Element Monster Core and chased after him, only to lose him in the end and return in vain. Soon after, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, came to Yonkai and tried to coerce him into handing over the Seventh Order Monster Core. Needless to say, Old Hong must have informed Kong Feng about it. After all, he was the only one who knew about the Seventh Order Monster Core. Old Hong was also the first person to stand up and condemn Void Land today. Yonkai believed that he did not have any real enmity with this old man. At most, he just teased the old guy when he seized the corpse of the Golden Crow, but it did not cause him to suffer any losses. How could this lead to a deep enmity? Looking at Old Hong's eagerness though, Yonkai could only wonder who he was representing this time. Yonkai swept his eyes across the flight-type artifacts and soon, he saw Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union. The Heavenly Sword Union ship was extraordinary, which was not surprising considering it was one of the strongest second-class great forces. Compared to the artifacts of other great forces, the ship of Heavenly Sword Union was much bigger. There were many cultivators standing on the spacious deck, and in the middle were two seats, one of which was occupied by Kong Feng, and the other by a young woman. They were undoubtedly the owners of the ship. The woman looked young, but the aura that undulated from her body was not inferior to Kong Feng's. Without a doubt, she was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yonkai could observe the situation outside clearly from the safety of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but anyone on the outside would not be able to see anything on the inside. However, when Yonkai's eyes landed on Kong Feng, the latter seemed to sense him. He turned to the place where Yonkai was standing and revealed a faint smile. Not only Kong Feng, but the young woman too had seemed to sense Yonkai's gaze and looked over before whispering to Kong Feng. Although Yonkai had no idea about what they were talking about, by the looks of their behavior, the woman did not seem to be from Heavenly Sword Union, but rather from a different great force. Seeing Kong Feng coming here in person, Yonkai confirmed that Old Hong must be the pawn of Heavenly Sword Union. Back then, it was Old Hong who had informed Kong Feng about the Seventh Order Monster Core, and now he was the first to jump out and denounce Void Land. Yonkai wondered what kind of the relationship Heaven's Border and Heavenly Sword Union had. "What is that old thing talking about?" He cursed furiously as murderous intent surged from her body. "Young master, let me kill him!" She was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she could easily kill Old Hong, who was just a Fourth Order Open Realm Master. However, even if she could successfully launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult for her to return safely under the circumstances. After all, there were too many great enemies assembled outside. Yonkai raised his hand and stopped her. "Don't mind him. Just let him bark." Yuhi ground her pristine teeth as she glared at Old Hong coldly. She secretly swore that if she had a chance, she would take this old dog's life. She had been in retreat earlier, so she was actually clueless about what was going on outside and why there were so many forces surrounding Void Land all of a sudden, so she immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Bian Yuqing to inquire about the situation. Bian Yuqing briefly told her everything she had explained to Yonkai before. Yuhi was a brilliant woman, so she instantly figured out the crux of the matter, and couldn't help turning to Yonkai with worry. The accusation of Void Land luring others in and then intercepting them was nothing more than an excuse. It was obvious that someone was using this matter to target Yang Kai. With Heavenly Sword Union as the head of the assembly of these 100 or so great forces, Yuhi could not help wondering which of the cave heavens and paradises were the masterminds behind this, and how many of them were involved in just watching this show. Yuhi clenched her fists. This situation was somewhat similar to what had happened before. Back then, she was just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, and she was helpless in the crisis. By the time she received word of what happened, that person had already died, leaving her completely heartbroken. But she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. She finally had some strength to protect herself and others. Perhaps a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing in front of the cave heavens and paradises, but she would never let history repeat itself unless she died. Yang Kai, show yourself! After Old Hong shouted, he was exasperated when Void Land did not react at all. After looking at Kong Fong for instructions, he called once more. Do you think you can just hide behind your grand array? Today, we gather here to seek justice for our dead companions. It's useless for you to hide in there like a coward. The heavens have eyes, and wicked beings like you and your Void Land will be judged. Come out now! Someone suddenly yelled. Like a chain reaction, countless cultivators started shouting together. The scene was so spectacular that the void trembled endlessly. Inside the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai watched indifferently and turned a deaf ear to these provocations. However, he also understood that this was truly a tough situation to resolve. The most important thing he needed to make sure was the safety of Lu Shui and the others, but he failed to find them even after searching around. Although he assured Bian Yuqing that Lu Shui should be fine, it was just his own speculation. In truth, he was totally clueless regarding the real situation. The commotion outside continued for a while, but seeing no response from Void Land, the people began to become furious and annoyed. On the Heavenly Sword Union ship, Kong Fong put down his teacup and waved his hand as he smiled. Bring them up! When the words fell, the hatch of the ship opened up, and a group of people staggered out onto the deck. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in palace robes. Other than the missing Lu Shui, who else could she be? It seemed that Lu Shui had just encountered a big fight. Blood stains were splattered all over her war-weathered robes, her hair was disheveled, and her aura was weak. At the moment, she was bound tightly with her hands tied behind her back by a black rope-like artifact. Following behind her was Yun Xinghua, who seemed to be in much the same condition as Lu Shui. He too was bound by ropes, looking quite embarrassed. In addition to the two of them, there were more than 30 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some of these people were from the batch of cultivators from Abundant City, while some were from the original Blood Swan Continent group. Yun Xinghua was ordered by Yang Kai to take care of the Star City with the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Blood Swan Continent. But now it seemed that he had been beaten and captured. Lu Shui stumbled and almost fell flat onto the deck. A man, probably only a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master of Heavenly Sword Union, was pushing her from behind. He was extremely rude, pushing Lu Shui while also groping her waist and bottom as he grinned. Lu Shui turned around and glared at him, but the man was not afraid at all. He was certain that Lu Shui and the others would be dead soon, so he had nothing to fear. What are you looking at? Move! The man bellowed, whipping Lu Shui's face with the whip in his hand, drawing a streak of blood from her delicate face. Lu Shui grit her teeth, choked down the anger and humiliation in her heart, and walked up the deck. Hee, Union Master Kong, isn't it a little rude for you to treat a woman like this? She's a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. On the deck, the young woman sitting next to Kong Fong suddenly giggled as she glanced at Lu Shui. The young woman had a beautiful and innocent look, seemingly only 25 years old. If someone met her for the first time, they would think that she was just a naive and ignorant little girl. Only those who knew her well would understand that innocence had nothing to do with this woman. She was as cruel as she was merciless. This woman was Black Prison's warden, Wan Bai Feng. The Black Prison was a very special second-class force, because it was literally a prison, one formed naturally in a dreadfully dangerous environment. There were countless natural spirit arrays inside the Black Prison, and if one was not familiar with the safe paths inside, even a high-rank open heaven master would be at risk of dying. It was rumored that although Luan Baifeng was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, a normal 7th-order open heaven realm master was not her opponent inside the Black Prison. There were naturally prisoners in Black Prison, most of which were criminals who committed various crimes in the 3,000 worlds. Others were individuals who were captured from defeated forces after battles between great forces. Normally such people would simply be put to death, but the Black Prison offered an alternative. Luan Baifeng was happy to accept all such convicts, allowing them to escape death at the cost of their freedom. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:17, Own Respective Needs. Certainly, the Black Prison was not a safe place, and Luan Baifeng was not a philanthropist who was happy to give alms. The reason she was willing to accept those open heaven realm masters was because the Black Prison was rich with a special cultivation resource which could only be collected by open heaven realm masters. Luan Baifeng often paid great forces to bring over open heaven realm criminals to collect resources inside the Black Prison. With this, not only could those great forces get rid of these convicts, they could also make some profit from it. Naturally, many were more than willing to deal with her. However, it was well known that none of the open heaven realm masters who entered the Black Prison ever came out. The harsh environment and various dangers inside could take away the lives of cultivators at any time. Even if they survived there by chance, their cultivations would be devoured continuously. Eventually, the small universe in their bodies would be obliterated and they would suffer a fate worse than death. Due to the special environment of the Black Prison, it had attracted many desperate cultivators seeking refuge, who Luan Baifeng was more than willing to welcome. In any case, as long as she controlled the entrance to the Black Prison, no one could disobey her. Every year, there would be countless casualties in the Black Prison, so as its owner, how could Luan Baifeng be a naive and innocent woman? In the entire vast 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who were as ruthless as her. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances. This time, he invited her to join hands in dealing with Void Land. Since the closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Kong Feng had been gathering information about Void Land. As far as he knew, Void Land was once Seven Wonders Land, which was just an ordinary second-class great force. It was nothing to him, as the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land was said to be extremely limited. Such a great force was simply vulnerable in front of Heavenly Sword Union. If possible, Kong Feng would have preferred to act alone to seize Void Land. In this way, he could monopolize the benefits of Void Land without sharing with others. However, he was dreadfully frightened by the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array protecting Void Land. Even a top-tier second-class great force such as Heavenly Sword Union did not have such a spirit array guarding its headquarters. It was truly hard for him to believe that Void Land had such a deep heritage. He had gotten someone to investigate it before, and learnt that the array was arranged by a man named Grandmaster Wu Liang. He initially wanted to search for Grandmaster Wu Liang to inquire about the details of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Wu Liang was a lone wolf and did not serve any sect or great force, so Kong Feng couldn't track him down even after several months of searching. In desperation, he could only invite Luan Baifeng to assist him. Luan Baifeng was not weaker than him as she too was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. In addition, they knew each other, so they had the foundation to cooperate with each other. Of course, the main reason Kong Feng sought out Luan Baifeng was because of her outstanding attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. For her to be able to live in a place where countless natural arrays existed, how could she not have a profound understanding about spirit arrays? Among the people Kong Feng knew, Luan Baifeng was definitely ranked in the top 3 in attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. With the help of this woman, they could crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, making it a simple matter to capture Void Land. However, before that, Kong Feng still needed to send some people to probe the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, so as to facilitate Luan Baifeng's analysis. They definitely had to sacrifice lives to break such a grand array, but Kong Feng was naturally reluctant to sacrifice his Heavenly Sword Union's disciples. As such, he could only gather others to use as pawns. This was what led to the current situation. It could be said that Kong Feng was the main reason why 100 great forces were gathered around Void Land. Hearing Luan Baifeng's complaint, Kong Feng smiled faintly. Those who achieve great things don't bother about small matters. How could we be soft when facing the enemy? If we were, how could we force that brat to show up? He secretly criticized, like I haven't seen how cruel you are, Luan Baifeng. Is it funny to say such a thing at this time? Luan Baifeng replied with admiration. Union Master Kong is truly a man who knows how to achieve great things. This mistress appreciates your approach very much. Then she giggled with her mouth covered. It's just that, will that Yang Kai really show up because of this? Kong Feng grinned meaningfully. Void Land was established not long ago, and Yang Kai is just an Emperor Realm Junior. I have no idea how he recruited so many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but since most of his subordinates were captured by me, he will certainly show up. He simply has no choice. According to the information Kong Feng had gathered, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Since he captured more than 30 of them at once, Void Land had definitely suffered a great loss. Therefore, he was confident Yang Kai would show up. Luan Baifeng nodded slightly. That would be for the best. It will be easy if he shows up. Union Master Kong, don't forget to share the benefits with this mistress when this is all over. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Shui and the others while licking her lips, as if she saw delicious food in front of her. Don't worry, this Kong won't go back on his word. Kong Feng responded casually. Although he and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances, he still had to promise her some benefits when requesting her help. Otherwise, how could he convince her to assist him? The condition he offered was to give her all the Open Heaven Realm Masters he captured in this battle. The defeated party in the battle often ended up as captives. For example, when Yang Kai took over Void Land, he captured Chen Tianfei. If Chen Tianfei had not offered up the loyalty list, Yang Kai would certainly have executed the fatty. After all, they had a deep blood feud, and Yang Kai could not guarantee his loyalty at all, so how could he let him live? However, Chen Tianfei was quick-witted. He immediately took out the loyalty list as soon as he realized that he was cornered, allowing him to preserve his life until now. In general, the fate of such captives was dreadful. Most of them would be brought back to the Vanquisher's headquarters to be killed, because after the death of an Open Heaven Realm Master, their small universe would collapse and their world force would leak out and be absorbed by the Spirit Province, enhancing its background. Only those captives who could prove themselves to be valuable could be exempted from death. For other great forces, the greatest value of captives was to kill them in their headquarters to collect their world force. However, Luan Baifeng was different. What she needed most in Black Prison was Open Heaven Realm mining slaves. The more, the better. As such, after Kong Feng approached her, they only negotiated for about half a day before finalizing the conditions of their cooperation. There were already more than 30 Open Heaven Realm captives on the ship at present, all of whom would belong to Luan Baifeng in the end. It could be said that she had already reaped a great harvest from this trip. And that was not to mention that there may be more Open Heaven Realm Masters waiting for her once they captured Void Land. Among these more than 30 people, Lu Shui was her favorite by far. There were many slaves in the Black Prison, but not many of them were Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Lu Shui. The value a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master could provide there was enormous. Seeing that Kong Feng agreed to her terms without hesitation, Luan Baifeng was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, she had no idea that Kong Feng had plans of his own. Luan Baifeng did not know that Yang Kai had a 7th-Order Monster Beast Core, but Kong Feng did. It had only been about a year since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and according to common sense, Yang Kai couldn't have refined that monster core. If he could conquer Void Land, the monster core would be his. 7th-Order materials were incredibly valuable. Being a 6th-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Feng would sooner or later break through to the 7th Order. At that time, he would need these seventh-order materials to improve his strength. As such, he naturally needed to collect resources like this whenever possible. However, it was not just the seventh-order monster core that attracted him. The biggest temptation for Kong Feng was the complete sets of fifth-order materials. It was no secret that Void Land traded numerous complete sets of fifth-order materials for materials of other orders, so Kong Feng naturally knew about it. Heavenly Sword Union even purchased a set from Void Land secretly. After a thorough examination, Kong Feng was shocked to find that all these fifth-order materials came from the same source. He vaguely believed that Void Land must have a secret method which could regularly produce these fifth-order materials. Otherwise, they would not have casually traded away so many of them. If Heavenly Sword Union could gain control over this production method, it would definitely be able to produce more fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. It could be said this material source was a critical component to the foundation of a sect. How could Kong Feng not be envious of it? To him personally, the seventh-order monster core was more important, but to Heavenly Sword Union, this method to produce a steady stream of fifth-order materials was the most valuable. If Heavenly Sword Union became more powerful, Kong Feng would benefit from it too. At that time, Heavenly Sword Union may be able to rise to the level of the cave heavens or paradises. During the simple conversation between the two of them, the grand array that enveloped Void Land suddenly distorted for a moment, and three figures appeared in everyone's sight. Kong Feng raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai and smiled. As he expected, Yang Kai could no longer ignore them after they brought up Lu Shui and the others, and had to show up himself. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was incredibly dark. Luan Baifeng, who was sitting next to Kong Feng, stared at Yu He enthusiastically. She had excellent vision, so she naturally sensed that Yu He was strong. Unfortunately, because of the distance between them, she could not determine Yu He's exact order. She licked her red lips again as she asked, "Union Master Kong, what open heaven order is that woman?" Kong Feng answered, "Is junior sister Luan interested in her? I'm afraid that will be a little difficult. After all, she is also a sixth order." "A sixth order?" Luan Baifeng was obviously taken aback. Given that Void Land was just newly established, it was already beyond her expectation that it could have more than 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters, including a fifth order one like Lu Shui. She never expected Void Land to have a sixth order Open Heaven Realm Master too. The owner of Void Land was just an Emperor Realm boy. How could he convince so many Open Heaven Realm Masters to serve him? As she thought of this, Luan Baifeng turned to Yang Kai and saw that although this young man looked dignified and possessed an impressive demeanor, there didn't seem to be anything else special about him. The gap between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too big. How could he get Open Heaven Realm Masters to listen to his orders? Failing to understand this, she shook her head lightly and chuckled. "Union Master Kong, this mistress likes that woman very much. I hope that you can help me capture her later." Kong Feng hesitated a while before he replied carelessly, "If there is a chance, this Kong will do his best." Martial Peak, Chapter 43-18 Accusation. Kong Feng was naturally just brushing Luan Baifeng off while he secretly cursed her for being insatiable. How could it be so easy to capture a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master alive? Both he and Luan Baifeng were also just in the sixth order. Although Yu He was certainly no match for them in a straight-up fight, given that the gap between their overall strength was not too large, capturing her alive would be all but impossible. If Yu He wanted to escape, he would have no way to stop her. As such, he did not dare to promise too much. Ignoring Luan Baifeng, Kong Feng waved his hand as he ordered, "Act according to the plan." "Yes." On the deck of the ship, several men cupped their fists. Then, followed by hundreds of others, they split into 10 or so groups and flew out of the ship before scattering in all directions, soon surrounding the local region. The leaders of these groups were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, and after getting into position, each of them took out something like a square array plate one after another, and threw them into the void. Then, they formed a set of hand seals and the array plates quickly vanished into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space solidified. The changes in the environment were not obvious to others. Even He, who was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, was only slightly aware of some unusual transformation in the surrounding region, but it was impossible to tell what the specific changes were. Only Yang Kai could sense it so clearly that he could not help snorting coldly. "Old dog Kong Feng, you're really well prepared." He watched a large group of people flying out from the ship, but he did not understand what they were doing. However, Yang Kai immediately understood when the surrounding space changed. On the deck of the ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Bai Feng and nodded lightly. "Junior sister Luan's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are truly amazing. This senior brother salutes you." Luan Bai Feng smiled. "It's the fruit of being forced in order to have a living, it's not like I had a choice. But with the confinement of my array, this area has become completely sealed. Even if that boy has high attainment in the Tao of Space, he has no way to escape from here." Kong Feng nodded lightly. He certainly learnt about Yang Kai when he inquired about Void Land, and knew that while he was not strong, he was good at escaping. Especially after hearing the report from Old Hong, Kong Feng learnt that Yang Kai had used space principles to slip away from even Lan Yurua first and before. As such, he understood that if he wished to capture Yang Kai this time, he had to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. It would not be easy for even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him to stop Yang Kai once that happened. Therefore, before they continued, they confined the space around Void Land in order to prevent Yang Kai from teleporting away. With the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up by Luan Bai Feng, Yang Kai had no way to run this time. They did not arrange this array earlier because Kong Feng wasn't certain Yang Kai was in Void Land, but as soon as Yang Kai appeared, Kong Feng immediately ordered them to execute the plan. Now that everything was set, they just had to wait for the right moment to attack. Kong Feng turned to Old Hong and exchanged looks with him. After receiving the signal, Old Hong yelled, "Little thief Yang Kai, you've finally shown yourself!" Yang Kai glared at him as he retorted, "Old dog, stop barking non-stop and disturbing the peace. You court death!" Old Hong grinned. "How dare you speak wildly when facing imminent disaster? The folly of youth indeed!" Yang Kai did not bother to talk nonsense with him and instead turned to Kong Feng with a clenched jaw, his eyes burning in anger. "Union Master Kong, why did you capture my Void Land's people? How has Void Land offended you?" Kong Feng remained silent with a smile, putting on a look like Yang Kai had no right to speak to him. Meanwhile, Old Hong continued shouting, "Do you still need someone else to tell you what your Void Land has done? Junior, today you must die!" Yang Kai glared at him furiously. "Our Void Land has never offended others who have not offended us. I swear to the heavens and earth that we have never acted without conscience." "Old dog, stop talking nonsense!" Old Hong sneered deviously. "You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin, will you? Little brat, if you don't wish for others to condemn you, you should not do deeds worthy of condemnation. Since you insist on denying the truth, this king will give you the proof." He waved his hand. "Please, Junior Brother Chi." As he spoke, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. His face was filled with such lament and sorrow that there seemed to be nothing else that could hurt him anymore. After gaining a stable foothold, he cupped his fist towards Old Hong feebly. In front of the public, this elderly man was instantly recognized as Chi Chang-ing, a fourth-order open heaven realm master from Mountains and Seas Pavilion. There were only 2 fourth-order open heaven realm masters in Mountains and Seas Pavilion in total, which were Chi Chang-yi and the pavilion master himself. However, the pavilion master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion did not show up most of the time, leaving most matters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion to be handled by Chi Chang-ing. As such, he was known by many open heaven realm masters of other second-class great forces. Old Hong patted Chi Chang-ing on the shoulder with a supportive look, and continued in a deep voice. "Junior Brother Chi, I know that your Mountains and Seas Pavilion encountered a disaster a year ago and suffered great losses. Our heaven's border faced a similar situation, but the culprit is too powerful so we can't do anything about it. However, murder must be paid for with blood. Now that Heavenly Sword Union is here to seek justice for us, speak your grievances." Under the witness of everyone here today, we must eradicate this evil and return a bright future to the 3,000 worlds. Old Hong's speech immediately reminded Qi Chang'ing of the tragedy that happened under his watch a year ago. His eyes turned red, and he could not help feeling sorrowful. He turned to the ship where Heavenly Sword Union was located from a distance, saluted and proceeded in a trembling voice. Many thanks, Union Master Kong. This old master has nothing else to ask for today, but vengeance for this blood feud. If this wish can be achieved, I shall die with no regrets. After a pause, Qi Chang'ing spoke about what happened a year ago heartbrokenly, how he heard that there were complete sets of fifth-order materials being sold in Void Star City, how they gathered everything they had, how they traveled all the way to Void Territory, how they were attacked, and how he managed to stay alive. He disclosed every single detail in his speech. Old Hong clenched his teeth. Junior Brother Qi, did you mention that you escaped by faking death, and vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yun? Qi Chang'ing nodded slowly. That's right. This old master also knows that the person in charge of Void Star City is a man named Yun Xinghua. He has the same cultivation with this old master, and matches the person who killed our Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master lived an ignoble life after that, sneaking into Void Star City to investigate and confirm whether Yun Xinghua was indeed the one who killed my Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master swore he would take revenge no matter what. Old Hong immediately asked, What is the result of the investigation? Qi Chang'ing shook his head slowly. Yun Xinghua lives a reclusive life, and this old master didn't have the chance to see him. Old Hong raised his brows slightly. If I show you Yun Xinghua, will you be able to recognize him? Qi Chang'ing gritted her teeth ferociously. Even if he were reduced to ash, this old master would still recognize him. Old Hong nodded. Good, Junior Brother Qi, look over there, Yun Xinghua is among that group. Qi Chang'ing was stunned before he hurriedly looked to the direction that Old Hong pointed at. After a moment, he widened his eyes and leapt towards the ship with raging murderous intent. Yun Xinghua suffered death! Among the captives, Yun Xinghua was absolutely appalled. He already felt humiliated enough being caught due to his incompetence, and was still worrying about his own safety. Fortunately, Lu Shui stood at the head of their group, preventing him from sticking out too much. But now, his face turned white as this unfamiliar old man suddenly rushed towards him to take his life. Unable to care about face any longer, he retreated while shouting horrifyingly. Mercy, old sir, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. He was totally clueless about what was going on. He had never met Qi Chang'ing, let alone killed the disciples of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Ever since he signed his name on the loyalty list and was sent to Void Star City by Yang Kai, he has been taking care of the Star City conscientiously, in fear of being punished by Yang Kai for any mistakes. Initially, the Star City was blossoming with activity, but he did not expect a large number of people to attack all of a sudden half a month ago. The people of Void Land failed to defend themselves and were captured, and then were brought here. Hearing the previous conversations from the crowd, Yun Xinghua vaguely sensed that someone was conspiring against Void Land, and he was just a pawn caught up in this plot. Previously, he felt a little fortunate that he was not their target, but he did not expect that he would be the first to die. Qi Chang'ing naturally ignored him. While flying out, Qi Chang'ing slammed his palm at Yun Xinghua with murderous intent even from thousands of meters away. Yun Xinghua was unable to resist as his strength was currently sealed. Seeing that palm strike about to land on him, he could not help exclaiming, My destined end has come! He could only close his eyes and accept death. But a moment later, the attack did not arrive as he thought it would. It seemed that someone had saved his life. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qi Chang'ing shouting and falling back to where he came from. Yun Xinghua was thrilled that he escaped death, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the young woman sitting on the chair withdrawing her fair hand. It was she who saved him. He glanced at the young woman gratefully. Even though he had no idea who this woman was or why she wanted to save him, he was sure that the cultivation that she had was in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and looked at Yun Xinghua with a smile. Surprised by her action, Yun Xinghua quickly thanked her. Luan Baifeng chuckled. If you have anything to say, just say it with your mouth. Why resort to violence right away? Life is very precious. Union Master Kong, do you think so? Kong Feng smiled faintly, but he did not say anything. He knew why Luan Baifeng wanted to save Yun Xinghua. It was all because these captives belonged to her. Any one of them dying was a loss to her. Therefore, no one would be allowed to harm her interests while she was present. After Luan Baifeng's interception, Qi Chang'ing acknowledged her terrifying strength and dared not to do it again. Still, he glared at Yun Xinghua angrily, as if he wanted to peel his skin off. Old Hong continued in a deep voice. Junior Brother Qi, please calm your anger. Do you recognize the man who attacked your mountains and seas pavilion that day? Qi Chang'ing immediately pointed out his finger. It was him. He led people to intercept my mountains and seas pavilion ship and killed hundreds of our disciples. None of them were spared. As he finished his sentence, he let out a long cry to the sky as 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:19, Lightning Speed Action. Stunned, Yun Xinghua could not help shouting back. Old sir, you've recognized the wrong person. I haven't done anything like that. You should take a closer look. Shut up! Qi Chang'ing glared at him, his eyes spitting fire. Despicable bastard, how dare you quibble with me? This old master saw what you did that day with his own eyes. How can I be mistaken? If this old master does not avenge this blood feud, he does not deserve to be human. Yun Xinghua's lips trembled, and turned his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai desperately, begging. Sir, this subordinate is innocent. This subordinate has not done it. Sir, save me. Then, Old Hong sneered and patted Qi Chang'ing on the shoulder again. Is Junior Brother Qi sure he's the one? Qi Chang'ing closed his eyes, turned his head, and quickly replied. Yes. There was no way to express the anger boiling in his heart. He could hardly breathe. He has lived for so many years, and he was a 4th-order open heaven realm master. So how could he be a fool? He was besieged, completely robbed of his sex properties, and everyone other than him was slaughtered, including his legacy disciple who shouldered the future of mountains and seas pavilion. The pain Qi Chang'ing felt was like a knife stabbing through his heart. At that time, he really believed that Void Land was behind this matter, but after escaping from the claws of death, Qi Chang'ing thought more carefully about it. Why would Void Land do such a thing? Was this not smearing their own reputation for paltry gains? He really did sneak into Void Star City to investigate Yun Xinghua and quickly discovered that the latter was not the same person who attacked Mountains and Seas Pavilion's ship that day. Qi Chang'ing had a feeling that someone was trying to tarnish Void Land's reputation, but before he could uncover the truth of the matter, Old Hong had appeared and had a long talk with him. After some consolation and intimidation, Old Hong politely asked Qi Chang'ing to step forward to identify the culprit, with a promise of heavy compensation. By that point, how could Qi Chang'ing still not understand what was going on? Void Land was like a tall tree that attracted the wind, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was coincidentally involved in this dispute. Qi Chang'ing was probably able to escape the catastrophe, and keep his life only because the other party allowed him to. Now that things have escalated to this point, what choice did Qi Chang'ing have? He may be able to keep his conscience by rejecting Old Hong's proposal, but it would certainly offend powerful people. The murderers who dared to blatantly slaughter Mountains and Seas Pavilion's disciples could even cause trouble at the headquarters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the other hand, if he agreed to their conditions, he could at least obtain some compensation. Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not endure any more struggle. With their most prized disciple dead and most of the sect's wealth lost, if Qi Chang'ing just returned home like this, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would not be able to recover for hundreds of years. But if he could get some compensation, the future would definitely not be so bleak. Therefore, even though Qi Chang'ing knew the truth, he had no choice but to cooperate with Old Hong at this moment, and lie with his eyes wide open. he had to consider the future of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Boy, junior brother Chi of Mountains and Seas Pavilion had identified the culprit in person. It is ironclad evidence. Do you still wish to deny it? Old Hong rebuked sharply. Yang Kai snorted coldly. For those determined to condemn others, there is never a lack of evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts echoed from all directions. There were the representatives of the victimized great forces from the incidents in Void territory. Yang Kai looked around coldly before his gaze stopped at Kong Fong. Union Master Kong is here in person. Did your allies' ships suffer from the incident in the Void territory too? Kong Fong smiled slightly. Indeed. Many of my allied sects encountered trouble and were robbed of all their property, with countless casualties. Naturally, as Union Master, I am here to seek justice for them. Yang Kai returned. Then what justice does Union Master Kong want? Kong Fong tapped the armrest of his chair lightly. If you are wise, you will deactivate this defensive grand array, bind your own hands and feet, and follow this Union Master obediently. Rest assured, this Union Master will definitely investigate the situation thoroughly. If Void Land is innocent, you will be cleared of all guilt. Yang Kai sneered. How could he believe him? However, he still nodded gently. Union Master Kong's reputation is well known. I can trust this statement. Kong Fong raised his brow. Since you trust this Kong, what are you still waiting for? Yang Kai raised his hand. Union Master Kong, please wait a moment. I don't know when I will be back. I must have a word with my family first. After saying that, he had already turned around and disappeared into Void Land without giving Kong Fong a chance to object. Kong Fong frowned, vaguely feeling that Yang Kai was up to no good. However, after thinking about it carefully, Void Land would definitely not be able to resist. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy would be a joke. He did not attack head-on mainly because he was afraid of destroying Void Land. There must be some hidden secrets in this place, so before he learned the truth, he did not want to make a big move. After pondering for a while, he spoke quietly. Junior Sister Luan, your chance has come. Luan Baifeng looked at Kong Fong with a smile. What is Union Master Kong referring to? Kong Fong replied. Don't you want that Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman? She's called you he, and she obeys Yang Kai's words. When Yang Kai arrives, you are responsible for keeping Yu He in check while I capture that boy. As long as Yang Kai is restrained, Yu He will definitely not resist, and you can have her in any way you want. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words and her scarlet tongue flicked across her red lips. That would be best. She naturally knew why Kong Fong wanted her to deal with Yu He. The other party was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It's hard to say who would emerge the victor in a real fight, but if she could capture a Sixth Order Open Heaven Master to be an or slave, this risk was worth taking, so she did not complain. While the two were talking, a figure flickered next to Yu He, and Yang Kai reappeared. Kong Fong was slightly surprised. So fast? He thought that Yang Kai would definitely delay for a while, but who would have thought that he came back as fast as he left? Yang Kai chuckled. There's nothing to explain, Union Master Kong. However, this junior's cultivation is low, and it is not safe to travel alone. So I request permission to bring my left protector along. After saying so, he pointed at Yu He. Kong Fong replied indifferently. Only her then. He had already expected this. With his and Luan Baifeng's strength, a single Yu He would not be able to resist their united front. Luan Baifeng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling something was off, but most of her attention was drawn to Yu He at the moment, so she did not think much about it. Naturally! Yang Kai nodded. Signaling Yu He, he stepped forward and Bian Yuqing, who was behind him, flew back into Void Land. Kong Fong waved his hand and opened the barrier around the ship. Yang Kai and Yu He landed on the deck soon after. In the next moment, Kong Fong and Yang Kai shouted in unison. Now! When the words fell, Kong Fong reached out to grab Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng's petite figure leapt up and rushed towards Yu He, who at the same time raised her hand. A little flower umbrella appeared twirling in the air, then flew sharply in the opposite direction towards Wan Baifeng and Kong Feng, obscuring their line of sight momentarily. Yang Kai stepped back and opened the 6 Faded Paths bag. With a light pat, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. The dozen figures, led by Mo Mei, immediately surrounded Yang Kai as soon as they appeared. Heavenly Sword Union was a top-tier second-class great force with outstanding strength. For this trip to Void Land, in addition to Kong Feng, a 6th-order Open Heaven Master, there were also numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Masters, and even more 4th-order and 3rd-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This could only be described as a mighty army with the finest arms. However, among the dozen or so people who suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's side, Mo Mei was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, while the others were all 5th-order. Everyone was momentarily stunned by their sudden appearance. When they finally came back to their senses, fierce attacks were already bearing down on them. In a flash, screams and shrieks resounded one after another, followed by splatters of fresh blood and corpses collapsing to the ground. Beyond all their expectations, in an instant, Heavenly Sword Union suffered heavy casualties, with as many as a dozen of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 5th Order being killed, not to mention countless other disciples below the Open Heaven Realm. At the same time, Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, and Gong Yang Shi had already rushed towards Lu Shui and the others. The strength of the Heavenly Sword Union disciples guarding Lu Shui and the others wasn't anything notable because their prisoners had their cultivations sealed. Seeing these 4 pouncing towards them like tigers leaving the mountain, these disciples froze in place, not knowing what to do. A brief hesitation in battle could lead to disaster. With the combination of 4 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the guards were cut down as easily as melons and vegetables, while Lu Shui and the others were dragged back into the encirclement. At this moment, Yu He shouted in a strained voice, "Young Master!" As soon as the words fell, the little flower umbrella exploded, and the color on Yu He's face strained slightly before a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of her lips. Her artifact was destroyed, causing a backlash to her soul and body. However, there was no other way. This was the only option if they wanted to rescue the captives from the hands of the 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Kong Feng appeared with a livid face and spat through clenched jaws. "Junior, you court death!" He had never expected that in such a situation, Yang Kai would dare to attack first. He cursed silently, planning to give Yang Kai a taste of every kind of torture in the world once he was captured. However, when he looked up, Kong Feng was stunned for a moment, because scattered all over his ship were broken bodies of countless disciples, including as many as a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 5th Order. Opposite of him, a formation of more than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters circled around Yang Kai as they, along with Lu Shui and the other captives, fled towards Void Land hurriedly. How did Void Land gain so many Open Heaven Realm Masters? Kong Feng was dumbstruck. What made him even more terrified was that the more than a dozen people who suddenly appeared in front of him were all 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and one leading them was a woman in the 6th Order. After escaping from the little flower umbrella's suppression, Wan Baifeng swept her eyes around coldly and growled through gritted teeth. "We were too careless!" She had finally understood where that sense of unease came from before. Yang Kai mentioned that Yu He was his left protector, and since there was a left protector, there must also be a right protector. Now, the truth was revealed that there was another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Void Land. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4320, Rapid Rescue. Everything happened too fast. It had only been 3 breaths from Kong Feng's and Wan Baifeng's entrapment to their escape. Yu He lost her artifact and was hurt, but Lu Shui and the others had been successfully rescued from Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Seeing that the people of Void Land were escaping, Kong Feng became enraged from shame, and roared, "Kill them!" As he shouted, he charged forward together with Wan Baifeng. They were the strongest among all the people present, so they had to participate if they wanted to restrain the 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land, because the others were not capable of doing so. World force flared as Yu He and Mo Mei turned solemn, executing their own secret techniques to meet the enemy. Although they were all sixth-order open heaven realm masters, Yu He and Mo Mei had just broken through recently. In comparison, Kong Feng and Wan Baifeng both had more than 1,000 years of accumulation in their current realm. With the difference in their heritages, their strength would be different too, not to mention that Yu He was injured. As soon as they clashed, one side gained an obvious advantage. However, although the situation was somewhat unfavorable to Yu He and Mo Mei, Kong Feng and Wan Baifeng still could not take them down within a short period of time. At the same time, the open heaven realm masters on the 100 surrounding ships had charged forward together. As they were gathered by Kong Feng this time, they had already become enemies with Void Land. Initially, none of them put Void Land in their eyes. After all, it was just a recently risen great force, so how strong could it be? But after Mo Mei showed up with more than 10 fifth-order open heaven realm masters, all of them were taken aback. Only now did they realize that Void Land possessed its own mighty army, equipped with the finest arms. They had the advantage in numbers now that they were fighting against Void Land together, but if they failed to eliminate it today and allowed them to stage a comeback, Void Land would definitely not spare them in the future. Since they had chosen to side with Heavenly Sword Union, they could only follow through to the end. Countless open heaven realm masters from various great forces used their killing moves mercilessly one after another. The people of Void Land continued fighting while retreating. Although there were 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters and more than 10 fifth-order open heaven realm masters, they were too heavily outnumbered. After just 10 breaths of time, several were already injured. Fortunately, no one was killed, otherwise Void Land would have suffered a terrible loss. The wounded immediately stepped back and hid in the encirclement, while hastily trying to heal themselves. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted, "Hold on for just a while longer!" Void Land was just right behind them, and as long as they could enter the 9 heavenly layers grand array, everyone would be safe. Kong Feng obviously noticed this too, and his eyes burned with impatience as he roared, "Don't let them escape!" With a flash, the illusory phantom of his small universe behind him, he surged his might even more ferociously. Wan Baifeng did not hold back either. Her face was as hard as steel as she moved swiftly and kept using killing moves. The captives were supposed to be hers, but they all were rescued by Yang Kai. How could she tolerate this? At this time, there was no time to blame Kong Feng for gathering inaccurate information. They had to try their best to recapture as many of the people from Void Land as possible. World force collided endlessly as rumbling noises resounded continuously. The short 30 breaths the clash had been going on for felt as though decades had passed. When the people of Void Land finally rushed into the 9 heavenly layers grand array, almost everyone was seriously injured, except Yang Kai and the captives, who were being protected in the center. Even Mo Mei had a long wound on her lower abdomen where blood flowed and continued seeping through her robes. Yu He's pretty face was pale and her aura was somewhat unstable as a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of her lips. The two of them had the strongest cultivation, so they were responsible for defending the rear of the group and had subsequently been under the greatest pressure. Pang Duo and the rest were also panting heavily, their vitality roiling somewhat. It was tough for them, who had just advanced into the open heaven realm, to fight such an intense battle. They simply could not unleash the true might of the 5th-order open heaven realm yet. Fortunately, all of them worked together and overcame the immediate disaster. If anyone had made a mistake at that time, everyone in Void Land would have fallen into danger. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was reactivated, isolating the inside from the outside, and the battle paused for now. A cold aura surged from Yang Kai's body as he slowly turned around, glanced at Kong Feng and Wan Baifeng, who were filled with frustration, then at the enemy's ships, before he took a deep breath before he declared firmly, "If our Void Land survives this disaster, this Yang swears he will visit each and every one of your headquarters to teach you how to show proper respect in the future." Despite his soft voice, it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer and goosebumps rose all over their bodies while their faces turned pale. They would not care if they were threatened by an ordinary second-class great force, because to be able to attack another force's headquarters, one had to possess overwhelming strength. But after witnessing the terrifying heritage of Void Land, no one dared to take Yang Kai's declaration lightly. Such a lineup, with 2 Sixth Order and more than 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, could almost match up to Heavenly Sword Union. This was the heritage that a true top-tier second-class great force possessed. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, who could stand against such force? 90% of the 100 great forces here did not even have a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command. If Void Land showed up at their doorstep, they would have no way to stop them. The only result would be the extermination of their sect. Is this the kind of heritage a new great force can have? Just how did Void Land develop so rapidly and obtain so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in such a short time? Kong Feng's face turned dreadfully ugly as he remarked coldly. Do you think your Void Land still stands a chance? Today, your Void Land will be wiped from the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai sneered. Come and try if you can. We'll see who survives in the end. Then he beckoned. Let's go. Leading the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land, they all turned and disappeared behind the clouds and mists of the Grand Array. Infuriated, Kong Feng clenched his fist and wanted nothing more than to give chase. But seeing the unpredictable changes of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, he did not dare to take the risk rashly. He turned to Luan Baifeng and asked, What can you see, junior sister? Luan Baifeng answered with a cold face. This Grand Array is not even displaying its full might yet, what can I possibly see from it? Union Master Kong, you didn't tell me that there are so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. If she had known that Void Land was such a dangerous opponent, she would not have come here. Now that the captives that she obtained earlier were robbed away, it was natural for her to feel disgruntled. Kong Feng replied while suppressing his anger. What's the use of blaming me now? It's indeed this Union Master's mistake for gathering incomplete intelligence about Void Land. This Union Master also didn't expect that Void Land would have so many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but isn't this just what junior sister Luan wants? If we can conquer Void Land, you will be able to receive many times more benefits than you have expected. Luan Baifeng snorted coldly. But that can only be achieved if we take down Void Land. Now that the Grand Array has been activated, there's nothing we can do unless we crack it. Kong Feng answered. I invited junior sister Luan here precisely to resolve this issue. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to probe this Grand Array for you. Luan Baifeng's face softened a little bit, and she nodded. It's best if you make appropriate arrangements. But I wonder who Union Master Kong wants to assign to take the lead in this battle? Kong Feng's eyes glinted slightly as he remained silent. Given this situation, it was highly unlikely anyone would volunteer to be the vanguard. Although their side looked imposing with 100 great forces seemingly joining hands, the truth was they were nothing but a fistful of loose sand. With the strength and prestige of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng had forced many to support him here. However, those who had come expected the battle to be a one-sided massacre. Now that Kong Feng was facing difficulties, how could he still convince these people to follow his orders? This was especially true for those who had to lead the first assault, as they would bear the greatest risks. But it was exactly because of this Grand Array that Kong Feng gathered so many people here. Just as Kong Feng was pondering what to do, an elderly man suddenly flew over, stood several tens of meters away from Kong Feng, and cupped his fist. Union Master Kong! Kong Feng raised his eyes and replied faintly. Brother Gao. This person was an elder of a great force called Azure Cloud's Temple. Azure Cloud's Temple was also a second-class great force, but it was not very strong. It was similar to Mountains and Seas Pavilion in that it did not have a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, just 3 or 4 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Like Mountains and Seas Pavilion, Azure Cloud's Temple encountered a similar incident in Void Territory. Its ship and property were robbed, with many of its disciples being killed or injured. This man surnamed Gao was one of the ones who shouted down Yang Kai earlier, calling for revenge. With an ashamed look, Elder Gao spoke. Forgive me, Union Master Kong. I just received a message from the Temple Master that there is an urgent matter which needs to be attended to back at our headquarters. This elder must take his leave. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced behind Elder Gao. A number of people were watching them attentively, and Kong Feng immediately sneered in his heart. It was obvious that after seeing the strength of Void Land, Azure Cloud's temple dared not to offend it further and was attempting to distance itself from this matter. By the looks of this situation, Azure Cloud's temple was not the only force having such thoughts. Kong Feng knew that once he accepted the request of Elder Gao, more than half of the 100 great forces here would leave. Kong Feng was enraged, but he remained calm on the outside and asked with concern. It's easy for Elder Gao to leave, but if you can't avenge your blood feud, how can the dead disciples of your Azure Cloud's temple rest in peace? Elder Gao averted his eyes as he replied insincerely. 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. Kong Feng nodded. Since Elder Gao has said so, then this Kong will leave the decision in your hands. Elder Gao cupped his fist. Many thanks, Union Master Kong, for your understanding. This Gao wishes Union Master Kong success. Kong Feng smiled and made no comment. Nevertheless, the moment when Elder Gao turned around, Kong Feng swiftly stretched out his arm to grasp him. Elder Gao felt a slight pain in his neck, but before he could react, Kong Feng suddenly came close to him. Elder Gao was puzzled and his eyes widened. Union Master Kong, you... Before he finished, he immediately realized something was wrong with his vision, as if his head was on Kong Feng's hand. He wanted to look down to check, but he failed to do so. Kong Feng sneered as he grabbed Elder Gao's severed head, still dripping with blood, and muttered, You don't wish to offend Void Land, but don't care about offending my Heavenly Sword Union? Ridiculous! For a moment, Elder Gao's eyes almost popped out of its sockets before his vitality quickly dissipated and his consciousness completely faded. He was just a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was a trivial matter for Kong Feng to take his life once his guard was down. Kong Feng held the bloody head high and shouted loudly. The battle is imminent, but this old dog attempted to desert us and disturbed the morale of our army. This Union Master killed him to serve as a warning. I hope that all of you have learned a lesson. After saying that, with a slight push of his hand, the wide-eyed head was sent flying to the crowd, stirring up fear in everyone present. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-21, Provocation. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was the culmination of Grand Master Wu Liang's lifetime of study into the Tao of Spirit Arrays. 9 interdependent arrays which supported and reinforced one another. Yang Kai spent nearly all of the wealth he acquired in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary on this Grand Array. Most forces did not have the boldness or even ability to pay such a huge price, but the returns would naturally be great too. The array could be divided into 3 sections. The first, which consisted of 3 layers of the array, was the foundation of the Grand Array. These 3 layers maintained the operation of the Grand Array, as well as drew in and stored starlight strength. These 3 layers had no lethality whatsoever. However, they formed the backbone of the 9 heavenly layers. On normal days, these 3 layers would draw in starlight strength to maintain the operation of the Grand Array without interruption, storing any excess for emergency use. Not only that, but the first 3 layers of the Grand Array were also capable of self-repair. As long as the damage was not too serious, it could fix any faults in the Grand Array. The second section of the Grand Array was comprised of defensive mechanisms. It also consisted of 3 layers of the Grand Array. One layer was meant for concealment. Once activated, Void Land would become hidden from view. Anyone without a firm foundation of the Tao of Spirit Arrays would never be able to detect Void Land. The second layer was a powerful bewildering array, one that deprived ordinary cultivators of their external senses, blinding and misleading them. The third layer was purely protective, a shield to resist external bombardment. The proprietress introduced Yang Kai to an artifact refining Grand Master who produced 2 powerful array artifacts, one of which was the Heavenly Net Umbrella, which was used in this defensive Grand Array as its array core. The Heavenly Net Umbrella cost a fortune, but Grand Master Wu Liang said that once the shield was activated, even the combined bombardment of 10 top mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights would not be able to break through it. It could be seen that the protective strength of this grand array was outstanding. Void Land now had a mighty army and was equipped with the finest arms, so how could it allow anyone to attack them for 10 days straight without retaliating? The last 3 layers of the grand array were the offensive parts. Most of the external starlight strength absorbed by the 9 heavenly layers grand array was channeled here. Each of these 3 layers was different and more powerful than the one before. The Heavenly Executioner's sword was placed by Grand Master Wu Liang into the second layer of the offensive section of the Grand Array as its array core. The first offensive layer of the Grand Array did not have a specific core, but instead relied on a massive number of ordinary artifacts to function. These artifacts were brought back by Yang Kai after defeating enemies in this outer universe. Most of these artifacts were useless to the members of Void Land, but it would be too wasteful to simply discard them, so they were used to empower the Grand Array, which was a win-win solution. As for the final offensive layer of the Grand Array, it was the trump card of Void Land, and it was saved for the most crucial of moments. When the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completed, Yang Kai had once considered that if someone was foolish to attack Void Land, he would teach them a lesson, and at the same time test the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. But this was just a random thought. No one would want their home to be besieged. However, it was really under siege now, and the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Yang Kai was extremely grateful that he did not make the stingy decision, but instead agreed to let Grand Master Wu Liang arrange the complete 9 heavenly layers Grand Array in Void Land. Otherwise, with the numbers and strength of the enemy today, even if there were hundreds more open heaven realm masters in Void Land now, it would be impossible to overcome such odds. Only by making use of the Grand Array could they possibly turn defeat into victory. Standing in Void Land, Yang Kai looked out coldly. He was in control of the Array Jade, and he knew the Grand Array inside and out. He rubbed his fingers together unconsciously as he stood nervously. In order to rescue Lu Shui and the others, he had no choice but to reveal some of Void Land's strength. However, they immediately retreated. With such a display of weakness, old dog Kong Feng would certainly not just give up. Behind Yang Kai, left and right protectors Yu He and Mo Mei sat cross-legged and meditated to recover from their injuries. The Elder Council and the group of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also urgently restoring their own vitality. Behind them were more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters of various orders, standing upright, their expressions solemn as a chilling air lingered in the void. The majority of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land were from Abundance City, and it was all thanks to Yang Kai, who removed the blood principle restriction, that they could leave the blood monster cave heaven alive. In addition to that, he also provided them with an excellent living and cultivating environment, and supplied them with spirit pills to support their safe ascension to the Open Heaven Realm. It was safe to say that Yang Kai was the one who made them what they were today. After finally breaking free of the prison which held generations of their ancestors and entering the outside world, how could they sit by and bear it when someone came to oppress them before they had time to witness the wonders of this world? So even though this was their first battle since they broke through to the Open Heaven Realm, everyone was incredibly motivated. Void Land was their home, where they would build a new family and future. They could not just take from this land without giving back, and right now was the time to pay their dues. Only by keeping this land could they provide a safe place for their future generations. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, waiting for his order to rush out and take down the invaders. After a moment, Yang Kai muttered, "Here they come!" Outside Void Land, 100 or so of people from Azure Cloud's temple, led by 2 Third Order Open Heavens, rushed towards Void Land with dark, sullen faces. Elder Gao tried to withdraw before the battle began, but was ruthlessly killed by Kong Feng instead. Everyone, including Azure Cloud's temple and the other great forces who wanted to leave, did not dare to act rashly anymore. Shuddering at Kong Feng's ruthlessness, they all feared that they would be the next unlucky one should they speak out. However, Azure Cloud's temple still had to be punished as they took the lead in escaping, so Kong Feng forced them to be the vanguard in attacking the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. Although the 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were enraged, they were completely incapable of resisting, so they could only lead 100 disciples they brought with them to the edge of the grand array. After a slight hesitation, one of them sighed deeply and declared, "It may be a blessing and not a curse, and if it is a curse we cannot escape. Let's go." Looking desolate, he took the lead and dived headfirst into the grand array. When the others saw this, they too rushed bravely into the swirling clouds and mists, soon disappearing from sight. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Fong turned to Luan Baifeng. "Junior sister Luan, it's all up to you now." Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Don't worry, it would be one thing if the grand array was in an idle state, but once it begins operating, its intricacies cannot be hidden from this mistress' eyes." She pointed to her own eyes as she spoke, and a glamorous but sinister light flashed across her beautiful pupils, turning them a breathtaking shade of purple. The reason why Luan Baifeng had such profound attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays was not that it was taught to her by a powerful master. In fact, she was completely self-taught, a feat only possible thanks to her innate eye-secret technique. Within the Black Prison were countless natural spirit arrays. After years of observing those spirit arrays with her eye-secret technique, she comprehended many mysteries from them, allowing her to accumulate a profound understanding of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. From the outside, the 100 great forces watched the 100 or so azure clouds temple disciples disappearing quickly into the rolling clouds, but through Luan Baifeng's eyes, their movements were actually traceable, and as long as she could keep track of them and the progress they made, she would be able to find a way to crack the grand array. Inside the bewildering array, two small figures came together and whispered to one another quietly. One of them had a string of purple grapes on his head, his arms akimbo, looking as though he was second beneath the heavens. The other figure had a large mushroom cap atop her head and a timid expression on her face, wearing a little floral dress. These two little figures were Pooh Bai Xiong and Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom suddenly tugged at the roots of the grapes on Pooh Bai Xiong's head. "Big Brother Pooh, someone is here, what should we do?" Two strands of roots on Pooh Bai Xiong's head swayed around his forehead. "Someone came in? And leave them alone, young boy will take care of them." Little Mushroom spoke weakly. But I'm scared. They're wandering around everywhere, what if they find us? Will they eat us?" Pooh Bai Xiong consoled. "Don't worry. They're completely lost in the spirit array and won't be able to find us. Yang boy told you, you are the array core of this bewildering array, and will only need to make a move at the critical moment. Don't easily expose yourself, but when you do, we'll teach them a big lesson to show them how powerful you are." Little Mushroom nodded obediently. And then she suddenly exclaimed, Someone is right next to us." Pooh Bai Xiong jumped and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a figure staggering around like a drunk, and quickly pulled Little Mushroom away. "In Void Land?" Yang Kai asked. "About 100 people entered the array. Among them are 2 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters while the rest are all Emperor Realm cultivators. Who wants to deal with them?" Fatty Chintian rushed out immediately and volunteered with a sonorous voice. "Sect Master, please let this subordinate go." How could Chintian Fei miss such an opportunity to showcase himself? He was not qualified to fight during the last mission to rescue Lu Shui and the others because he was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that he had the opportunity to exert his strength, he naturally would not let it fall into the hands of another. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and nodded lightly. "Good, Elder Chen, be careful." Immediately energized, Chen Tian Fei replied, "Sect Master, please wait for good news, this subordinate will be back before you know it." After saying so, his rotund figure soared into the sky, dashing towards the Grand Array. Outside Void Land, aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned. Kong Feng, who had been observing her expression, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Luan Baifeng replied without removing her gaze on the swirling Grand Array. "It seems that something has changed. Someone entered the Grand Array from Void Land." Kong Feng raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Could they not withstand the pressure any longer?" Luan Baifeng was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. Kong Feng faintly sensed that something was wrong, but before he could ask, there were bursts of exclamations all around him. Turning his head back, Kong Fong narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight before him. Severed heads drenched in fresh blood flew towards the fleet one by one from inside the grand array. Those heads belonged to the people from Azure Cloud's temple that he sent out before. One head for every person who went in was sent out. The blank expressions frozen on the faces of these severed heads obviously indicated that they had no idea what happened to them, right up to the moment they died. Kong Feng's face sank. What is Void Land planning? Killing someone and throwing their head back is a naked provocation. Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, who shook her head lightly. It was too short. It really was too short. It had only been several breaths of time since the 100 Azure Clouds Temple disciple entered the Grand Array. Although they only had 2 third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters while the rest were Emperor Realm Cultivators, meaning their strength was not great, it was still terrifying for them to be obliterated so quickly. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-22, It's Your Turn. Qin Tian Fei descended from the sky, and landed in front of Yang Kai with a cupped fist. Sect Master, fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good work, Elder Chan. Qin Tian Fei possessed a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, while there were only 2 Third-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the people from Azure Cloud's Temple. Furthermore, Azure Cloud's Temple's cultivators had fallen into the bewildering array and were all blind and lost. How could they stand against this fatty Qin? Killing them all had been a simple task. With Yang Kai having full control of the array Jade, he could naturally see the situation inside the Grand Array clearly, and knew that Qin Tianfei sent the severed heads of the enemies out into the void. Although this was not his intention, he did not disapprove. Qin Tianfei was delighted. It is this subordinate's pleasure to serve the sect master. After that, he stepped back and stood still behind Yang Kai. Outside Void Land, Kong Feng kneaded his forehead gently. He looked around coldly, and saw a riot rising up among the 100 Sect Alliance. The swift annihilation of Azure Cloud's Temple's entire force obviously threw them into panic. Although the people of Azure Cloud's Temple were not strong, it was still unbelievable that they died in such a short period of time. Kong Feng immediately realized that it was the wrong decision for him to send the people of Azure Cloud's Temple to serve as a vanguard. Instead of achieving what he wanted, he actually bolstered the morale and image of Void Land. Now that Void Land was shielded by their Grand Array, if Kong Feng wanted to win this battle, he would first need to crack it. After pondering for a while, he turned his head and asked, Junior Sister Luan, with your ability, how long will it take to crack this array? Just a stick worth of incense. Luan Baifeng answered proudly. Kong Feng nodded solemnly. Then I'll give you that time. Luan Baifeng turned to look at him and raised her brows slightly. Given the current situation, if they wanted to trace the details of the Grand Array, they would have to sacrifice many more lives. However, the people here were not fools. No one would be willing to follow in Azure Cloud's Temple's footsteps. Still, it was none of her business. She just needed to do her part in examining the Grand Array carefully whenever it began operating. Kong Feng turned to look in a certain direction and began moving his lips, probably transmitting a divine sense message to someone. In that direction, Old Hong looked up at Kong Feng helplessly, but Kong Feng remained stone-faced and unmoved by Old Hong's pleading. Left with no choice, Old Hong clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and shouted as he cupped his fist. Union Master Kong, Void Land is simply too outrageous. This old master requests to lead Heaven's border forces to attack and capture that bastard Yang Kai. Please grant me permission. Kong Feng replied after a brief hesitation. This Union Master appreciates Brother Hong's determination, but with this Grand Array protecting Void Land, entering will be extremely dangerous. Think twice, Old Hong. Old Hong answered solemnly. Void Land is a cesspit of disease and evil. Many fellow brothers have suffered at their hands, as has my Heaven's border. How can this Hong not step forward when the enemy is right in front of me? Even if I have to give up my life, I will rip a piece of meat from Void Land first. Please grant me permission, Union Master Kong. Kong Feng feigned reluctance for a while more before reluctantly agreeing. Good, since Brother Hong is so sincere, how can this Union Master refuse? How about this? This Union Master will send 80 disciples from Heavenly Sword Union to accompany you. Do not try to engage the enemy, we only need to stimulate the Grand Array so that Warden Luan can crack its secrets. Focus on staying alive and buying time. After saying that, with a swing of his hand, 80 people immediately appeared behind him. There were many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and their leader was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Overjoyed, Old Hong cupped his fists. Many thanks, Union Master Kong! He was truly glad. He was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so after witnessing the powerful heritage of Void Land, he acknowledged that his strength was not enough to compete with them, or even break into their Grand Array. If he really entered, he would definitely die miserably. But now, he felt much safer being escorted by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master sent by Kong Fong. However, the people of Heaven's Border and 80 members of Heavenly Sword Union alone were obviously still not enough. As such, Old Hong looked around and roared in a deep voice. Who else will join this old master? Please step forward. All the others looked at each other awkwardly. They initially thought that they would easily take down Void Land under the lead of Heaven Sword Union, never having expected that Void Land would possess such strong forces and defenses. They had also witnessed the frightening outcome of Azure Cloud's temple's failed attempt to penetrate Void Land's array. But since Heavenly Sword Union had set an example for them, how could they do nothing? If no one was willing to stand out, Kong Fong would definitely hold a grudge against them. Even if they could escape today, they were afraid that they would have a hard time in the future. Therefore, they had to send out some of their forces no matter what. Just then, a man shouted, Our Golden Rainbow Province will contribute. It was the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin. He had a great enmity with the proprietress. Back then, he plotted to bait the proprietress to bring Old Bai to a restricted area belonging to Golden Rainbow Province to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, then take the opportunity to besiege the proprietress and kill her. Old Bai's breakthrough had indeed been disrupted and the proprietress had been thrown into a difficult situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai had World Source Liquid with him, which rescued Old Bai from certain death and allowed him to successfully break through. Qi Jin naturally knew that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with the proprietress, as did Kong Fong. It was for this reason that Kong Fong recruited Qi Jin to join the attack on Void Land this time. The enemy of one's enemy was an ally, and Qi Jin certainly was more than willing to cooperate with Kong Fong. Not only was Golden Rainbow Province recruited, but Boundless Altar was here too. After Qi Jin volunteered himself, Ling Chunqiu of Boundless Altar also stood forward. The enmity between these two and the proprietress was inextricable. The proprietress even made a heart demon oath that until she wiped out their headquarters, she would never advance to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress had not tried to follow through on her oath because it was hard for her to accomplish it alone. Although she was a peak 6th Order Master and had outstanding combat capability, it was still too much for her to destroy two second-class great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, alone. Therefore, although Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu had witnessed the proprietress' heart demon oath with their own eyes, they had not worried much about it. However, after seeing the powerful heritage of Void Land, a strong sense of crisis could not help rising in their hearts. In the past, Lan Yuro had not taken action because she lacked the necessary power, but since Yang Kai had a close relationship with Lan Yuro, if this group of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land joined her, both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar would stand no chance to resist. They did not have a grand array like the 9 heavenly layers to defend themselves. As such, among the many great forces here, other than Kong Fong and Wan Bai Fong, Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu were the people most motivated to take down Void Land. Old Hong did not expect that these two would respond to his call so enthusiastically, for he just shouted casually without hoping for any results. But no matter what, it was better to have more forces. As such, he immediately smiled. With the help of Brother Qi and Brother Ling, this Hong can rest assured. Given the examples of Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, the other great forces naturally could not stay silent any longer. Furthermore, Heavenly Sword Union was still looming over them threateningly. So, others immediately sent out troops one after another. Soon, the 100-sect alliance dispatched nearly 5,000 people in total. It was a large number, with a few hundred open heaven realm masters leading the charge. Although there were only 5 or 6 fifth-order open heaven realm masters among them, there were plenty in the third and fourth orders. Kong Feng let out a soft breath, looked at the thousands of people, and shouted sonorously, "If we can break this grand array today, all of you will be meritorious contributors, and this Union Master will not mistreat you. After entering the grand array this time, do not aim to kill the enemy, just prioritize protecting yourselves. We just need to trigger the grand array for a stick of incense worth of time, and Warden Wan will be able to break the array." The crowd agreed with a roar, led by Qi Jin, Ling Chun Chiu, and the other masters. With these thousands of cultivators gathering together, their courage and confidence was greatly bolstered. Somehow, the grand array did not feel that scary to them anymore. Kong Feng waved his hand. "Go!" Upon receiving the command, thousands of people rushed into the grand array. As Kong Feng ordered, they did not attempt to kill the enemy after entering the grand array, but hurriedly activated their protective artifacts and techniques before surging their strength to trigger the grand array. Previously, only about 100 people from Azure Cloud's temple took the lead into the grand array. Their number was far too small, so it only took a short while for Qin Tianfei to wipe them out, resulting in very little change in the grand array. However, with thousands of infiltrators rushing into it, the grand array kept displaying various transformations, and Wan Baifeng quickly inspected these details with her piercing purple eyes. In Void Land, Yang Kai saw thousands of people charging into the grand array, but instead of panicking, he revealed a cold smile, and ordered faintly, "Elder Fan!" At the front of hundreds of open heaven realm masters, Fan Wu Xian stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Sect Master!" Fan Wu Xian was also a cultivator of Abundance City. He was just a deacon back in Abundance City, and it was he who captured Yang Kai and Chu Huashang back then. However, he had condensed fifth-order elements, and had now broken through to the fifth-order open heaven realm, becoming a member of Void Land's Elder Council. When they rescued Lu Shui and the others earlier, Void Land had deployed all of its fifth-order open heaven realm masters except for him. This could not be helped, because someone needed to stay behind to lead the 300 or so open heaven realm masters Void Land had. After being called by Yang Kai, he hurriedly came forward. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "It's your turn." Fan Wu Xian's expression hardened and replied in a deep voice. "Yes." Similar to Kong Feng's order, Yang Kai advised. "There are quite a large number of enemies this time, and there should be several fifth-order open heaven realm masters among them. You must be careful. Prioritize protecting yourselves rather than quickly killing the enemies. Never underestimate them. You are all my Void Land's precious talents. Losing any of you would be a great loss to us all." Fan Wu Xian responded. "Don't worry, Sect Master. I will bring everyone back alive." Yang Kai nodded. With a wave of Fan Wu Xian's hand, the 300-plus open heaven realm masters of Void Land soared into the sky and disappeared into the grand array. Yang Kai held the array jade in his hand and surged his divine sense, cooperating with the 300 open heaven realm masters as he guided them to their targets while creating opportunities for them to kill the enemy. The 9 heavenly layers grand array had the same bewildering effect on allies as well as enemies. Without Yang Kai's guidance, Fan Wu Xian and the others would also lose all sense of direction. However, it was different if Yang Kai shielded and guided them. In the bewildering array, the enemies lost all sense of direction, so under the current situation, although Fan Wu Xian's group was outnumbered, they were not in great danger as they were all open heaven realm masters and had the support of the grand array. Just 10 breaths of time after the 300 or so open heaven realm masters entered the grand array, mangled dead bodies began to rain down onto Void Land one after another from the sky like dumplings. The scene was both gruesome and spectacular to witness. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-23 Slaughter. The 100 Sect Alliance had deployed nearly 5,000 people, which was quite a large number. Among them were hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters. With such a lineup, any ordinary second-class great force would not be an opponent at all. These people came with high morale, and under the leadership of numerous Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they plunged into the grand array from multiple directions. Immediately, they were surrounded by rolling fog which obscured their vision and severely suppressed their divine senses. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm became essentially blind, while even the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only inspect the situation within a radius of 300 meters around themselves. However, they kept in mind Kong Feng's orders, summoned their defensive artifacts immediately, and kept moving around, sending out probing attacks to disturb the grand array so that Luan Baifeng could investigate its reactions and trace its structure. A group of people from Heaven's border gathered around Old Hong. He wanted them to huddle together to keep a lookout for each other. It was extremely dangerous for them to disperse given the current situation. However, within 10 breaths after rushing into the bewildering array, Old Hong realized that his group was getting smaller and smaller. His heart sank, and was about to open his mouth to rally his forces when he heard a sudden outburst of screams from all directions. It was the obvious and abrupt sound of death. Old Hong, who had killed plenty of people in the past, knew these cries very well. It was obvious that his forces had been ambushed by Void Land. "Follow me, don't panic!" Old Hong roared loudly, but by now there were only 3 people left around him. Old Hong was a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his divine sense was able to extend a few dozen meters into the surroundings. However, if they were really ambushed, such a minuscule distance would not be sufficient for them to respond effectively. Suddenly, an unusually aggressive force rushed towards them from the side. Old Hong's face paled and shouted, "Defend yourselves!" At the same time, he slammed a palm towards that direction, sending out a burst of world force. He came in contact with the incoming assault lightly before quickly retreating, not stopping until he was at least several dozen meters away. His face changed abruptly, as he called out in alarm, "Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm!" He had realized that the one who attacked him was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "My predestined time has come!" he cried out silently. He was just a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how was there any hope of surviving this crisis? Cursing Kong Feng silently in his heart, Old Hong did not dare to let down his guard and urge his defensive artifact to its maximum. Another series of screams echoed, and Old Hong could not help but feel his heart bleed. Although the screams were short-lived, he could clearly distinguish that the voices belonged to the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heaven's border who had until recently been with him. How could a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters survive the assault of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? They had all ended up on a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs. Old Hong ground his teeth as he turned around to flee. However, the surging clouds and mist heavily obscured his vision. Knowing that if he did not leave this place he would die, he fled randomly. Not far behind him, Fan Wu Xian looked at his silhouette with a frown. Unlike Old Hong, he and the others had Yang Kai's assistance, which allowed them to come and go freely in this grand array without much restriction to their senses. As such, he was able to clearly see where Old Hong was fleeing. Fan Wu Xian had just advanced into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and had not fully adapted to his new strength, making it impossible for him to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, he was still a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he decided to be ruthless and pursued Old Hong doggedly, the latter would not be able to escape death. However, this would inevitably waste a lot of time. Rather than stubbornly chase after Old Hong, it would be better to kill more low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were quite a lot of enemies this time, so many they could be seen wherever he looked. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Fan Wu Xian rushed to the side, and another scream erupted from that direction soon after. Old Hong was terrified and fled forward like a headless fly without knowing how far he had escaped. Suddenly, a fierce attack came from the front. At the same time a voice boomed, "Die, bastard!" Old Hong froze for a moment, but quickly recovered to respond to the blow. Unfortunately for Old Hong, He was not fast enough and was struck by the blow, sending him tumbling as his blood churned unsteadily. Without waiting for the opponent to strike again, he shouted, "Brother Qi?" A couple kilometers away, Qi Jin stopped and called out, "Old Hong? It really is Brother Qi!" Old Hong was overjoyed and rushed forward. Sure enough, after a while, Qi Jin appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other and sighed when they realized that they were alone. Old Hong inquired, "Brother Qi, are you able to see through the mysteries of this array?" Brother Qi shook his head. "It's difficult. This array is extremely profound, and this Qi is not very proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. How could I see through it?" Old Hong looked aggrieved. "Does that mean we really have to wait for Warden Luan to rescue us?" Being trapped in this grand array, it was impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to, and the only hope was for Luan Baifeng to crack the array as soon as possible and rescue them. Qi Jin replied, "Warden Luan is renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds, and Union Master Kong specially invited her to help out, so she is certainly capable. We can only trust in her for now. You and I should not separate. We need to keep a lookout for each other to avoid disaster." Old Hong nodded deeply. "Brother Qi is right, but there are a lot of mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Void Land. You and I are too weak to face them, so it would be better if we could find Brother Ling and the others." And Qi Jin agreed. The two immediately began moving together as they searched for Ling Chun Chiu and other allies. But after a while, Old Hong suddenly turned pale. "Brother Qi, did you hear that?" Qi Jin frowned and listened intently for a moment before his face changed and he sighed deeply. "I don't know how many will survive this battle." The screams all around were obviously not as dense as before, but rather scattered. This situation undoubtedly meant that the nearly 5,000 people who poured into the array had already suffered heavy casualties, otherwise it would never have been the case. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy casualties. 5,000 people rushed in, but more than half had died in less than half a stick of incense. Although Void Land only dispatched 300 people, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although the 100 Sect Alliance had the numerical advantage, only a few hundred of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters, and in addition to being trapped in the bewildering array, they were forced into an extremely passive situation. This battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. Void Land did not suffer much. Except for a few wounded low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who retreated hurriedly, no one had been killed so far. Given enough time, Void Land would certainly have no problem wiping out these invaders. Yan Kai looked up into the sky, his eyes fixed on Heavenly Sword Union's ship. He was not looking at Kong Feng, but rather was staring at Luan Baifeng instead. Seeing this woman's abnormal movements, Yan Kai figured she had cultivated some kind of profound secret technique and was using it to spy on the mysteries of the Grand Array. He was not afraid that Luan Baifeng might discover something, but rather that she would not be good enough to see through any of the mysteries of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. If that was the case, his next plan could not be implemented. The 100 Sect Alliance had the audacity to attack them this time, so if they did not retaliate fiercely, what would happen to Void Land's reputation? How could they let the cave heavens and paradises, who were watching from the shadows, know that they were not to be trifled with? It was not Yan Kai's intention to slaughter thousands of people. However, Kong Feng, the mastermind, had to die. If someone dared to mess with Void Land, then he would destroy them by any means necessary. However, Kong Feng was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yan Kai wanted to kill him, he had to lure him into a trap. The massacre in the bewildering array was just the first step. Just when Yan Kai was considering whether to make it easier for them, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned, and the purple glow in her eyes dimmed as she let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Kong Feng, who had been observing her closely, quickly asked, "Junior sister Luan, what happened?" Luan Baifeng pursed her lips and smirked. "Union Master Kong, order the troops to attack!" Kong Feng was overjoyed. "Junior sister Luan is indeed amazing, but this 9 heavenly layers Grand Array probably has many other tricks, not just this bewildering array." Luan Baifeng replied, "Of course I know this, But as long as this bewildering array is broken, it will be a simple competition of strength. Kong Feng pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. Junior Sister Luan is right. He no longer hesitated, amplifying his voice as he shouted. This devil spawn's grand array will soon be destroyed. Everyone, follow this Union Master to claim victory! Everyone was delighted when they heard these words. No one knew what was happening inside after sending troops into the grand array, and would naturally be worried about the safety of their disciples. Knowing that the array was about to be broken was great news to them. While Kong Feng's booming voice echoed across the void, Luan Baifeng had already summoned more than 10 array flags and plates. Performing a set of hand seals, each and every of the array flag and array plate disappeared swiftly into the grand array. Forming a final set of seals, Luan Baifeng clapped her hands together before pulling them apart. As her hands moved, as though a great invisible force was acting, a hole was opened in the grand array, revealing void land. The bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers grand array was broken. Seeing this situation, the morale of the 100 Sect Alliance was greatly boosted, but after seeing the situation inside the array, anger began to boil within them. This was because at this moment, there were less than 1,000 cultivators alive within the array. Nearly 5,000 people had entered just a stick of incense ago, but in this short period of time, nearly 80% had fallen. The fellow brothers, relatives, and lovers of the fallen who saw this were enraged. If everyone had only come here to besiege Void Land because of the pressure from Heavenly Sword Union earlier, now a true blood feud had been formed between them and Void Land. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng, who sat firmly on his seat, only uttered a single word. Kill! All the ships rushed towards Void Land upon receiving the command. Inside Void Land, Yang Kai raised his brow and sincerely praised. This woman really has some skills. It's likely her attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are even greater than those of Grand Master Wu Liang. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-24, Activate the Array. If she was not incredibly capable, there would have been no way for her to crack the bewildering array in such a short time. The difficulty between arranging an array and cracking one was very different. With the same achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, cracking an array was undoubtedly a lot more troublesome than arranging one. However, given that Luan Baifeng could crack the bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers in just a stick worth of incense, she certainly had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Who is that woman? Yang Kai mumbled softly. She should be the Black Prison's warden, Luan Baifeng. Yu He spoke next to him. Yang Kai turned his head to look. Why are you here? Heal your wounds quickly. There will be a tougher battle ahead. When Yu He, Mo Mei and the others rescued Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua and the rest, most of them were injured on the way back, not to mention the destruction of her artifact had also caused backlash to Yu He's soul. This was why Yang Kai ordered Fan Wu Xian to lead the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters into battle, so that Yu He and the others could recover from their injuries. Yu He shook her head slowly. I'm fine now. The spirit pills provided by young master are very effective. Yang Kai looked at her and saw that she didn't appear to be distressed, so he did not insist. In order to let Yu He and the others recover in the shortest time possible, he had passed out the spirit pills that he brought back from the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These spirit pills were of exceptional grade and all had pill veins, so they naturally had potent medicinal efficacy. The Black Prison's warden? Yang Kai raised his brow and vaguely recalled that there was such a great force in 3,000 worlds, but he did not know much about the Black Prison. Yu He continued. The environment of the Black Prison is extremely hostile and is filled with countless natural spirit arrays. Even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would not dare to enter the depths of the Black Prison recklessly, but Luan Baifeng can roam within it like a fish in water. She is unique in her own way. Yu He did not recognize Luan Baifeng at the beginning, for they had never met before after all. However, there were not many such powerful female Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, given that she had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, Yu He could easily guess her identity. Yang Kai nodded lightly and grinned. I really have to thank her this time. During their conversation, the enemy forces, including their 100-plus flight-type artifacts, had charged towards Void Land at full speed. Across the endless void, Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship and bellowed solemnly with fury burning in his eyes. Yan Kai! Your death has come! Yan Kai withdrew his smiling face and replied furiously. Old dog Kong Feng, my Void Land and your Heavenly Sword Union are irreconcilable. Kong Feng guffawed. A beat dog still dares to bark wildly. Just watch how this Union Master wipes out your Void Land today. After saying so, he swung his hand. Kill! The flight-type artifacts of the 100 Sect Alliance charged straight at Void Land, while the cultivators who survived the bewildering array also returned to their respective forces with lingering fear and boiling anger. All of a sudden, the 100 Sect Alliance morale rose to new heights. Yan Kai looked flustered. He grabbed the array jade in his hand and roared. Activate the array! When the words fell, a buzzing noise suddenly was emitted from the entire spirit province. The world trembled for a while and an umbrella artifact flew out from the depth of the earth, rose into the sky, and transformed into a light curtain that enveloped the entire Void Land. It was the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers with its array core, the Heavenly Net Umbrella. Yan Kai invested a lot of resources into this Heavenly Net Umbrella. Through the proprietress, he met Grand Master Ma Fan and hired him to refine this array artifact for Void Land. It possessed incredibly strong protective strength. As soon as this array was activated, the entire Void Land became as solid as gold. The light barrier that wrapped around Void Land was extremely sturdy, and for a moment, the 100 Sect Alliance did not notice it and smashed headlong into it one after another, hindered from crossing to the other side. Kong Feng laughed as he shouted. Still acting stubborn even when your time is up? Do you think this Union Master cannot do anything about this tortoise shell? Break it for me! At Kong Feng's command, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the 100 Sect Alliance launched attack after attack, using their artifacts and secret techniques to bombard the light barrier. As the 9 heavenly layers grand array was being arranged, Grand Master Wu Liang introduced its many wonderful functions to Yan Kai. He once boasted that the Grand Array was sturdy enough to handle attacks from 10 peak mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights without a problem. It could be seen that the Grand Array was truly powerful. However, at this moment, far more than 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were attacking the Grand Array at the same time. Although the 100 Sect Alliance lost nearly 4,000 people in the bewildering array, with dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters falling as well, they were not doomed yet. At this moment, their combined attacks shook the world. Even though the power of those cultivators below the Open Heaven realm was limited, there was a large number of them. Just like how many ants could bite an elephant to death, even if weak individual attacks could not play a decisive role, they could wear down the power of the Grand Array bit by bit. Streams of light flew out all across the sky, turning into sharp and violent attacks, colliding on the light barrier of the Grand Array, sending ripples across its surface in all directions. The light of the Grand Array faded rapidly, but Void Land could do nothing about it. Kong Feng sneered. He's running out of tricks. If it was not as a last resort, why would the brat surnamed Yang activate his defensive Grand Array? He obviously ran out of options. Earlier, Kong Feng was worried that Void Land might still have more cards up its sleeves, but when he saw Yan Kai activating the defensive Grand Array, he was immediately relieved. It seemed that he had overestimated the ability of this Grand Array. He looked down coldly, and saw Yan Kai clenching his fists, his eyes seemingly about to pop out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He looked angry and nervous, which further confirmed Kong Feng's judgment. Luan Baifeng frowned slightly as she warned. Union Master Kong, stay alert. Kong Feng raised his hand. How can a trivial Void Land stand against the might of our 100 Sect Alliance? Earlier, we suffered a loss because this brat had the defender's advantage. Junior Sister Luan, just wait for the good news. When this defensive array is broken, you may collect all the captives you want. Hearing this, Luan Baifeng spoke no more and just nodded lightly. Her eyes lingered on Yu-He and Mo Mei as she secretly pondered whether it would be worthwhile to try to capture these two sixth-order open heaven realm masters. However, even if she wanted to do so, she did not have much confidence unless… Luan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai again, and licked her red lips, making for an alluring sight. The light barrier of the Grand Array dimmed progressively as countless attacks rained down on it, forming endless indents. After a cup of tea's time, cracks started to form on the light barrier of the Grand Array. Almost time, Yang Kai mumbled to himself. If they continued to fight like this, the heavenly net umbrella would probably be damaged. This artifact cost a fortune to refine, so Yang Kai was truly reluctant to lose it in this battle. He turned to look at Yu-He, and Yu-He also looked at him at the same time. After exchanging looks, as if their hearts were connected, they nodded slightly at each other. The next moment, Yang Kai stealthily performed a hand seal. With a bang, the light barrier that shrouded the exterior of Void Land suddenly burst into pieces, turned into little fluorescent lights and disappeared. The 100 Sect Alliance, which had been attacking ferociously, were dumbstruck at first when they saw this phenomenon, but soon they let out a thunderous cheer. Kong Feng pointed forward as he roared through his clenched jaws. Kill! There was no obstacle ahead, so the 100 flight-type artifacts charged into Void Land furiously. Under the command of Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union rushed straight towards Yang Kai's location, obviously attempting to capture him first. Looking at each other across the air, the panic and tension on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a smirk. Kong Feng was stunned for a moment before a sense of crisis rose from the depth of his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Luan Baifeng, who stood beside him, was alarmed too and shouted, Union Master Kong, be careful! It's a trap! Nevertheless, even if they realized that there was a trap at this moment, they could not turn back. The 100 Sect Alliance was diving recklessly towards Void Land, their formation in complete disarray. It was simply impossible to reorganize them in short order. Kong Feng ground his teeth and world force exploded from him as he personally steered his ship. The vessel immediately turned into a stream of light that shot forward. At the same time, Yang Kai lifted his hand and the array jade floated in front of him. Yu-He appeared beside him in a flash, and both of them formed a set of hand seals with solemn looks on their faces, sending streams of light into the array jade one after another. After just 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai bellowed, Start the array again! Asterisk chi 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 chi, star. The air crackled as tens of thousands of streams of light overshadowing the world abruptly emerged from the depths of Void Land. Each of these streams of light emitted wild energy fluctuations suffused with thick murderous intent. Previously, Old Hong suffered a great loss in the bewildering array. The Heavens Border disciples he led were all dead or critically injured, leaving only him alone trying to survive. He felt dreadfully humiliated, but when the defensive Grand Array of Void Land was broken and a smooth path was revealed ahead, Old Hong was overjoyed, especially when he saw Yang Kai who was close in front of him, frustrated and panicking. At Kong Feng's command, Old Hong was the first to rush forward driving Heaven's Border ship, attempting to force Void Land to pay for his humiliation. But as soon as the countless streams of light appeared in front of him, Old Hong could not help but freeze in shock. He looked up, and when he figured out what those streams of light were, his face instantly turned pale and his eyes almost popped out of its sockets. Turn back! Turn back now! He exclaimed in a cracking voice. Every stream of light was an artifact. Tens of thousands of the streams of light meant tens of thousands of artifacts. It was the offensive Grand Array of 9 heavenly layers. The offensive functions of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array set up by Grandmaster Wu Liang consisted of 3 parts, and this was only the first. Back then, Yang Kai had gained an enormous number of space rings in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. In addition to what he had obtained from 7 Wonders Land after that, he now possessed countless artifacts. These artifacts were mostly useless to him, but it was too much of a waste to discard them. He could certainly earn some fortune by selling them, but using them to arrange this offensive array was a better option. Yang Kai naturally could not control tens of thousands of artifacts alone. Even Yu-He, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, was powerless to do so. However, it was different with the support of the Grand Array. Yu-He had refined the Array Jade before. After all, Yamkai would not always be in Void Land, so when he was away, Yu-He had control over the 9 heavenly layers. The defensive Grand Array that Yamkai triggered earlier functioned autonomously, so it only needed to be activated, allowing him to do so himself. However, the offensive Grand Array needed to be actively controlled, so he required Yu-He's assistance. Martial Peak, Chapter 4325, Third Activation, Heavenly Executioner's Sword. At this moment, Kong Feng realized that Yang Kai had baited them by acting as though he was at a disadvantage and was forced to activate the defensive Grand Array. However, he figured it out too late. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so deceitful. Instead of retreating, which was clearly impossible now, he ground his teeth and increased the speed of his ship. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he had outstanding insight and possessed an exceptionally keen battle sense. There were only 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in Void Land, and they were both injured earlier. Since Yu-He was busy activating the Array Jade, Mo-Mei was the only one he needed to pay attention to. If he could rush to Yang Kai and have Luan Bai Feng tie down Mo-Mei, he could easily capture Yang Kai and control the whole situation. At worst, he could disrupt his focus so the Grand Array would no longer function properly. Considering all this in an instant, Kong Feng decided to act boldly. In such a situation, how could Yang Kai not have predicted his plan, though? Following a cold snort, Yang Kai swung his hand, and a good portion of the tens of thousands of streams of light immediately changed directions towards Heavenly Sword Union's ship, while the rest continued their bombardment of the 100-sect alliance like a meteor shower. As soon as the flight-type artifacts of various great forces noticed the dire situation they were in, they rapidly retreated and activated their own defensive arrays. For a moment, innumerable flashes of multicolored light illuminated the sky. A moment later, the endless streams of light enveloped all the flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance with a rumbling boom. Although the 100-sect alliance brought over by Kong Feng had large numbers, their strength was inconsistent. Most of them were third-class great forces, so how powerful would their flight-type artifacts be? As soon as they clashed, the defensive arrays of the more than a dozen ships at the head of the charge broke. As more streams of light flooded in, these ships were all torn to pieces, severely wounding and killing all the cultivators aboard. The streams of light continued to shuttle forward, blasting into the shields of the other flight-type artifacts, all of which shook dangerously and flickered precariously. All of the cultivators on these artifacts held their breath nervously. Fortunately, they quickly found that despite the seemingly ferocious wave of attacks from Void Land, it was not as terrifying as they initially imagined. The power of the tens of thousands of streams of lights varied greatly, so the damage caused by them was limited as well. Of course, the most important thing was that they still had the numerical advantage, allowing the damage to be distributed among all of them. The situation was still within a manageable range. Even so, more than 20 flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance were smashed after the first wave of attacks, with nearly 2,000 cultivators dying all at once. The shattered pieces of the artifacts and cultivators filled the sky and rained down in an extremely gory scene. Before the survivors could regroup, though, the streams of light that shuttled through their formation turned around sharply and struck at them again. Everyone was appalled, and quickly scattered to avoid the barrage. At the same time, lights continued to flicker around Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Thousands of artifacts bombarded it, but they were all blocked by the defensive array. As a top-tier second-class great force, and given that Heavenly Sword Union's ship was Kong Feng's personal vessel, it certainly was superior to the other flight-type artifacts here and possessed exceedingly powerful protective ability. However, no matter how strong a defense was, it could not withstand continuous and uninterrupted attacks forever. If the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers could be broken, what more need be said about the defensive array of a mere ship? When Heavenly Sword Union's ship was only several tens of kilometers away from Yang Kai, the light barrier that protected it shattered to pieces, and everyone on the ship was exposed to the attacks from the 9 heavenly layers grand array. But that was close enough. Several dozen kilometers might seem far at a glance, but to a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng, it was practically within arm's reach. Aboard his ship, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and roared, "Brat, let's see if you can survive this time!" As he shouted, he and Wan Bai Feng used secret techniques at the same time to push back the surrounding streams of light. Then, he stretched out to grab at Yang Kai, while Wan Bai Feng locked her divine sense onto Mo Mei firmly, so that she would not interfere with the situation. As long as Kong Feng could catch Yang Kai, they would win this battle, and she would be able to harvest all the captives at will. Facing the incoming blow from Kong Feng, Yang Kai did not panic. His cold gaze still firmly planted on his enemy, Yang Kai and Yu He changed their hand seals together, and the next moment, he lifted his hand high, clenched his fist tightly and bellowed, "Start the array!" *wing, star. A buzz echoed loudly throughout Void Land as the entire spirit province trembled. From the void, a sensational aura was suddenly born. With the appearance of this aura, threads of sword chi as thin as hairs permeated the entire Void Land, seemingly slicing through the world itself. At this moment, whether friend or foe, everyone felt sharp pain on their skin, as if there were invisible blades cutting their body. Kong Feng widened his eyes, staring at a column of light that emerged from the depths of Void Land blankly, and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Regarding the grand array of Void Land, he had witnessed the bewildering array, the defensive grand array, and the offensive grand array. He thought that was everything, but only now did he realize that this grand array literally had more layers to it. Although there was only one stream of light this time, which was far less spectacular and magnificent than the tens of thousands of streams of light earlier, Kong Feng dared not look down on it. Previously, the streams of light were only large in number, but their real offensive power was not great. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to plow through them to approach Yang Kai. It was precisely because he knew that Heavenly Sword Union's ship could withstand such a bombardment that he decided to advance instead of retreat. However, the beam of light in front of him was different. Even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng felt threatened. If he was hit by this stream of light, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. That stream of light was a mass of pure white sword chi. It was only 10 meters long, but it gave off an aura that seemed capable of splitting worlds. Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Similar to the Heavenly Net Umbrella, this sword was Grandmaster Ma Fan's creation, a powerful weapon tailored for Void Land to protect the sect. Neither the Heavenly Executioner's Sword nor the Heavenly Net Umbrella was an artifact that could be controlled by an individual cultivator, because they would both consume an extraordinary amount of energy. They were designed to be supported by grand arrays. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was completed not too long ago, so it had not accumulated much starlight strength yet. Whether it was to activate the defensive Grand Array or offensive Grand Array, energy was required. Once this energy was consumed, the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would be greatly weakened. Therefore, Yang Kai purposely tricked the enemy into coming deeper by acting at a disadvantage, also that he could fully utilize the Grand Array's limited energy supply. At this moment when the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was unleashed, Heavenly Sword Union's ship became his first target, and Yang Kai was determined to take down Kong Feng. Kong Feng's face turned pale. The defensive array of his ship had been broken, so he did not have anything to shield him from the incoming attack. He wanted to dodge, but if he did, everyone from Heavenly Sword Union he brought along would be doomed. Therefore, even if he realized the horror of this sword, he could not avoid it. Grinding his teeth and bellowed, "Junior Sister Luan, help me!" As he shouted, world force erupted from his figure, and he raised his hands up to the sky, as if he was trying to hold it up and stop it from collapsing on him. Luan Bai Feng secretly cursed Kong Feng for his incompetence in gathering intelligence. She never expected to face such a powerful foe here. If she knew it would end like this, she would never have waded into these muddy waters. But right now, she and Kong Feng were on the same boat, so how could she sit back and let it sink? Enduring the heartache she felt, she summoned 3 array plates and poured her world force into them. With a flick of her hand, The 3 array plates turned into 3 light barriers, shielding Heavenly Sword Union's ship. She was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, so naturally, she had some array plates on her for emergencies. The 3 array plates contained exceptionally powerful defensive arrays. If she still could not resist the sword with ease, she could only quickly escape. As for Kong Feng, his fate would be up to the heavens to decide. Other than Kong Feng and Wan Bai Feng, there were still quite a number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union aboard the ship, so at this moment, they all put everything they had into defending against this sword. Sword light flashed as it slashed directly onto the ship. With a sky-rending screech, the 3 layers of protection shrouding the ship exploded to pieces and disappeared into flashes of light. Even the 3 array plates were reduced to dust in a single strike. The sword chi strike continued forward, and as soon as it landed on the ship, cultivators with lower cultivation exploded into blood mist without being able to say a word, while the Open Heaven Realm Masters were all thrown out, many of them heavily injured and coughing blood continuously. Kong Feng's face paled slightly as even he was forced back 2 steps, the world force coming from his body fluctuating erratically. Fear etched on his face while Wan Bai Feng looked incredibly gloomy. On the other side, Yang Kai was so annoyed he couldn't help cursing. This was the first time he had activated the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, and he was completely satisfied with all the transformations and powers it displayed. His past sacrifices had finally paid off today. The power of Heavenly Executioner's sword was beyond his expectation, and if not for Wan Bai Feng interfering, Kong Feng would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. But at the critical moment, Wan Bai Feng used 3 array plates to protect them. Yang Kai glared at Wan Bai Feng, wishing he could gnaw her to death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai made a hand seal again, and Yuhi quickly cooperated with him. At the same time, she transmitted a divine sense message to Yang Kai. "Young Master, the energy consumption of the Grand Array is too great. I'm afraid it won't last long." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. "I know." Noticing the sword chi condensing again, Kong Feng's expression immediately changed. As soon as his power surged, he drove the ship around to escape. He was truly frightened by the sword chi's previous attack. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help putting a weird look on his face, and stopped his action. He wanted to slash Kong Feng with another sword chi wave, because there was no way Wan Bai Feng could have so many defensive array plates with her. Even if she managed to help block the strike once, she could not do so a second time. But Kong Feng actually chose to run away. Yang Kai guffawed. "There was a way to the heavens, but you refused to take it and chose to enter the gates of hell instead. Old dog Kong Feng, you truly court death today." While remarking so, he put his hands on his back and grinned at the Heavenly Sword Union ship that was running away. Heavenly Sword Union was not the only one escaping. All the surviving 100 Sect Alliance ships were too. Although they came in high spirits, their morale instantly dropped after being attacked by Void Land's offensive Grand Arrays. Now, there were only about 70 flight-type artifacts from the 100-plus that came. More than 30 ships had been destroyed and countless casualties were suffered. It was not only animals that had the instinct to run away from calamity, but humans too. They naturally wanted to escape, and many ran even earlier and faster than Kong Feng. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4326, Bewildering Array starts again. However, before the 100 Sect Alliance could escape Void Land, thick clouds rapidly permeated ahead of them. They did not notice it at first, and entered the fog bank one after another. For a moment, they could not see anything, and their divine senses were suppressed to a great extent. They lost their sense of direction just like headless flies. Why does this situation look so familiar? This was clearly the bewildering array at the periphery of Void Land. Earlier, they were obstructed by this bewildering array when they came in from the outside, but Wan Bai Feng managed to crack it, allowing them to invade. Everyone was appalled. They could not understand how this array could be reactivated again after it was cracked. Kong Feng was clueless too. On the ship, he turned to Luan Bai Feng and bellowed, "Junior sister Luan, what is happening?" Luan Bai Feng's stunning face turned sullen. "We fell into that brat's trap again." He must have intentionally deactivated the bewildering array before. She thought that she had cracked the bewildering array of Void Land, but by the looks of it now, the little bastard must have tricked her by removing it as she was working on it, luring them into the lion's den. Since they attempted to escape now, he certainly could reactivate the bewildering array to stop them from running away. Upon this realization, Luan Baifeng clenched her pristine teeth so hard that they almost cracked. As the Black Prison's warden, she had never been fooled like this before in her life. She was maddened with rage. Kong Feng asked anxiously, "Junior sister, do you think you can crack the array?" "I'll try," Luan Baifeng replied with a solemn face, not daring to be too confident. It was not like she gained nothing from observing the tremendous transformations of the bewildering array from the outside earlier. She found some details about the bewildering array, and she might be able to succeed if she focused on cracking it. Her beautiful violet eyes flickered again as she stared at the grand array intently. Shortly, Luan Baifeng frowned deeply. She vaguely found that this bewildering array seemed to be dissimilar to the one she had previously cracked, but she could not tell the difference. With her extraordinary attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, Luan Baifeng could tell that the bewildering array this time was truly different from that of earlier. The bewildering array earlier only had the might of an independent spirit array, but the bewildering array at this moment. In the mist, two small figures appeared side by side. Pu Baixiong patted little mushrooms and announced, "It's time!" And, after a quiet but firm response, Little Mushroom shook her body lightly and countless tiny spores undetectable by divine sense spread out, quickly integrating into the grand array. The bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers had an array core, and it was a living array core, which was Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom was the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, born with innate hallucinatory powers. Therefore, after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was completed, when Grand Master Wu Liang introduced its various functions, Yang Kai decided to place Little Mushroom in the bewildering array as its core. When the 100 Sect Alliance launched their first attack, Yang Kai only activated the bewildering array in passive mode and did not unleash its active effects. One of the reasons was to keep its full potential a secret, while the other was to lure the enemy into a trap. Since the enemy was attempting to escape now, it was naturally needless to hide this card anymore. A bewildering array without an array core was just a bewildering array, but once the core was activated, it evolved into an illusion array. There was a great difference between the two, with the latter being an order of magnitude more powerful. As such, Luan Baifeng could not be blamed for not being able to see through it in short order. The countless tiny spores suffused into the grand array, which drastically increased its effectiveness. Many flight-type artifacts were lost in the illusion array, and many cultivators inhaled the spores into their lungs, unaware. Soon, they began to experience hallucinations. Yang Kai was also affected by Little Mushroom in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he managed to overcome it by relying on his Golden Crow's True Fire and Soul-Warming Lotus. If not for these two factors, he would have suffered a fatal disaster. Although there were still many cultivators left in the 100 Sect Alliance, how many people could resist the hallucinogenic power of the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom? Aboard a certain ship, one cultivator's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He raised his hand to summon his sword artifact before swinging it down. Blood spurted, and the person, who was slashed by the sword, stared at his senior brother in disbelief, not understanding what had just happened. On a different ship, a woman fell into a pool of blood and sobbed desperately. "Senior brother, didn't you say you loved me?" "Why?" Before she could finish, another sword light flashed, and her head flew up into the sky. Chaos erupted aboard every flight-type artifact almost immediately. The weaker cultivators soon lost their senses and started summoning their artifacts to kill the allies they could no longer recognize. Only the Open Heaven Realm Masters could put up some resistance. They surged their world force to protect their bodies as soon as they realized something was wrong. Facing the disciples who charged at them fearlessly, they were instantly caught in a dilemma, for they could not decide whether to kill them or not. From Void Land's side, led by Peng Duo and the others, the 300-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters soared up into the sky again and charged into the grand array to start killing. This time, Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua, and the other former captives joined in too. Although they had been imprisoned before, their lives were not in danger, nor were they beaten or tortured. Luan Baifeng had kept them safe, for she needed them to serve as her slaves. Any damage they suffered would be a net loss for her. Furthermore, they consumed spirit pills and rested for a while, so they were almost fully recovered. It was natural for them to feel the need to avenge their previous humiliation. The spectacle of blood and corpses raining endlessly like dumplings dropping into a pot was quite shocking. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union ship, Kong Feng was as white as a sheet as he stared up at the swirling mists with so much rage he almost coughed up blood. It's over. It's completely over. My alliance came to attack Void Land confidently but ended up in such a miserable state. If word of this spreads, what would happen to the reputation of my Heavenly Sword Union? How can there be so many open heaven realm masters in Void Land? How can they all be so powerful? How can there be so many functions to the grand array here? Kong Feng was sharp-eyed and managed to stop his ship in time, preventing it from falling completely into the illusion array. But now, there were only 7 or 8 ships left outside of the illusion array. These ships noticed the dire situation too, and gathered around Heavenly Sword Union seeking some sense of security. Luan Baifeng had given up looking for ways to crack the grand array. Since so many open heaven realm masters from Void Land had rushed inside and started a massacre, there was no way she could help even if she found some flaws in it. However, she was still a 6th order open heaven realm master who was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. She was confident that if she wanted to leave, the grand array of Void Land could not stop her from doing so. However, after coming all the way here, how could she be willing to return home empty-handed? Looking down, Luan Baifeng stated, "Union Master Kong, given the situation now, there's only one solution." Infuriated and red-eyed, Kong Feng asked, "What's that?" Luan Baifeng glanced at Yang Kai. "In order to destroy an army, take the general's head. Although that boy is only an Emperor Realm Junior, it's clear the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land follow his lead without question. If we capture him as a hostage, we can force the others to surrender and turn this situation around." Kong Feng's mind was blinded by rage. Seeing the 100 Sect Alliance suffering great losses, and knowing that his Heavenly Sword Union and his reputation would be gravely affected in the future, he had panicked for a moment. However, after listening to Luan Baifeng's suggestion, he instantly came back to his senses. He nodded seriously. "What Junior Sister Luan says is true, but that brat is guarded by 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters." All of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land had rushed into the illusion array to slaughter the enemy, leaving only Mo Mei and Yu He behind to guard Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was still just an Emperor Realm cultivator who did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle. Luan Baifeng chuckled. "Judging from how those 2 women moved just now, they must have just advanced into the 6th order Open Heaven Realm recently, meaning they still cannot display their full strength. This junior sister can restrain one for you. As for the other one..." While speaking, Luan Baifeng turned to look at the ships around them and continued with a faint smile. "We still have so many people. Why should we be afraid of her?" Kong Feng's eyes lit up. He could not help grinning. "That brat is too arrogant. He's really courting death." There were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, so if he retained some by his side, Kong Feng really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, now that almost all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land had rushed into the illusion array, leaving just the 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters back to protect him, this was a great opportunity. Kong Feng swept his eyes across all the Open Heaven Realm Masters still with him, and immediately made the deployment. After making the decision, Kong Feng quickly led his remaining people to attack Yang Kai again without delay, not wanting to give time to the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land to return and interfere. His only worry now was the offensive Grand Array of Void Land. The previous sword light had frightened him greatly. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, he could have died to that attack while Heavenly Sword Union's ship would definitely have been destroyed, and his subordinates would have been severely wounded or killed. However, when he thought about it carefully, the energy consumed by such an offensive grand array could not be trivial. Void Land was newly established, and the spirit array must have only been completed recently, so the energy that it had in reserve was probably extremely limited. Since Void Land had operated the grand array so many times already, it probably would not be able to launch another strike again. Even if the energy was sufficient, it may be difficult for Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, to act alone. Kong Feng clearly saw that when the offensive grand array was launched, Yang Kai and Yu He had worked together to activate it. In other words, as long as they could keep Yu He occupied and distract her from cooperating with Yang Kai, Kong Feng did not need to have any worries. Yang Kai alone was not a threat. He could easily crush that brat to death with just a finger. From Void Land, Yang Kai looked up and saw that the 8 ships were rushing to him furiously under Kong Feng's lead. That old dog is at his wit's end. He quickly sent a divine sense transmission to Yu He and Mo Mei. Immediately after, Yu He shook her head rapidly like a pellet drum and objected. Young master, no, it's too dangerous. Martial Peak, Chapter 4327, The Real Trump Card. Mo Mei nodded too and advised. Sect Master, all of us Void Land depends on you. If anything were to happen, if Yang Kai died, Void Land would completely collapse. Now that the people who came out of Abundance City finally found a place to call home, how could they take such a risk? Yang Kai chuckled playfully. How is it dangerous? Don't forget about our Void Land's real trump card. If my life is in danger, I don't believe she will remain a bystander. The true trump card of Void Land was not its 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters, or even the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but rather the divine spirit hidden in its depths, Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai was unsure how much power this woman could unleash currently, but he was certain that she could definitely match a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging by the standards of the 3,000 worlds, a mature divine spirits possess strength at least on par with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, just like the Golden Crow and Yan Ming. It was just that Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit that was born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Although Yang Kai brought her out of that place, due to the differences in world principles between the two worlds, she needed a long period of time to adapt before she could unleash her full strength. It was hard to tell how much she had acclimated by now. As Yang Kai's protector, she took an oath on her source to protect him. Nonetheless, the oath was conditional. Only when Yang Kai's life was in mortal danger would Zhu Jiuyin take action. If Yang Kai was the one who provoked others or he encountered troubles during his adventures outside, Zhu Jiuyin would not care about him. Yang Kai was someone who liked to roam free, a fact Zhu Jiuyin knew well, so she made sure to clearly set out such terms with him. Otherwise, she would have to follow Yang Kai around and guard him at all times. How could she permit such a thing? How could a noble divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider become a mere bodyguard? She really did not want to lose her status because of this hateful man. To be honest, Zhu Jiuyin could not wait for Yang Kai to die outside and not return anymore. That way, she could immediately get rid of the constraints of the oath. However, they were in Void Land, and it was the 100 Sect Alliance who initiated this battle. Once Yang Kai fell into danger, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely have to do something, otherwise she would suffer from the backlash of her oath. A divine spirit source was their root, foundation, and heritage, a link between them and their ancestral bloodline, so there was no room for carelessness. Although Yang Kai did not notice the presence of Zhu Jiuyin's aura yet, he was sure that this woman had been paying close attention to the battle. With this woman looking after him in the dark, what did Yang Kai need to fear? Although Mo Mei was a recent arrival, she was a full-fledged member of Void Land now and had learned about Zhu Jiuyin from Yu He before. She knew that a mature divine spirit was hiding in Void Land, and even though she had never seen her, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was up to after hearing his words. After hesitating for a moment, Yu He nodded. Then, young master must be careful, Yang Kai replied. You two should also protect yourselves well. During their conversation, the 8 ships had rushed down under the lead of Heavenly Sword Union. As soon as Kong Fong turned to look at Luan Bai Fong, she stretched out her hand and beckoned to Mo Mei with a grin. Such a beautiful little girl. This elder sister likes women like you. Would you like to have a chat with me? With a slight swing of her hand, a powerful world force descended from above Mo Mei. Mo Mei's face turned solemn. She did not dare to stay near Yang Kai to avoid him being involved in this battle, so with a flicker, she rushed straight at Luan Bai Fong. The two women made only light movements, but their world forces collided with each other endlessly as they soon moved their battlefield further away. However, Mo Mei had just advanced to the Sixth Order, so her foundation was not steady yet. After exchanging a few moves with Luan Bai Fong, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Luan Bai Fong kept an indifferent look, obviously confident in handling her. The gap between their strength was obvious, but although Luan Bai Fong was much stronger than Mo Mei and it was not difficult for her to suppress her, it would still be very hard to capture her alive or kill her, unless Mo Mei made a critical mistake. Kong Fong was overjoyed to see that one of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around Yang Kai was easily lured away by Luan Bai Fong. He bellowed solemnly, "Act according to the plan!" All the surrounding Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. On the ship of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin shouted, "Yu He, for the sake of our many years of friendship, leave now. This Qi will speak for you to Union Master Kong to let you live. Otherwise, don't blame this Qi for not showing due consideration." Ling Chun Chiu also advised, "Madam Yu He, one must know how to adapt to their circumstances." It was not surprising that the two had known Yu He for a long time. When they schemed against the proprietress by using Old Bai's breakthrough to the Open Heaven Realm, Yu He was their partner. But at that time, all three of them were still Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After obtaining a world fruit, Yu He had risen to the Sixth Order and now had a brighter future, while Qi Jin and Ling Chun Chiu were still lingering in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. After a cultivator breaks through to the Open Heaven Realm, each improvement in order requires lengthy accumulation, and the higher the order, the longer the time it took. Not everyone could obtain such a heaven-defying treasure like the world fruit. Yu He snorted coldly. "I may be just a simple woman, but whoever wants to harm my young master must go through me first." Foolish stubbornness! Ling Chun Chiu felt pity for her. Kong Fong roared lividly, "Stop wasting time and attack!" At that command, more than 10 figures flew out from the 8 ships and charged at Yu He together. They were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Among them were 3 Fifth Orders, while the rest were Third and Fourth Orders. They had a significant numerical advantage, so Yu He did not dare to take them lightly even though she was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, Kong Fong was eyeing Yang Kai from the side, so she still had to look out for his safety. Therefore, Yu He instantly fell into a disadvantage. Kong Fong stood on the deck of his ship, observing the battlefield coldly while staring at Yang Kai maliciously. Yang Kai looked flustered. Although he was not in danger under the protection of Yu He, he was also helpless to do anything. Having weaker cultivation in this case truly put him at the disadvantage. Not long after the battle began, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yu He, I'll leave first. Take care of yourself." Yu He nodded as she executed a palm strike. "Young master, you be careful too." Yang Kai nodded. Taking advantage of an opening created by Yu He, space principles surged and he disappeared with a flicker. Kong Feng's eyes lit up as he guffawed. "I've been waiting for this moment." If Yang Kai stuck by Yu He stubbornly, he could only find a chance to launch a sneak attack on Yu He to injure her first before capturing Yang Kai. Given that Yang Kai was escaping by himself now though, it was exactly what Kong Fong wanted. It was not difficult for Kong Fong to understand why Yang Kai made this choice. The brat obviously felt that he was dragging Yu He down, so he decided to retreat. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it was easy for him to flee. However, Kong Fong had firmly locked his divine sense onto Yang Kai, so he instantly noticed his escape. With a wild surge of his divine sense, Kong Fong turned his head to a certain direction, jumped down from his ship, and grabbed at the void. In that direction, a figure appeared faintly, and Yang Kai was suddenly revealed like a ghost. However, before he came to his senses, his body had been wrapped up in a great power, making it feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His bones creaked dangerously, and even his body was bent forcefully in an instant. The power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was simply something he could not resist. Yang Kai remained calm, however. He closed his eyes and mumbled with a sneer. Zhu Jiuyin. If you still don't appear, this junior will die. At that moment, a cold snort reached his ears, one that didn't sound happy in the slightest. It was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's voice, but before Yang Kai had time to celebrate, he heard Zhu Jiuyin's voice. Brat, things are a bit troublesome this time. You'd better watch out for yourself. Huh! Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what she meant. At the same time, Kong Feng's face changed drastically as he shouted. Pooh! Just as he was about to capture Yang Kai, a shocking aura suddenly emerged from somewhere in Void Land, one that was so powerful it terrified him to his bones. Previously, when Yang Kai triggered the offensive array of 9 heavenly layers, Kong Feng was frightened by the potent sword qi. However, at this moment, the aura that appeared was clearly orders of magnitude more powerful than even that sword qi. Void Land still held a trump card. A horrifying master beyond anything he could have imagined. For a moment, Kong Feng felt incredible regret. If he had known that there was such a master protecting Void Land, he would never have been bold enough to come offend them. Whatever the case, it was too late to regret now. Kong Feng secretly cursed, this little bastard. Why did he keep such a master hidden until now? Why didn't he expose them earlier? Was it fun taunting and mocking me this whole time? As he thought about it, it did seem that Yang Kai had been toying with him since he came to this place. Of course, Kong Feng had no idea that if Yang Kai's life was not in danger, Zhu Jiuyin would not make a move even if he called her. While his mind was still spinning with such thoughts, Kong Feng looked up and saw a delicate finger pointing straight at him from somewhere in Void Land. Although from the outside the finger looked gentle and beautiful, in Kong Feng's eyes it was like an entire world was crashing down on him. Such a strike could only be delivered by a high-rank open heaven realm master. Kong Feng clenched his teeth, and he tried his best to surge his own power, going all out to protect himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Even though he knew he was no match for this opponent, as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, how could he just stand there waiting to die? As he flew back, Kong Feng channeled whatever strength he could to his fist and punched forward. But everything was in vain before this finger. Kong Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling uncontrollably as a number of his bones broke. The small universe in his body was sent into turmoil, disrupting his world force. Kong Feng was absolutely dumbstruck. This kind of might was beyond what an ordinary seventh-order open heaven realm master could exert with such a casual blow. The person who attacked him either was an eighth-order open heaven realm master, or was not far from reaching that height. Furthermore, Kong Feng vaguely felt something was off about the opponent's aura. However, it was meaningless to think about this now. He was severely hit by this opponent who he stood no chance of opposing at all. Will I be buried in this place today? Kong Feng sighed in his heart. He did not expect that after rising to become a hegemon in the 3,000 worlds, reigning over a peak second-class force for so many years, he would actually end up dying in such a place. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-28 2 High Ranks. Kong Feng was not weak. After all, he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. However, given that the master hidden in Void Land could severely injure him with just one blow, even though part of the reason was because Kong Feng was caught off guard, it was still enough to show the strength of his attacker. The slender and fair finger that hit Kong Feng from across the sky pierced his defenses like they were paper. Blood spewed out of his mouth, but the power of the attack persisted without weakening. Kong Feng's body kept flying backwards, but that finger chased after him persistently, as if it was determined to kill him at all cost. Seeing this situation, goosebumps rose all over his body and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He continuously threw his fists out, trying to neutralize the power of the approaching finger. However, everything was in vain. Seeing that the finger continued to press towards him, Kong Feng was dreadfully depressed and infuriated. If he had known that there was such a master in Void Land and was prepared for it, he might not have ended up in such a dire situation. Even if he was no match for such a master, he would not be in immediate danger of losing his life. The opponent did not reveal her aura before, but once she did, she launched a deadly attack without any hesitation. Kong Feng was far weaker than her, so he immediately ended up in such an embarrassing situation. The aura of death enveloped him, and although Kong Feng was unwilling, he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Just then, a sudden change happened. A cold snort suddenly came from the sky, followed by a startling sword light that flashed through the illusion array enveloping the periphery of Void Land, shattering it in one blow. The sword light directly greeted the slender finger, and stopped it before Kong Feng succumbed. With a loud bang, the sword light was annihilated while the slender finger collapsed. The world trembled from the impact. Immediately after the sword light, two figures plummeted from the sky. One of them let out a strange cackle and rapidly rushed in a certain direction upon entering Void Land. He stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw, and grabbed towards the direction, with wind stirring and cloud-rending world force gathered in the palm of his hand. It was in the direction of Zhu Jiuyin's palace. However, the man retreated as quickly as he advanced when another earth-shaking sound exploded and a fair palm approached him from the direction he was heading. A halo of light exploded as the man returned to the side of his companion. The second person was holding a long sword. It was obvious that he was the one who broke the illusion array with the sword wave earlier. Kong Feng was pleasantly surprised to narrowly escape death. Although he had no idea who saved him from the power of the finger just now, this person was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Looking up, he saw two figures standing side by side with heavy world force auras permeating from their respective bodies. They were two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. However, both of them were shrouded in a layer of haze, so he could only roughly see their silhouette, not their true faces. He could not even distinguish whether they were men or women. With a single thought, Kong Feng vaguely guessed their background, but he had no idea where they came from exactly. Still, he quickly cupped his fist and saluted. "Many thanks to two seniors for saving my life." The two seventh-order open heaven realm masters did not say a word, but remained standing there quietly, facing one direction with a dignified air about them. In that direction, a slim figure approached meanderingly. Her beauty was enthralling, her long skirt fluttering behind with the movements of her graceful figure. Who else other than Zhu Jiuyin could it be? From Zhu Jiuyin's attack on Kong Feng, to the flash of the startling sword wave, Kong Feng's narrow escape from death, and the appearance of the two ghostly high-rank open heaven realm masters, everything happened in less than 3 breaths of time. It was so fast that Yang Kai could not even react to it. He thought that with the help of Zhu Jiuyin, Kong Feng would certainly die today. As long as Kong Feng died, the so-called 100 Sect Alliance would easily be scattered and destroyed. By then, he could entrap them within the illusion array outside Void Land, and wipe them all out. But how could he have anticipated such a turn of events at this critical moment? Yang Kai was frozen for a moment before a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he stared at the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. He grinned as he shouted, "Good, very good!" Although he did not know the background of these two high-rank open heaven realm masters, he was sure that they were definitely from some cave heaven or paradise that did not want him to succeed. He believed the great forces behind these two were the same great forces that goaded Kong Feng into assembling the 100 great forces to invade Void Land. Now, it seemed that these two had been following behind Kong Feng all this time. They did not show up earlier because there was no need to. Moreover, with such a huge lineup like the 100 Sect Alliance, as high-rank open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises, them appearing could only be considered shameless bullying of the weak. That was why they just followed and observed the situation. However, the heritage of Void Land was truly surprising. The large number of people brought back by Yang Kai from Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the biggest surprise. Due to the sudden increase of more than 300 open heaven realm masters in Void Land, its strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. No one would have anticipated Void Land gathering so many open heaven realm masters in such a short time, including a large number in the 5th and 6th orders. However, the two observers remained on the sidelines even when the 100 Sect Alliance fell into a disadvantage in the battle and suffered heavy losses. After all, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. But they stopped hiding when Zhu Jiuyin's attack put Kong Feng's life in danger. Although Kong Feng was the one who gathered the 100 great forces and took the opportunity to seek trouble with Void Land, anyone who had a little knowledge and insight could see that the cave heavens and paradises were behind this move. If they still failed in such a public plan, they would lose a great deal of face. As such, Kong Feng could not die. Whether they liked it or not, they had to save him. At this moment, they concealed their true faces with secret techniques, because they did not want to reveal their identities. Although it was obvious that they were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still could not leave any evidence. Therefore, such a cover-up was somehow meant to protect the prestige of the great forces behind them. Only now did Yang Kai finally understand Zhu Jiuyin's statement that the situation was going to be troublesome. Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way these two could remain unnoticed by her. Yang Kai clenched his fist and glared at them, his blood boiling with anger, his heart feeling like a volcano about to erupt. He had been cultivating on his own and did not bother anyone, but these people insisted on oppressing him again and again. Back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many from the younger generations made things difficult for him. That was still fine, as they were all in the same realm and generation. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for being incompetent. After it became clear that the younger generations could not stop him though, the old monsters came out to interfere. It seemed that they were determined to remove him from this world. Anyone who faced such oppression would definitely be upset. Fortunately, he had Zhu Jiuyin here with him, otherwise, how could he stand against these two high-rank open heaven realm masters? Should he just do nothing and accept death? Yang Kai examined the bodies of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he took note of their auras in detail. He could not be sure where the two high-rank open heaven realm masters came from, but as long as he was still alive, sooner or later they would meet again. Divine Spirit! The high-rank open heaven realm master with the sword suddenly spoke. His distorted voice sounded a bit like an old man's, but it was obvious that his original voice was disguised by a secret technique. May I know which divine spirit Madam is? He could only detect the divine spirit aura from Zhu Jiuyin, but he could not determine what her true form was, unless Zhu Jiuyin revealed it herself. What will you do if I tell you? Zhu Jiuyin asked faintly. The sword wielder replied. We have no intention of disturbing Madam. So, we would be grateful if you could step aside. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled softly and replied. I should be the one saying this. In fact, this queen doesn't want to bother you either, so you'd best go back where you came from. The sword wielder shook his head slowly. We have a duty to perform here, so we can't leave. Forgive us, Madam. Zhu Jiuyin raised her eyebrows. What duty is that? Madam, why do you ask when you already know? Zhu Jiuyin turned her head to look in Yang Kai's direction before chortling while covering her mouth. You two are high-rank open heaven realm masters. Why do you have to waste time on causing all kinds of trouble to a snot-nosed brat? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Cowards! You're bold enough to appear here, but lack the courage to show your true faces? Is it because you're too ugly? The sword wielder remained silent, as if he did not hear Yang Kai, but his companion immediately turned to him and released a powerful burst of world force towards him. Yang Kai could not respond to it at all and his mind went black. When he regained his senses, a faint scent lingered at the tip of his nose as he saw Zhu Jiuyin standing in front of him. Yang Kai took a sniff, and found that the woman truly smelled pleasant. Zhu Jiuyin glared at the man with a darkened face. Who gave you the courage to touch him in front of this queen? Yang Kai peeped his head out from Zhu Jiuyin's shoulder, and rebuked. Old cowards who only know how to bully the young and the weak. Show your faces if you dare to. When I advance to the open heaven realm, I swear I will kill yo. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Zhu Jiuyin harshly shoved Yang Kai's head back with her hand. His spit sprayed all over her neck when he shouted just now, which felt disgusting. On the other side, a sudden distortion appeared on the man, and the secret technique that covered his appearance and figure dispersed. He actually showed his true face and grinned. I'll be waiting for you then. Yang Kai peeped and cried. Myriad demons, heaven! This man had demon chi wafting from his body, which was an obvious characteristic. If Yang Kai could not recognize his origin after seeing this, he would be blind. Yang Kai found that he indeed had some fated rivalry with myriad demons, heaven. Back then, it was great demon god Mo Xing who started a disaster in the star boundary. That guy definitely originated from myriad demons, heaven. Next, he had an unpleasant experience with Pei Wen Xian in the Blood Monster Cave, heaven. Now, one of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters who came to Void Land was actually from myriad demons, heaven. It was truly annoying. This person was from myriad demons, heaven, but Yang Kai did not know the origin of the other one. Although he had a guess, he could not be sure about it. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and quietly memorized the high-rank open heaven realm master's appearance. He secretly swore that he would tear this bastard to pieces sooner or later. Martial Peak, Chapter 4329, Final Array. The sword wielder suddenly spoke. Madam, as a divine spirit, you should be free. Why get yourself involved in this dispute? It's better for you to retreat and be on good terms with us. Zhu Jiuyin answered faintly. I have a duty to be here. I can't retreat. The sword wielder was obviously stunned, then he snorted coldly. Madam, do you insist on being our enemy? Zhu Jiuyin repeated her answer again, which irritated the man because he thought she was messing with him. Although divine spirits were powerful, he was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and even had a companion of equal strength. There was no need for him to be afraid. But he did not know that Zhu Jiuyin truly had a duty too. Since she was Yang Kai's protector, she had to keep him safe while he was in Void Land. It's you two who are making things difficult for this queen. What can this queen do? Zhu Jiuyin glanced at them coldly. Triggered by his own hot temper, the myriad demons heaven high-rank open heaven realm master sneered. This monarch has never killed a divine spirit before. It seems like today will be a new experience. The towering demon chi around him expanded and powerful world force permeated the air, causing the entire Void Land to tremble. He immediately charged at Zhu Jiuyin. If they could not come to an agreement, they could only fight. The sword wielder sighed lightly, then followed after the high-rank myriad demons heaven open heaven realm master with a flicker, attacking Zhu Jiuyin from opposite sides. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly sent Yang Kai a transmission. Be careful, brat. These two are not easy to handle. I'm afraid I can't look after you and fight them at the same time. As soon as Yang Kai heard her words, he knew that Zhu Jiuyin had to go all out. Facing two high-rank open heaven realm masters, even a divine spirit could not act carelessly. Instantly, the three clashed. Their battle caused a shocking effect on the surrounding world. Light dimmed, and Void Land trembled endlessly as it began to crack and fracture. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Earlier, the battle between Mo Mei and Wan Baifeng, two sixth-order open heaven realm masters, was already quite fierce, but it was simply incomparable to the current battle. The entire Void Land was now divided into 4 battlefields. The first battlefield was naturally the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. The second battlefield was the one between Mo Mei and Wan Baifeng. The third battlefield was between Yu He and the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the 100 Sect Alliance. The fourth battlefield was the battle in the illusion array. Among the 4 battlefields, the most peaceful one was undoubtedly the battle between Mo Mei and Wan Baifeng. Although both of them were sixth-order masters, one had been immersed in this order for many years while the other had just broken through recently, resulting in a huge difference in their strength. Wan Baifeng had the upper hand, but she wanted to capture Mo Mei alive, so she was holding back quite a bit, allowing Mo to cope with the situation for now. As such, their fight was still considered somewhat tepid. As for the illusion array, it was a one-sided massacre. The 300 open heaven realm masters of Void Land ripped into the 100 sect alliance, who were all confused and disoriented by the illusions caused by the grand array. How could the latter resist? However, at the moment, a rift had been torn in the illusion array by the sword wave of the sword-wielding high-rank open heaven master. As soon as this rift appeared, the illusion array's power dropped significantly, giving a glimmer of hope to the oppressed members of the 100 sect alliance. They were no longer in complete disarray and could even fight back from time to time. Yan Kai controlled the array Jade of the Void Land Grand Array, so he was well aware of the situation in Void Land. With just a single thought, he had a grasp of the overall situation in his mind. Understanding this, he couldn't help shouting at Zhu Jiuyin. "Can't you move your fight somewhere else? Why must you do this in my Void Land?" Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank masters weren't fighting on the ground per se, but the fallout from their battle could not be underestimated. After all, Void Land was only a spirit province, and if they caused too much damage to it, it might collapse. Void Land was Yang Kai's base in the 3,000 worlds. How could he not worry about it? However, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond to his words at all. Yang Kai was unsure whether she had even heard him. She did not shift the battlefield away and instead continued to shuttle around Void Land while fighting the two high-rank open heaven realm masters, which resulted in endless rumbling sounds. "Brat, instead of worrying about your territory, you should pay more attention to your life." A surly voice suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai was startled. Only now did he remember that Kong Feng was still eyeing him. Now that all the forces of Void Land and the 100 Sect Alliance were occupied, leaving only the leaders of the both alone, how could Kong Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Although he was caught off guard and was seriously injured by Zhu Jiuyin's attack, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with a severe wound, it was not hard for him to kill a mere Emperor Realm Jr. Nonetheless, the purpose of his trip was not to kill Yang Kai. Even though Kong Feng wanted to kill him so badly, he could capture him alive for now. As long as he could take Yang Kai down, he would claim victory in this battle. Since Yang Kai had no one left to protect him, he was just like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be tortured by him. Yang Kai turned to the side and saw Kong Feng spewing a mouthful of blood from nearby, looking at him with a face as white as a sheet. When their eyes met, Yang Kai instantly realized that Kong Feng's focus was firmly locked on him, and the surrounding space was locked by a suppressive force. It was obvious that Kong Feng was wary of him using space principles to escape. Not only that, Kong Feng was also approaching Yang Kai step by step, slowly pressuring him with his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Letting out a soft breath, Yang Kai spoke faintly. "Kong Feng, if I were you, I would retreat to save my life. Being stubborn will only lead to tragedy." Kong Feng was taken aback and quickly stopped his feet, spreading out his divine sense to examine the surroundings. He was truly frightened by Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Void Land had brought him too many surprises today. The few hundred open heaven realm masters, the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and its seemingly limitless functions, the female divine spirit hidden in the depths of Void Land. Who would have thought that a trivial Void Land would possess so much power? So, when Yang Kai said this, Kong Feng did not dare to take him lightly, for fear that he would reveal another surprise. However, after some observations, Kong Feng did not sense any kind of threat. On second thought, since such a powerful female divine spirit was already revealed, what other hidden trump card could there be in Void Land? It would be too ridiculous if it still held one. Although the strength shown by Void Land was not as great as that of the cave heavens and paradises, it was enough to compete against Heavenly Sword Union. "Boy, you dare bluff me?" he bellowed. "You can try me," Yang Kai replied with an indifferent look. Kong Feng was in a dilemma. Yang Kai's calmness unnerved him, and he vaguely felt that if he really attacked, there might be an unpleasant surprise waiting for him. But given that it was just an Emperor Realm Jr. standing in front of him, How could a sixth-order open heaven realm master not have the courage to even attack him? If he retreated from this, Kong Feng was afraid that he would never be able to raise his head again from the disgrace. Furthermore, the 100 Sect Alliance had suffered heavy casualties under his lead here. If he could not bring back a victory, it would be hard for him to explain to the outside world. With a determined mind, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and thundered. How dare a little bastard like you still play mind games with this king before dying? He felt that Yang Kai was bluffing him, so he no longer hesitated. As soon as his power surged, he stretched out his hands straight towards Yang Kai's head. Since you court death, don't blame others for your demise. Yang Kai grit his teeth as he roared. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon's spear into his grip. With a flourish, his power surged and his hair began fluttering wildly despite there not being any wind. Start the array! A buzz came out of Void Land as Yang Kai shouted, which shook Kong Feng's heart. He had lost count of how many times he heard these 3 words today, and every time he suffered a grievous loss. As soon as Yang Kai shouted the word array, Kong Feng realized that there was something wrong. Void Land was still holding another trump card. Not daring to be negligent, Kong Feng immediately accelerated, swiftly pouncing at Yang Kai, who was not far from him now. At the same time, all the remaining power in the 9 heavenly layers grand array of Void Land poured into the Azure Dragon's spear, which absorbed it seemingly without end. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was established not long ago, so the amount of starlight strength it had absorbed was still not much. It had almost depleted all of its stored power after launching various layers of the grand array, and he had warned Yang Kai of this earlier. Right now, the remaining energy in the grand array could only be used one last time. This time, Yang Kai activated the last layer of the offensive grand array of the 9 heavenly layers. The offensive grand array had 3 layers. The first one was filled with tens of thousands of ordinary artifacts, which had pelted the 100 Sect Alliance once it was launched. The array core of the second layer was the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. The power of one slash from the sword almost split Kong Feng's ship in 2. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely have suffered heavy casualties, and Kong Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. The array core of the third and last layer was Yang Kai's Azure Dragon's Spear. This spear was a gift from Giant Spirit God Adda compared to the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella. It was certainly more powerful. However, Yang Kai had never unleashed the true might of the Azure Dragon's Spear before, because his own strength was too low to control the horrifying power hidden within. But with the help of the Grand Array, the situation was totally different. Earlier, when they activated the Heavenly Executioner's Sword, Yang Kai was too weak to do so without Yuhi's help. However, the Azure Dragon's Spear was different. Yang Kai had completely refined this spear, so it was linked to his body and soul, unlike the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Nonetheless, the stress that was caused on him by using this move was unimaginable. If he failed to bear the pressure, Yang Kai would definitely kill himself before he could kill his enemy. Yang Kai did not have a choice at the moment though. Kong Feng attempted to attack him, and Yang Kai would not stand a chance without the last layer of the 9 heavenly layers grand array boosting his strength. The world trembled as the energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array poured madly into the Azure Dragon's Spear. The long spear vibrated so strongly that Yang Kai could hardly hold onto it. The violent energy not only stimulated the sleeping power of the Azure Dragon's Spear, it also caused miserable pain to erupt all over Yang Kai's body, causing his bones to crack and blood to leak from his pores. As a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, it was impossible not to pay a price to channel the full force of such a powerful grand array. Yang Kai remained silent, however, clutching his long spear and focusing all his attention on Kong Feng, who was approaching him unblinkingly. Suddenly, a sonorous dragon roar resounded across the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 4330. Capturing Kong Feng alive. As if a hibernated great dragon had awakened, a monstrous dragon pressure swept across the entire Void Land. Even the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were fighting with Zhu Jioyin could not help turning their attention to it. A dragon artifact! The sword wielder gasped. The Dragon Clan was an exceptionally special and powerful race in the 3,000 worlds, and it was also incredibly united. Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan was considered to be one of the 36 cave heavens. However, no one knew where Dragon Altar was, except the members of the Dragon Clan who bore dragon veins. Other than that, anyone with a strong enough bloodline of the Dragon Clan would be able to sense Dragon Altar and find its location. Since ancient times, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were not always constant. The rulers were replaced with the passage of time, and there were cave heavens and paradises that were destroyed and replaced by others. However, the status and existence of Dragon Altar had never been shaken, and would never be unless the Dragon Clan was exterminated. In addition to Dragon Altar, there exited Phoenix Nest. But it was undeniable that anything involved with the Dragon Clan was not a trivial matter. No one expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. could acquire a dragon artifact, and by the looks of its might, this dragon artifact was made from the remains of a great dragon. Who in the world dared to be so presumptuous to use a dragon artifact? If the Dragon Clan found out, they would certainly take action. Even the sword wielder was shocked, while Kong Feng was terrified. In his vision, Yang Kai was still standing there with a spear in hand, but when he looked up, he seemed to see a great dragon floating behind Yang Kai, covering the whole world with its figure, its dragon eyes staring down at him like he was an ant. He felt a deadly sense of crisis. Following a roar, world force swirled around Kong Feng madly as he drew out the power of his small universe wildly and slammed it on Yang Kai. He did not dare to have any reservations in this attack, using all the strength he could muster at the moment. At this point, he probably had no way to capture Yang Kai alive even if he wanted to. Given that Kong Feng was already badly wounded, if he did not give his best, he was afraid that he might really die. If he accidentally killed Yang Kai because of that, that was just his fate. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust out with his spear. The attack was not fanciful, but it was fueled by all the remaining energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. A loud series of cracks and pops came out from Yang Kai's body, along with a large amount of blood. His strength was too low to manage such massive power. Before he could do anything to Kong Feng, the rampaging power had already begun to feel unbearable. After the thrust, Yang Kai nearly collapsed, his vision turning black as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Forcing himself to remain standing and awake, Yang Kai stared at Kong Feng without blinking an eye. Seeing the situation, Kong Feng was flustered and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. The Azure Dragon Spear was thrown out, turning into a 1,000-meter-long great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it roared up into the sky before charging down at Kong Feng. In front of the 1,000-meter-long great dragon, Kong Feng felt as insignificant as a speck of dust and was soon swallowed up by it. This was the power of the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai felt enlightened. Although he refined the Azure Dragon Spear and used it many times to kill strong foes, it was impossible for him to unleash its true power due to his own lack of strength. He had also wondered what it would be like if all the power of this long spear was unleashed. He finally saw it today. However, this should not be the limit of the Azure Dragon Spear. Although it was supplemented by a grand array to unleash its power to an unprecedented extent, Yang Kai still felt that the power of the Azure Dragon Spear was not fully released. It seemed that he would have to wait until he was stronger before he could achieve his wish. With a single thought, the 1,000-meter-long great dragon suddenly vanished. The Azure Dragon Spear reappeared, falling from the sky and was sunk obliquely into the ground. In midair, Kong Feng stood on the spot, utterly terrified. He was drenched in blood, with not a single part of his body intact, and his breathing dreadfully weak. He had been severely injured by Zhu Jioyin earlier, and after being hit by the Azure Dragon Spear, his condition became even worse. However, he was not dead yet. Yang Kai ground his teeth, unable to believe that this old dog would be so tenacious. But then again, with the help of the Grand Array, he was the first Emperor Realm Jr. in history to injure a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to such an extent. If he wanted to kill Kong Feng, he probably still needed more strength to do so. Although Yang Kai had expected this outcome, he was still a little disappointed by it. Kong Feng was appalled, but at the same time he was delighted to escape from death. At the moment, although 80% of his strength was depleted, he still had some remaining. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's wobbly stance in critical condition and immediately clenched his teeth to shout, "Let's see if you can survive now!" With a flicker, he pounced at Yang Kai again. Yang Kai wanted to escape by surging his space principle, but his strength was completely exhausted from the blow just now, so how could he still be able to escape? Seeing Kong Feng was approaching, he could not do anything to resist him at all. However, Yang Kai just cackled and shouted, "Come! Don't be a coward and run!" A sudden realization dawned on Kong Feng, and he seemed to remember something. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters rushing down at him from the sky, the leader of the group bellowing, "Stop right there, old dog!" The person who shouted was Pang Duo. A moment ago, 300+ Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land had rushed into the illusion array to start a massacre. The 100 Sect Alliance had no way to stand against them, resulting in countless casualties. However, a rift was opened in the illusion array by the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master, so its power was greatly reduced. The 100 Sect Alliance naturally saw this opening and scrambled towards it. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters fought hard and found a chance to escape, but instead of Void Land's forces giving chase, they prioritized cleaning up the stragglers while letting the others run away. When these Void Land Masters turned around, they witnessed the scene where Yang Kai injured Kong Feng by summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. Given that Yang Kai was in danger at that moment, Pang Duo and the others certainly had to rush over to rescue him. Kong Feng felt his heart sink. He was in terrible condition. Not to mention 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters, even just one random 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could take his life at the moment. As soon as he saw Pang Duo and the others, Kong Feng dared not to continue to entangle with Yang Kai. Following a flicker, he immediately soared into the sky. How could Pang Duo and the others let Kong Feng escape? This man was the culprit behind all the problems caused today. If it were not for him, how would Void Land be in trouble today? Pang Duo swung his hand, and commanded the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters to split into more than 10 teams, blocking Kong Feng from running away. Seeing this situation, a hint of despair appeared in Kong Feng's eyes. He did not have the ability to escape like Yang Kai as he was not proficient in the Tao of Space. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was now seriously wounded and his strength has plummeted. How could he escape in the face of the seamless formation of others? It was a messy battle, but after a short while, Kong Feng was terribly beaten. His hair was disheveled, and blood spewed out of his mouth where several attacks hit his body directly, causing him to fall to the ground embarrassingly. Pang Duo did not kill him directly, but instead used a secret technique to seal Kong Feng's cultivation. After capturing the enemy leader alive, he took him to Yang Kai and saluted with his fist cupped. "My apologies for making Sect Master frightened." Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Don't worry." As soon as he spoke, a mouthful of blood was spurted out of his mouth wildly, which startled Pang Duo. Yang Kai waved his hand back and forth shakily. "It doesn't matter, I will recover with some rest." Although he was in a miserable condition now, he possessed powerful vitality and a frightening ability to recover. He even managed to survive when he was on the verge of death in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then. Therefore, he could certainly recover from the situation now after some rest. Looking up at the two battlefields in the sky, Yang Kai saw Luan Bai Feng make a feint which forced Mo Mei back before she turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped. The woman definitely saw Kong Feng's tragic end and understood that she could not win this alone. If she did not leave now, she might end up just like Kong Feng, so she decisively escaped. Mo Mei did not chase after her. After an earth-shaking battle with her, Mo Mei knew that she was much weaker and would not be able to keep Luan Bai Feng from running away. As such, she did not bother to do so. Mo Mei turned around and rushed towards Yu He. Yu He was fighting against more than 10 Open Heaven Realm Masters alone, among which were 3 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 1 from Heavenly Sword Union, while the other 2 were Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu. The battle had been evenly matched, with Yu He at a slight disadvantage. After all, she was outnumbered, so even if she had the upper hand in strength, she could not do anything to them. However, the tide changed dramatically when Mo Mei arrived. With the 2 of them working together, the dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters were quickly reduced to tears. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu noticed the distressing situation and bellowed as they looked at each other. Run! But how could they leave at will now? Yang Kai pointed his hand forward and ordered coldly. Kill them all! Spare no one! Peng Duo and the others rushed up into the sky again after receiving the command, leaving only Lu Shui, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yangxi behind to guard Yang Kai. There were more than 300 Void Land people in the sky now, surrounding Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the rest. If the 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sufficient to secure a victory for Void Land, what more need be said after dispatching so many reinforcements at once? Soon, only Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu remained alive among the more than 10 masters. Seeing that enemies were surrounding from all directions, Qi Jin decisively stopped and shouted, I surrender, I surrender. From now on, Golden Rainbow Province will only follow Void Land. Sect Master Yang, please spare my life. Ling Chunqiu also looked at Yu He pleadingly. Madam Yu He, for the sake of our past friendship, please spare this old master. Yu He looked in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai put on a cold face. How arrogant and domineering were you when you attacked our sect earlier? Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. Your death will not be the end. This king will trample on the residents of your 2 families, and wipe your sects from the 3,000 worlds. No one will be spared. Kill them! When the words fell, hundreds of attacks from all directions flew towards the 2, and shrouded them in an instant. Qi Jin roared depressingly. Yang Kai, you will die, misera! His voice stopped abruptly. When the dust settled, Qi Jin and Ling Chun could no longer be seen. Both of them were vaporized, leaving behind only the world forces from the shattered small universes. 3 of the 4 battlefields in Void Land have been settled in short order, and the 100 Sect Alliance had almost been completely annihilated. Void Land had made a clean sweep. But the last and most important battlefield was still raging. The entire 7 spirit lands of Void Land were turned upside down. Even the shopping district of Void Land that was isolated from 7 Wonders Land was turned into ruins. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-31, Another Divine Spirit. Void Land was in a mess. Numerous spirit peaks had been razed to the ground, and the 7 orchards had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai was heartbroken. Void Land was his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and he spent a massive fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array here. It would be a huge loss if it was damaged due to such a battle. However, according to the current situation, even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was fierce, it was still insufficient to destroy Void Land outright. And what made Yang Kai slightly relieved was that Zhu Jiuyin also knew that there were many disciples living in Void Land, so the battlefield was not spread to areas with a higher population. What Yang Kai could not figure out was why this woman decided to fight inside Void Land. He had asked her to lead the enemy out into the void, but Zhu Jiuyin turned a deaf ear. No one knew what she had planned. Yang Kai's eyes were not quick enough, so although he knew 3 figures were constantly flashing back and forth, fighting against each other, and he could sense the turbulent world forces and the shaking around him, he could not see who had the upper hand, so he could only ask Yu He humbly. Which one of them is stronger now? Yu He replied. Zhu Jiuyin won't be able to persist for long alone. Yang Kai frowned. He had a rough estimate of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, and it was indeed difficult for her to hold out against 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone. However, she did well for holding on for so long. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin now possessed the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Otherwise, the situation would not be like this. Is this Zhu Jiuyin's full potential? Yan Kai was not sure. After all, although Zhu Jiuyin had been with him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, no one knew whether she had fully adapted to the principles in the 3,000 worlds, and no one knew whether she could even restore herself to her peak. If this was all of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If not, her peak strength must be on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "Assist her!" Yu He and Mo Mei received the orders and rushed towards Zhu Jiuyin. In a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were the only two in the entire Void Land who could intervene. Although Pang Duo and the others had cultivations in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, they were not strong enough to participate in such a battle. Sending them would be the same as throwing them into the tiger's den, so it was better for them to stay out of it. Therefore, Pang Duo and the others did not move at all but stayed by Yang Kai's side to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy. But Yu He and Mo Mei were both newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was hard to say how much help they could provide. "Don't come here!" Zhu Jiuyin suddenly yelled, apparently aware of Yu He and Mo Mei's movements. Yu He and Mo Mei immediately stopped. Since Zhu Jiuyin stopped them from approaching, it meant that the two of them would be more trouble than help. All of a sudden, everyone became tense. Although Void Land had won 3 out of the 4 major battles, and the 100 Sect Alliance was almost completely wiped out, with even Kong Feng, the main culprit, captured alive, the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realms was the one that would decide the fate of this conflict. If Zhu Jiuyin won, Void Land would be safe and sound. On the other hand, if she lost, all other victories would be in vain, no matter how many there had been. The power of the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was simply not something that Void Land could compete against right now. The survival of Void Land now depended on Zhu Jiuyin alone. Yang Kai clenched his fists and teeth, his eyes glued unblinkingly on every movement on the battlefield. As time passed, even he could tell that Zhu Jiuyin was at a disadvantage. The 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extraordinary strength, and both of them worked together seamlessly. Zhu Jiuyin let her guard slip for a moment and barely blocked a few attacks, allowing the Master from Myriad Demons Heaven to thrust his spear towards her chest. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful face paled and she pulled away, but the long spear chased after her like maggots on rotting bones. When Zhu Jiuyin was about to be stabbed, there was a loud bang and an enormous creature suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic, silver-white spider. A crescent-shaped mark was branded on its back, permeating the void with the power of a divine spirit. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to reveal her true form. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If she was not left with no other choice, Zhu Jiuyin would not have revealed her true form. Now that she had, it was obvious she was forced to a fatal corner. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had an odd appearance, both menacing and enchanting all at once. Swinging her 8 legs, Zhu Jiuyin weaved a spirit web across Void Land to trap the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The sword wielder launched at this web while scoffing. "It turns out that Madam is of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider lineage. I haven't seen one for many years. Since Madam is a divine spirit, why should you restrict yourself to this small place? It's better to retreat quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering." The sword slashed down, cutting through strands of spider web. Zhu Jiuyin gritted her teeth and did not answer, continuing to spin more spirit webs, sealing the skies and locking the earth. Every step she took on the ground shook the world. The sword wielder frowned, wondering what the hell Zhu Jiuyin was doing. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven shouted in a low voice, "Let's not drag this longer. Finish it!" The sword wielder gave a small nod, his sword intent soaring. The combined attacks of the two were more than twice as fierce as before, and Zhu Jiuyin's situation became more and more precarious. If she faced either of these two separately, she would not be at such a disadvantage, but she had too many constraints inside Void Land, and had not restored herself to her peak. Worst of all, she could not escape because she had to protect Yang Kai, hence her current situation. However, although she did pull back and tried her best to resist, she did not stop stomping the earth, causing a drum-like reverberation into the depths of the ground. In the beginning, the two high-rank Open Heaven did not think too much about it, but after a while, both of them realized that something was wrong. Zhu Jiuyin was already struggling to deal with their attacks, so why did it seem like she was distracted? The sword wielder muttered in a low voice. I don't know what trick this woman is playing, but stay alert. The Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven smiled grimly. How dare you scheme against us when you're about to die? As soon as the two of them spoke, their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly backed off to look around in shock, as if they were about to face a great enemy. Zhu Jiuyin, too, stopped and took a long breath, feeling quite aggrieved. If only she had recovered to her peak, these two would be nothing to her, and there would be no need for her to fight so hard. However, it would take at least 3 to 5 more years to completely restore her strength. She made up her mind at that moment. If the situation turned dire, she would flee with Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo immediately. These two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to stop her if she really wanted to. She was Yang Kai's protector, and had to ensure his safety no matter what. Shan Qing Luo possessed a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Source, so she must protect her too. As for the lives of others, Zhu Jiuyin had no concern for them whatsoever. However, in this way, Yang Kai would definitely complain and reprimand her. Fortunately, the crisis had finally been resolved. She relaxed a bit, and snarled through gritted teeth. I thought you would never come out. Are you trying to be a turtle that hides in its shell forever? Try hiding if you still can. Outside the battlefield, Yang Kai and the others were completely confused. They were under the impression that Zhu Jiuyin was in a precarious situation, and were utterly astonished by the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters' sudden retreat and change in expressions. And they became even more puzzled by Zhu Jiuyin's words. But soon, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face. He faintly sensed an aura awakening from Void Land, as though the entire world had come alive. What's more, this awakening aura made his dragon vein pulse slightly. Oh, little girl, it hurts when you're jumping around on this old master's head like this. An aged voice suddenly boomed loudly, and then, a short figure appeared a short distance in front of Zhu Jiuyin. His appearance was quaint and completely relaxed, as if he had been standing there all along, except that no one had seen him, including Yang Kai and even the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Besides, how can I be a turtle if I don't hide? The short figure spoke again. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. She was a divine spirit, so even though she looked young and beautiful, she had in fact lived in the grand ancient ruins boundary for many millennia. However, she did not rebuke when she was addressed by this old man as little girl. Yang Kai looked strangely at the short figure who appeared. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was so wrinkled and withered that he looked as if he was about to die. Bent forward with a thick turtle shell behind his back, one could see the intertwined ravines on his shell clearly. It appeared to be exquisite and profound patterns and texts, carrying the wisdom of the Grand Tao. Aware that Yang Kai was looking at him, the hunched old man, who seemed like he was dying, turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled at him. Based on his appearance, combined with the aura on him and the response in his own blood, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Another divine spirit? Eyes narrowed, the Myriad Demons Heaven's high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master squinted at the short old man. It was already surprising enough for a trivial void land to have a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider living here. Who would have thought there would be a second divine spirit? However, the true form of this divine spirit was not revealed at this moment, and there was no way to know which race he belonged to. The conspicuous turtle shell on his back piqued many assumptions though. If it was only Zhu Jiuyin, the combined forces of the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would give them the upper hand. However, with an additional divine spirit appearing, they had no chance of victory. This divine spirit was so well hidden before that they had no way of realizing he was even here, and it did not appear right until the critical moment to disrupt the situation. While it wasn't clear whose side this old man was on, it was certain he wasn't an ally to them. Thinking of this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned. The sword wielder took a step forward and crossed an arm across his chest, his long sword held in the other hand behind him. "How should I address old sir?" The old man did not answer. His head was lowered because of his hunched back, and his two long white eyebrows dangled from his face, obscuring everyone from his expression. The sword wielder waited for a while, but there was no response. He was naturally a little upset and was about to open his mouth to ask another question, but he suddenly heard a snore. This old fart actually fell asleep. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4332, Shared Heritage. The rhythmic snores showed how sweetly the old man was sleeping. Just what is happening right now? It was in the midst of the battle, and Void Land was in a total mess. Two high-rank open heaven realm masters were still watching covetously from the side, but the old man with the turtle shell who appeared all of a sudden actually fell into a slumber in the middle of the fight. Everyone's face couldn't help twitching. The sword wielder snorted coldly. "This old man is truly impressive." He was a high-rank open heaven realm masters after all, a prestigious figure in the 3,000 worlds. But this turtle-shelled old man actually disregarded him entirely, and fell asleep right in front of him. Even if he was a divine spirit, he was way too scornful. Followed by a shudder, the turtle-shelled old man woke up again and sighed. "I'm too old, I can't be as energetic as young people like you all, but you little ones are just too much. If you have any grudges, settle them by yourselves. Why do you have to jump around on my head and interfere with my sleep? How rude!" As soon as he said this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters' faces turned ugly, but Yang Kai was immediately relieved. Before, he did not understand why Zhu Jiuyin chose to fight in Void Land, which caused a huge mess and collapsed many spirit peaks. During her battle with the two high-rank open heaven realm masters, she even put some effort into shaking the ground. It turned out that Zhu Jiuyin had already noticed the existence of the turtle-shelled old man a long time ago, and was taking this opportunity to wake him, which was why she was determined to fight on Void Land. The turtle-shelled old man was a divine spirit, just like Zhu Jiuyin. Although they were from different clans, as a divine spirit herself, it was reasonable that Zhu Jiuyin could detect his presence. However, from Zhu Jiuyin's earlier actions, she did not seem to know where the turtle-shelled old man was hiding. Therefore, she could only constantly shift the battlefield and disturb the entire Void Land. "If you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your Void Land? This place is not simple." Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Zhu Jiuyin had told him some time ago. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days examining both inside and outside of Void Land, but found nothing at that time. Now, it seemed that what Zhu Jiuyin meant was that there was the divine spirit hidden in Void Land. Yang Kai had not figured it out because he was not strong enough. He could not even sense the two high-rank open heaven realm masters lurking nearby, much less this divine spirit. If Zhu Jiuyin did not cause disturbances on purpose, the turtle-shelled old man would probably have continued to hide. Yang Kai could not help feeling frightened. He was totally clueless about such a powerful existence hiding in Void Land. If the other party had ill intentions, Void Land would definitely have suffered heavy losses. But judging from the turtle-shelled old man's attitude, he was neither vicious nor violent, even seeming to be quite easy to speak with. It reminded Yang Kai of the Seven Wonders Land's history. The predecessor of Void Land was Seven Wonders Land. Seven Wonders Land certainly did not realize the existence of the turtle-shelled old man either. Otherwise, they would have asked him for help when they were being exterminated. By the looks of it, the old man had been hiding here for many, many years. Given that he spoke like an old man and even addressed a divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank open heaven realm masters as little ones, Yang Kai really could not imagine how old he was. "Old man, are you acting arrogant just because of your seniority? Do you really think this monarch is afraid of you just because you're a divine spirit?" The high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons heaven had a short temper and flared up. They were so close to their victory just now, but were blocked by the old man at the last moment. After enduring for a while, he could no longer hold it in. Leaping out, he stabbed at the old man with the long spear in his hand. The move of a seventh-order open heaven realm masters was indeed magnificent and powerful. Under the surging world force, Yang Kai and the others felt the mountain-like pressure plummeting on them, causing the blood in their chests to constrict. This was only the radiant effect, so one could imagine how much pressure the turtle-shelled old man, who was being targeted directly, was facing. Although it was only a single attack, countless spear shadows seemed to cover the sky, each one containing the killing intent of a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Appalled, the turtle-shelled old man yelped as he stepped back repeatedly. "Why can't we just talk things out peacefully? Why do we have to fight? Young men should know how to respect the elderly." He stumbled, lost his balance, and fell straight on his butt. Following the momentum, the old man withdrew his arms and legs like a turtle into his solid shell. His small figure easily retracted into the shell, completely concealing himself. Hong hong hong, star. One after another, spear shadows struck onto the turtle shell, causing the earth to shake and even space itself to tremble. When the spear shadows dispersed, everyone stared in amazement at the scene before them. The turtle shell remained intact on the ground, with not even a mark left on it. However, who knew if the old man hiding in the turtle shell was shaken to death? The open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven who landed the attack squinted. Although he launched the attack in a hurry and did not use his full strength, the might of a seventh-order master was still no joke. Even another seventh-order open heaven realm master would not end well after receiving such a move, but it actually failed to even leave a scratch on this turtle shell. Just how tough is this turtle shell? He wanted to make another move again, but the sword wielder raised his hand and stopped him, glancing at Xu Jiuying vigilantly at the same time. He did not expect such an outcome today. Not to mention the 100 Sect Alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union being destroyed, they were being hindered even when he joined hands with the myriad demons heaven open heaven realm master. Void Land was full of unpleasant surprises. The heavenly moon demon spider alone was already difficult to deal with, and now he had to face this turtle-shelled old man as well. He was quite hesitant. If they forced the old man to join hands with the heavenly moon demon spider, they could only escape. Thinking through numerous possibilities, the sword wielder proceeded. "Old sir, please show yourself so we can talk." The turtle shell laid quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Just when the people wondered if the turtle-shelled old man was shaken to death, a head with a terrified, pale face suddenly peeped out, looking around sneakily, and asked nervously, "Are we not fighting any more?" This old fellow was so chicken-hearted that everyone was left speechless. But the sword wielder did not dare to underestimate him and spoke politely. "Old sir, please come out." After observing the situation for a moment, and making sure that no one would hit him again, the turtle-shelled old man stretched his arms and legs out of the turtle shell and sighed as he wiped the dust off his body. "Alas, what an unlucky day. Sometimes unlucky things just happen even when you do nothing. Such misfortune." The sword wielder demanded again. "How should I address old sir?" The turtle-shelled old man immediately shook his head like a pellet drum. "I can't tell. I won't tell. If you know my name, you will find trouble with me in the future. This old master won't tell even if he dies." Yang Kai was speechless. Since this old man had already revealed himself today, could he run away from troubles if the others really wanted to cause any in the future? The sword wielder did not intend to force him, so after a moment of silence, he continued. "We didn't know that old sir resided here. If we offended old sir in any way, please forgive us." Hearing him, the turtle-shelled old man smiled. "It's all right. One who makes mistakes unknowingly need not be held responsible. It's fine as long as you don't come around to disturb my sleep again." "We dare not." The sword wielder nodded lightly, then he changed to the next topic abruptly. "But we still have a task to complete. Please stand aside, old sir." The turtle-shelled old man held his crutch and spoke. As long as you stop fighting, everything can be negotiated. Many thanks, old sir. The sword wielder thanked politely, then he pointed at Yang Kai. I want to take this boy with me. In your dreams. He and the rest shouted angrily, immediately surrounding Yang Kai while circulating their strength to guard against unexpected events. The sword wielder ignored them entirely, and just stared at the turtle-shelled old man. Oh. The old man hesitated for a while, then looked at Yang Kai again, and asked embarrassingly, May this old master ask why you want to take him? The sword wielder did not answer him. Instead, he asked, Old sir, are you protecting him? I wonder what kind of relationship old sir has with this boy. From the previous situation, the turtle-shelled old man did not seem to be related to Yang Kai in any way, but given that the old man was chicken-hearted even though he was clearly quite powerful, why did he have to stand up for Yang Kai? The turtle-shelled old man coughed softly. There's actually no relationship between us. Then, but we share some heritage. It would be improper for this old master to just let him die. The turtle-shelled old man was dying of embarrassment, his wrinkled face wrinkling even further. Share some heritage. Even though the sword wielder's face was shrouded in clouds and fog, and his expression could not be seen clearly, he was clearly puzzled by the old man's words, for he had no idea what kind of connection this divine spirit who had been keeping a low profile had with Yang Kai. However, taking away Yang Kai was not his real purpose. The reason why he requested this was just to cover his real intent. Therefore, he stopped pestering and continued, Since old sir has declared so, we will respect your wishes. The turtle-shelled old man chuckled. Many thanks. Since I can't take this boy with me, then I must take him away. As for this, I believe old master will not stop me, right? The sword wielder pointed at Kong Feng, who was captured alive, as he spoke. Kong Feng was extremely depressed. As a noble sixth-order open heaven realm master, it should have been impossible for him to be captured alive. Even a seventh-order open heaven realm master might not be able to do that. But still, he was seized, had his cultivation restrained, and suffered heavy injuries one after another. At this moment, he looked absolutely wasted, his spirit completely depleted. Being a prisoner, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on the sword wielder and the myriad demons heaven high-rank open heaven realm master. As such, when he heard the request of the sword wielder, he immediately looked at him gratefully. The turtle-shelled old man nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. No problem, no problem. Just take him. The sword wielder nodded lightly, then turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, this matter ends here, let him go. Yang Kai looked at him with a defiant face. Why should I have to listen to you? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The sword wielder replied faintly. Today, your void land has reaped all the rewards. It's better for you to spare others where it is possible. The turtle-shelled old man advised wryly. Little one, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. These two are not to be trifled with, and the ones behind them are even scarier. Although he slept for many years, not caring about worldly affairs, this old man knew that only the cave heavens and paradises could deploy high-rank open heaven realm masters like this. He was timid to begin with, otherwise, why would he hide in void land for so many years? How would he dare to challenge the cave heavens and paradises? Martial Peak, Chapter 43-33 Cut. Yang Kai's face darkened, and was silent for a moment before speaking. Since old sir has said as much, this junior will give some face. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. A promising young man. Kong Feng let out a large breath of relief. When he was captured alive before, he was in despair, thinking that he was going to die in void land. Who knew that things would take a turn for the better? Feeling grateful to the sword wielder, he threw Yang Kai a vicious glare. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, and he was the only one left from Heavenly Sword Union. It could be said that this operation was a complete failure, but it was not without gain. At the very least, he exposed the details of Void Land to the ones above, allowing them to have a better understanding of its strength. Although they failed this time, Void Land would not be able to resist their next attempt when they were properly prepared. 10 years was not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. As long as one was still alive, there would always be a possibility for a comeback. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven snorted coldly. Little brat, seems you're not too foolish. The sword wielder nodded too. Why are you still not letting him go? Yangkai nodded. I'll let him go now. Saying so, Yangkai suddenly grabbed the cold water longsword from Lu Shue's hand and slashed down, lighting up the space between heaven and earth with the brilliance of the sword. The turtle-shelled old man's smile froze. Zhu Jiuyin was slightly absent-minded, and the two high-rank open heaven realm masters too were stunned. Kong Feng looked at Yangkai in horror, his eyes bigger than eggs. With a kick and a shove, Yangkai sent Kong Feng in the direction of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. How could Kong Feng, whose cultivation was restricted, resist his kick? His body involuntarily flew towards that direction as he exclaimed in exasperation. Yangkai, you bastard! I won't forget this even when I turn into a ghost! When the words fell, a thin red streak suddenly appeared on his neck, which was immediately severed, followed by his head soaring into the sky, sending fresh blood spraying out like a fountain. Yangkai's sword cut off his head directly, but he moved so fast that the head and body were still connected for a moment. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Feng possessed a tenacious vitality, which allowed him to let out a deafening roar of resentment before his death. However, if the head was cut off, nothing could help regardless of how strong one's vitality was. The fog around the sword wielder violently swirled, indicating the fluctuation in his mood. He growled through gritted teeth. Bold Junior! The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven on the other hand stared at Yangkai with great interest. There was even a hint of appreciation. The people of myriad demons heaven were all ruthless, and Yangkai's actions were undoubtedly very much in line with his tastes. If not because they were on opposing sides, he would have even applauded. No one expected Yangkai to act so decisively. A moment ago, he agreed to let Kong Feng go but took his life the next instant. The flipping of his attitude was hard to keep up with. Kong Feng's fate was tragic indeed. One would not dare say it would not happen again in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented until now for a dignified sixth-order open heaven realm master to be killed at the hands of an Emperor Realm Junior. Yangkai looked at the sword wielder coldly, and waved the long sword in his hand. This junior has never tried to act boldly, but when others try to bully me, I won't sit still and take it. Anyone who dares to offend Void Land will never be forgiven. Since the enemy had shown up right at his doorstep, how could Yangkai back down? Even if Kong Feng was released this time, would Kong Feng and the great force behind him be grateful to him? Enmity had been formed, and there was no possibility of a reconciliation. It was better to cut weeds and pull out roots instead of returning the tiger to the mountains. If Kong Feng was released today, he would certainly return for vengeance in the future. Although a large number of open heaven realm masters from the 100 Sect Alliance had died here today, that wasn't too significant, but Kong Feng was different. With the execution of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master in Void Land would definitely become famous. This would also serve as an example to others who might want to trifle with Void Land. After this battle, anyone who had plans to cause trouble in Void Land would have to consider whether their necks were tough enough to survive its wrath. Very good! The sword wielder quickly calmed his rage. He was only angry because Yangkai killed Kong Feng in front of him. He had already opened his mouth to save Kong Feng's life, so killing Kong Feng was nothing short of a slap to his face. But now that Kong Feng was dead, there was nothing to be gained by getting angry unless he had the ability to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the turtle-shelled old man. The mental discipline of a high-rank open heaven realm master was naturally extraordinary. Although Kong Feng's death has caused him some humiliation, it had nothing to do with the overall situation. From behind the fog, Yangkai vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring deeply at him. A moment later, the sword wielder turned and fled, transforming into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven looked Yangkai up and down with a meaningful grin before muttering, Interesting. After saying that, he left as well. With 2 divine spirits guarding Void Land and the departure of the sword wielder, what could he do alone? Despite their immense strength, the 100 Sect Alliance was almost wiped out in this battle. Even Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, was captured and beheaded in Void Land. This was probably something that no one would have thought of before today. Except for the Black Prison's Warden Wan Bai Feng, only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to escape. Though their escape was only thanks to the sword wielder who broke the illusion array, otherwise no one would have escaped today. This news would soon spread and cause a great uproar in the 3,000 worlds. The rise of Void Land would surely attract the attention of many parties. Yang Kai looked up to watch the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters leave, feeling unwilling but unable to do anything. Zhu Jioyin was only responsible for protecting his life, so she was definitely unwilling to fight these 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to death. I wonder what kind of attitude that turtle-shelled old man has towards this. Yang Kai did not know. There was no way for Void Land to force the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to remain if the 2 divine spirits did not make a move, so Yang Kai could only watch them leave. Returning the long sword to Lu Shui, Yang Kai instructed, "Close the array, clean up the battlefield, and count the casualties." Everyone responded to the order and began performing their duties. Zhu Jioyin turned into a stream of light and returned to the place where she was cultivating, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai did not even have time to say anything to her, but as his protector she stood up when his life was in danger. This was originally agreed upon by the 2 of them, so there was no need to say anything more. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the turtle-shelled old man, whose face was wrinkled into a ball, muttering anxiously, "What a disaster, a disaster! Old sir!" Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist respectfully. "Many thanks to old sir for his assistance today. This junior will remember this favor." When the sword wielder said he was going to take him away, the turtle-shelled old man spoke up for him. If not, the sword wielder would definitely not have let him off. Although it was just a few spoken words, it was also a life-saving grace. Furthermore, the result of what happened today was thanks to the sudden appearance of this turtle-shelled old man. Although he did nothing but stand there, speak a little, take an attack, and fall asleep, if he had not appeared, the situation today would not have ended so peacefully, and Void Land's fate would have been precarious. The turtle-shelled old man looked at Yang Kai sadly, tapping the floor with his heavy cane. "Little boy, you have caused a huge disaster." Yang Kai wondered, "Oh? What disaster is it?" The turtle-shelled old man replied, "You slapped that guy's face in public and offended a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Isn't that a huge disaster?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Even if I bowed down and gave him what he wanted, he would still have come to provoke my Void Land again. Since the grudges between us are already irresolvable, it doesn't matter if I slap him once or twice." The old man frowned. "That's true, but—" he sighed. "Ha, such misfortune. I have not gotten the chance to ask, how should I address old sir?" Yang Kai had already learned about his cowardice, so he ignored his defeatist mutterings. The turtle-shelled old man looked around without answering, but simply replied, "You clean up first, we can speak later." After saying so, his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. Although there was a huge gap in their strengths, he did not even see how the other person disappeared. However, he seemed to sense something and looked up at a peak not far away. Yang Kai could never sit idly by when such a powerful, unknown divine spirit was living in Void Land. He had to investigate the old man's details, but fortunately, the turtle-shelled old man showed no malice toward him, even speaking up to protect him instead. That relieved Yang Kai greatly. Plopping himself on the ground, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes to refine it. Although he only oversaw Void Land throughout the battle and did not participate physically, Yang Kai had been controlling the Grand Array from the outside, which consumed a lot of his energy. Whether it was the bewildering array or the killing arrays, they were all indiscriminate. Anyone would be affected by the Grand Array as long as they were involved in it. That was why Yang Kai needed to constantly supervise the Grand Array to create opportunities for those from Void Land to kill enemies while avoiding the negative effects. It was still bearable if supervising was all Yang Kai had to do, but the final layer of the Grand Array he used to fight against Kong Fong pushed him far beyond that. As a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, it was extremely taxing for him to fight the enemy while wielding the power of the Grand Array. With such injuries, it was impossible to recover without 10 days to a half-month of rest, and this was only thanks to Yang Kai's awesome recovery abilities. If he were an average Emperor Realm cultivator, he would have been bedridden for a year and a half at least. But a huge effort meant a huge harvest. Not to mention the mountains of spoils from killing so many people, the deaths of the Open Heaven Realm Masters brought a fundamental enhancement to Void Land. There were quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters that came with the 100 Sect Alliance, but very few escaped in the end. Among them, many were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes within the many Open Heaven Realm Masters collapsed when they were killed, releasing their world force into Void Land. As long as Void Land could digest this world force, its foundation would undergo earth-shaking changes. As Void Land's heritage became stronger, the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array would increase accordingly. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating in Void Land would also increase, and the probability of those who lived here comprehending the Grand Tao would be boosted. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-34 Stutter. If it was not for their incredible heritage, how could the cave heavens and paradises have such breathtaking sceneries? How could their disciples have such rapid cultivation? That was why Yang Kai immediately ordered for the closure of the array. Once the Grand Array was sealed shut, the world force released by the dead Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sealed in Void Land, and over time be absorbed and assimilated by it. Su Yen, Xia Ningchang, and many others including the great emperors rushed over in a hurry. These cultivators from the star boundary had been in retreat for intense cultivation, and now they had all condensed their Tao seals. It was the perfect timing to refine the yin, yang, and 5 elements. They definitely should not waste any time over other things. Nonetheless, what happened today was extremely conspicuous, and it was difficult for them not to notice. However, in such an intense battle, there was not much they could do, so even if they were aware of what was happening, they could only observe from afar and stay hidden. They knew their strength was limited, and they would probably be more of a burden than help if they tried to participate. Now that the overall situation had been decided, they naturally came out. Yang Kai was still tending to his injuries, so second manager Bian Yiqing briefly explained the details of the incident to them. Only then did everyone know that Void Land had survived a great tribulation. The great emperors glanced at each other and turned around to return to their retreat without disrupting Yang Kai, as did Su Yan and the others. It was not that they did not care about the situation in Void Land, but what happened to Void Land today gave them a sense of crisis. Void Land managed to triumph this time, but what about the next time? If they wanted to help, they had to advance to the Open Heaven realm as soon as possible. So, they were racing against time to cultivate as quickly as they could, not daring to slack off. Yang Kai had created such a good environment for them, one where they did not even need to worry about resources. It would be a waste of Yang Kai's hard work if they did not show some accomplishments. With Yu He's administration, the Grand Array rolled shut with a loud rumble. The bewildering array was damaged, but the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array had self-repair abilities, and since Nanmen Dijun had learned a lot from Grand Master Wu Liang during the several months of apprenticeship, this damage could be repaired by him. The only issue was that the energy stored in the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completely exhausted. It was no longer possible to stimulate the power of the Grand Array, and this was a matter that could only be solved with time. The battlefield was cleaned thoroughly as a mountain of corpses was gathered. The 100 Sect Alliance dispatched more than 10,000 people, but only a handful of them had escaped. The intruders who came to Void Land, whether they be Open Heaven Realm Masters or Emperor Realm Cultivators, had suffered heavy casualties, and their scattered corpses had to be found and piled up together. A bloody stench filled the air, but with a wave of her hand, Yu He burned them all to ashes. The plunder from the thousands of deaths was bountiful. Every cultivator had more than one space ring, so Void Land had harvested tens of thousands of space rings. Even if most of these space rings were not filled with abundant riches, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially the mid-rank ones, were naturally not poor. Every mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came here was a representative of their respective sects, so how could they have no savings? For example, Qi Jin, Ling Chun Chiu, Old Hong. Especially Kong Feng, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, could never have shabby possessions. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this loot at all, and just handed all of it over to second manager Bian Yuqing. Since all the future expenditures of various materials in Void Land would also be managed by her, she naturally would need to tally up these winnings. "Young master, the battlefield has been cleaned," Yu-He reported softly after cremating the several thousand corpses. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still a little weak and the color had not yet fully returned to his face, but he looked much better than before. Hearing that, he nodded and asked in a low voice, "How about the casualties?" "Dozens were injured, but no one died, and none suffered serious injuries. They just need some time to recover," Yu-He replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. They fought against the 100 Sect Alliance all by themselves, and not only did the entire enemy army perish, no one from Void Land was even killed. Who would ever believe such an absurd story? How was it possible for one side to be defeated while the other did not suffer any casualties in such a fierce battle? However, it was a fact that none of the 335 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land died. Among these people, 315 were cultivators from Abundance City, about a dozen were from Blood Swan Continent, and the rest were residents of Void Land. One had to say, this was nothing short of a miracle. To achieve such a victory was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. The more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters fought in the bewildering array twice, where the enemy was blinded and confused, and with the addition of Yang Kai's guidance, the victory was almost as easy as breathing. As long as they were careful enough, how could they die? Injuries were inevitable, of course, and with the enemy's desperate counterattack, some were indeed sustained. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes swept over every direction, meeting pair after pair of eyes that flashed with elation. Whether it was a cultivator from Abundance City or Blood Swan Continent, none of them had ever experienced such a fulfilling and satisfying battle before, and through this battle, they were able to deeply comprehend the power of their own sect. Being a part of Void Land now was a great honor. "We, Void Land, were able to overcome this difficult trial, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Many thanks for your hard work." Yang Kai's voice boomed loudly. Mo Mei answered, "Sect Master is too modest. Now that we are a part of Void Land, we all should contribute when enemies arrive at our borders. We were only able to achieve victory today thanks to Sect Master's constant efforts. Void Land is our home, and we swear to live and die in Void Land. We swear to live and die with Void Land." The world shook with the crowd echoing in unison. Reputation was a wonderful thing. Over 90% of Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters now were cultivators from Abundance City. Yang Kai gave them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to help them achieve the Open Heaven Realm, giving them an extra reason to be grateful. Additionally, Yang Kai did not reveal a single trace of fear in face of 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even dauntlessly beheaded Kong Feng. This garnered even more of their respect for Yang Kai. It could be said that today's victory had laid the foundation for Yang Kai's supreme prestige in Void Land. He achieved all of this although he was still just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone was dismissed, each of them looking for a place to heal their wounds, while Bian Yuqing was busy finalizing the cleanup. Yang Kai spent a day in his room recovering from his injuries, but left to visit Zhu Jioyin once he no longer had difficulty moving about. He wanted to find out more details about the turtle-shelled old man from Zhu Jioyin. Judging from the warning the woman gave him before, she must have been aware of his existence for some time. Maybe Zhu Jioyin knew something more about the turtle-shelled old man. However, Zhu Yin's door remained closed, probably busy recovering, or probably just deliberately ignoring him, which made Yang Kai extremely frustrated. Unable to talk to Zhu Yin, Yang Kai had no choice but to head towards a different peak. This peak was located in Earth's Spirit Land. Among the 7 Spirit Lands of Void Land, Earth's Spirit Land was located right in the center and occupied the largest region. The previous main hall of 7 Wonders Land was located in Earth's Spirit Land, while now, many important halls of Void Land were located here too. Earth's Spirit Land was comprised of many spirit peaks, and although the previous battle between Zhu Yin and the 2 high-rank open heavens caused a huge mess and flattened many of them, there was still a lot left. On one of the more inconspicuous peaks, Yang Kai sensed the presence of the turtle-shelled old man, not through his aura, but rather by tracing a faint bloodline connection. Yang Kai had to understand why this divine spirit was hiding inside Void Land. Based on his stance before, the turtle-shelled old man did not have any malice towards him, but it was always good to be careful in everything. When he came to the peak, Yang Kai did not rush up it, but gave a respectful salute, greeting in a clear and loud voice. Junior Yang Kai has come to visit Senior. May Senior show himself? After shouting, a fiery red figure rushed down from the peak towards Yang Kai. When it got closer, the figure was revealed to be a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She looked exceedingly adorable dressed in a fiery red dress, and even her hair was a brilliant scarlet, weaved into 2 little braids. Her delicate features and tender white skin made her look as though she was a beautiful doll. The little girl stopped in front of Yang Kai, clenched her 2 small fists tightly, raised her small head, and looked at him with large, bright, excited eyes. Why you? Young Master! Yang Kai hesitated. Who's this girl? Did Void Land not only have a hidden divine spirit, but also a delicate little girl like this? What made Yang Kai feel even odder was that the aura of this girl was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had sensed it before. However, it was such a pity for such a dainty little girl to have such a heavy stutter. Nonetheless, although she was small, her strength was immense. The aura she exuded was on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master, and Yang Kai could sense a wisp of monster chi coming from her. Why young? Mas, Master. It's me, ah! The little girl clenched her fists even more tightly as she shouted loudly, blood flushing into her face. Yang Kai laughed and comforted. Speak slowly, no one is rushing you. I. The little girl drew a big breath, unable to say anything audible and almost suffocating herself. She stomped her feet in frustration, shook her body, and exploded in a bright red flash, transforming into a massive creature in front of Yang Kai. Stepping back quickly, Yang Kai looked up in shock and blurted out in a stunned voice. Scarlet Flood Dragon? The creature in front of him was the Scarlet Flood Dragon he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Scarlet Flood Dragon shook her head, exclaiming, And it's me! It was the voice of the little girl from just now, just a little deeper. Yang Kai was both surprised and delighted. Have you gone through the human form tribulation, and can now take on human form? Any monster beast who wanted to cultivate and have a human form must overcome the difficulty of human form tribulation. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-35, Divine Dragon's 9 Sons. A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as open heaven realm masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have Dragon born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain, and obtained its Earth attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the grand ancient ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have dragonborn? If they were not dragonborn, Yonkai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary, the strength of these two monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yonkai took them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the grand ancient ruins boundary. After leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home, so she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yonkai. Yonkai also fed the two a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Jiuyin's occasional training, and much purer bloodlines, over time, these two would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yonkai had no doubt about this. But he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yonkai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired, fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered. Why young? And Moss Master, it's me. She must have followed in Yuhi's footsteps to address Yonkai as young master. Yonkai was shocked. You're female? The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body. Her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yonkai added, But why are you stuttering? Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. just learned to talk. So I am not fluent, why yet? A sudden realization dawned on Yonkai, then he chuckled. I see. And why are you here? If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man. Therefore, he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. Gigi Grandpa T Turtle asked me to pick you up. It's TT thanks to Grandpapa TT Turtle that Xiao Hei and I see can assume human form. Yonkai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yonkai. In addition to Zhu Jiuyin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday, the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared, before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over, and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yonkai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky, and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yonkai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient, and had obviously been here for many years. Yonkai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth's spirit land. He had searched this place before, but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yonkai would have no way to find him. The 100 Sect Alliance came to attack. 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged all of a sudden. Shu Jiuyin turned Void Land upside down, and then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, 2 figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Yonkai had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin and a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His two long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Yang Kai's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Yang Kai certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. Earth Dragon? Yes. It's me, young master. The boy kept nodding. Apparently he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Yang Kai grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Yang Kai thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Yang Kai's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. You're here. The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. And sit down. The turtle-shelled old man gestured. Yang Kai thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued. Xiao Hong, Xiao Hei, go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about. Xiao Hong, Xiao Hei. With a single thought, Yang Kai became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. And the two little ones saluted respectfully, and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Yang Kai. I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can. Yang Kai turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Yang Kai replied sincerely. Firstly, this junior must thank Senior for his timely assistance. The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those two to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day. Yang Kai nodded. Although Zhu Jiuyin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Void Land. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Void Land remained safe and sound. The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Yang Kai decided to change the topic, and went straight to the point. May I ask if Senior is a Dragonborn? Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Yang Kai vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Yang Kai was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the Dragon Clan than human, if the old man had a connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the Dragon Clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Yang Kai's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and the Earth Dragon were all Dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Correct, this old master is indeed a Dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Yang Kai was also a Dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Yang Kai proceeded. There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of Dragonborn does Senior belong to? The turtle-shelled old man smiled. Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are? Yang Kai counted them out. Chiu Nio is joyful, Yi Zi is bloodthirsty, Chao Feng is ominous, Pu Lao is loud, Swan Ni is shrouded in fog, Bai Shi bears a heavy load, Baian is disputatiousness, Fu Shi is depicted on graves and monuments, Chi Wen swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded. Correct. Then, senior. Yang Kai looked at him hesitantly, and his eyes brightened. Are you of the Bai Shi's lineage? Among the 9 sons, other than Bai Shi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Yang Kai to make such a guess. That's right. This old master is indeed of the Bai Shi's lineage. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Yang Kai knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Yang Kai had a pure dragon clan bloodline and Bai Shi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Yang Kai was still a little vigilant towards this old man, but now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. Senior, have you been hiding in Void Land for many years? Yang Kai talked to him casually with a smile. Bai Shi chuckled meaningfully. When this old master fell asleep, there was no Void Land here. Yang Kai patted his own head. This place was originally known as Seven Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Void Land. Bai Shi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Yang Kai could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Jioyin to be called a little girl by Bai Shi was truly. While laughing, Yang Kai's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Bai Shi in front of him with his eyes widened. What does senior mean? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.